What's up, everybody? This is garbage. Well, it will be garbage. For this particular game dev session, I'm gonna be here for like 12 hours working on my Puyo-like. Why am I making a Puyo-like? Because I think making games like other games is a great way to learn how to make games. And so there is a game-like jam happening right now. We do this every other month. There's actually only about 6 days left. So I gotta hurry up and finish my game. I've been working on it for the last month, and it looks like this so far. You can ignore the garbage for now because I'm gonna make it matter. Why am I calling this poor little Minecraft glass ripoff garbage? Well, the reason I'm doing that is because in the game Puyo Puyo, which is the game that the game like jam is currently revolved around, there is a mechanic called garbage. So I've been doing a lot of work on my Puyo-like. This is how it's coming along. You can match things. You can do stuff like have the same color be in a row and good stuff happens. Now mine's a little different than your traditional Puyo Puyo game, but that's because I'm doing a little bit of a creative twist. Look at that, we got pieces blasting everywhere. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. I originally kind of envisioned it as like a mobile game, but you know, I'm probably gonna run out of time before I can actually fully make it mobile, but that's okay. You know, the point is just to learn. So my particular take on this is that there are preset pieces, and you can tell what they are because they have this nice fancy like orange shader around the edges. And you're trying to clear all of those. Oops, that was not the best placement there. And then there's like these enemies who are going to be throwing garbage at you to slow you down. So the enemy or the opponent in this case is that squirrel up there. Yeah, you're fighting a squirrel naturally. And I need to make that garbage mechanic because I've got pieces that are able to fall and place and burst and all that good stuff. I still need to add score. There's a lot of things I need to add still, but the like basics are coming together, and I'm really proud and happy about that. So let me just see if I could get to the next level. Oh yeah, baby, almost so close. Okay, be careful. Don't block in your block. There we go. Okay, one more. Oh yeah, bam. Done. And then part of the concept is that you get further and further down, and it gives you a new set of preset pieces, a new character, and that's kind of the way the game is going to work. So again, what the heck are we talking about with this garbage, right? What does she mean garbage? Why is there garbage? So I gotta make sure my chat is working correctly so I can actually like share what you guys are saying, is always nice. But what I can do is bring this over here. Normally I have like a fancier chat, but right now it's not working. Love the squirrel. Thank you for loving the squirrel. Traumatized says, I was trying to get my little demo out before the stream started, but now I want to add things like final stats and more configuration and stuff. Oh, I'm so glad you're still working on yours. I love to hear that. Let's go, Edgeworth. Derek got themselves a gaming PC from Best Buy. Let's go. Dude, those are great for game dev, honestly, because they're super powerful. I like working on like low-end software, hardware too, but it's nice to have like a powerful computer so you can do more powerful things when you're like rendering and building stuff. So that's awesome. Nice. Can't participate, but I can play. Yeah, play all the games. Play all the games. NVIDIA RTX 5070. That sounds good. That sounds good. You can see my computer specs in the chat or in the description box, and it may reveal, you know, that I don't have the highest tech. I don't have the highest tech. I don't even follow what the highest tech is. Okay, so what the heck is this particular game like jam? So we've been doing 3 of these so far. This is the 3rd one. This is actually the first one here. Fronger. That was the first one we did. We had some awesome entries. Speaking of Traumatized Edgeworth in the chat, Traumatized Edgeworth had the most creative twist on the original, plus a bunch of other accolades. And yeah, so we do that. We say, hey, try to make one that is the most like the original. That is going to be rewarded if you do that. You also get rewarded for the most creative twist on the original. And then, you know, between those 2 categories, the overall runner-up also gets some love. So that was the first one we did in January. This runs every other month. So this one was in March. Bloons Tower Defense, the original first Bloons game. We had this awesome one from Jonas Newhouse and their team. Most creative twist on the original. Sable Spirit Studio made the most like the original, and then we had an overall runner-up there as well. So again, just trying to honor people who are making things like the theme game. Again, the purpose is that you already know what the game is gonna be, right? So you get to enjoy the benefit of known scope. So that's what we're doing for this one as well. The Puyo-like Jam. Puyo is the game here. And again, known scope. So you don't have to worry about what am I gonna make? Doesn't matter, because you already know what you're gonna be making, and that's supposed to help you a little bit. Now I will say, this turned out to be a bit of a challenging game. The next one's gonna be super easy. It's gonna be super easy. I know I said that about this one, but I guarantee you, dude, I'm telling you guys, the next one's gonna be way easy, which means you're gonna have a lot of room to get creative and sort of do extra stuff that you want. But I think having hard ones once in a while is a good thing. So this is the original game. The theme game is embedded right in the page. I'll put a link in the chat. There's a link in the description box. So you've got these like characters that you're fighting against. That's why I've got like the squirrel in there and the other animals and things like that. And yeah, so there's pieces, you place them, you can see you've got your opponent there, and you'll start to see these things called garbage or nuisance. There's different names for them, but garbage is the one I like the most. There we go. So I just sent some over to my opponent, and my opponent just sent some over to me, and they all fall down. They're kind of like these semi-invisible things, which is why I went with like the Minecraft glass sort of look. And yeah, it's nice, right? It's nice because it makes it harder. So I feel like my game needs to be a little harder. So yeah, that's what I want to add. The way the garbage works is the better you're doing, the more garbage you send over to your opponent. Specifically, the more combos that you're making, the more garbage you send to your opponent. And, you know, obviously I don't have like a straight up AI, so it's, I wanted to, but I ran out of time. So it's just gonna be like kind of like timer based, and maybe there'll be like certain patterns, like certain enemies, you know, send a few at a time, or multiple at a time, or one at a time, and they do it after a certain time period. And then you, the player, instead of sending garbage over to your opponent, you'll send like a little knockout. So you'll make your opponent dizzy for a little bit, such that they can't actually throw garbage at you for a certain amount of time. So that's my idea, and that's what I want to start implementing today. I'd love to get to other things, but you know, often I don't get my biggest dreams achieved. So yeah, that's Puyo. Again, the link is in the chat and in the description box if you want to learn more about the jam. It's almost over. Did I say there were 6 days left? Did I say there were 6 days left? What does it say in the title? Did I seriously say there's 6 days left? Dude, there's freaking 3. Oh no, it says 3 days. Why did I say 6 days? What? I'm like, there's 6 days left. There's not. There's 3 days left. Oh, wishful thinking. All right. Well, anyway, you get the idea. I'm gonna start working on it. I gotta get my chat working correct. I don't know what his problem is, but it is kind of not working, which is not my favorite reality. Let's see if I can get it fixed. Come on, chat. All right. I usually have a fancier chat, but not today. And you can retract your messages, which is always nice. You're not posting the main jam, probably just a demo so you can see what the game was gonna be, and you can still play the main game loop because, you know, I'm still proud of it. I love that. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. You know, I think you could still add it in, but you know, I understand. You know, have a certain level of pride. You don't want to put something out there that you're not totally happy with. You know what? It's a game jam. I might post a little post it! Just post it! It's a game jam! You might be surprised. I think there's going to be pretty low competition for this jam. There's already some good submissions coming in, but I still think that the sooner you can just put anything in, I think you have a chance at winning something. And even if you don't win something, you know, the games are only going to get played if you put it in there. You know, if you have it like shared off to the side, it's not going to benefit from that promotion of being in the jam. And the reality is, you can only vote on other games if you join the jam. So if you join the jam, other people are going to be voting on your game, which means they'll play it. I mean, I'm just trying to convince you. QWOP, maybe I can neither confirm nor deny, Jonas, whether QWOP will be the next Game Like Jam game. Welcome, Jonas. Good to have you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Got that green username. Appreciate you for that. If anyone here needs some last minute music, Jonas Newhouse is willing to compose. Yes, for sure. Yes. Jonas makes awesome music. Jonas makes awesome music. You like that twist? Let's go. Thank you. Yes, you deserve the plug. All right. So, cool. So we're just gonna not have my normal chat, and that's just gonna have to be okay. Let me get some music playing. Oh man, my stream is just iffy today. So here's how this works. Okay, the way that it works is, let me go to the. Let's do the game scene. Yeah, let's do this. This is where all of the clearing and stuff happens. This is quite a beefy, chunky script. By the way, this is going to be a lot of hardcore game dev. I'm going to spend the next 12 hours just like game deving, so be ready for that. Hit that like button if you love game dev. It helps this channel grow a lot. Thank you for doing that. Get those thumbs up. Yeah, so in this game scene, we do a lot of things. I have a bunch of different states for what happens when. You probably noticed that when I was playing through it earlier. We're often checking for if all of the pieces are on the floor. We're checking for if there are matches or not, if the grid has updated to let... This is going to be the most complicated thing, or at least something I have to think about, is... The grid updates, and when it does that, it's checking to see, is everything here on like an array that says, I know that there's a dirt piece there, I know that there is a sand piece there, or red, blue, green, yellow. It's checking to make sure I am in the right place. And so if I'm adding these new things in that weren't there before, those have to have some kind of representation in that grid. And so making sure that that grid updates and it doesn't get confused about what's a match and what isn't, that's going to be really important. So when the match checking is happening, it actually starts a timer. And that timer iterates through that grid that I was talking about. That grid that's going to keep track, and it needs to keep track of not just, again, the pieces that could match, but the garbage pieces as well. And it's going to look for any chains. So if there are connected matches, it's going to consider that a chain, and it's going to add it to all of the chains that exist, assuming that there's more than 3 in a row. And then it's going to make sure to get rid of those chains and clear the chain data, so that way it doesn't continue to clear that same chain over and over again after it's already gone. So there's also like some flood fill stuff going on where it's making sure to keep track of all of the pieces it's already looked to see if there's a match on. So yeah, so figuring out, you know, what I think... I mean, best case scenario, a problem that's going to come up is that it's going to try to match the garbage pieces. So I'm going to have to write an exception in there that says, don't even bother visiting them, honestly. Like, I mean, no, we do need it to visit them, actually. We just don't want it to be able to register as a potential connected match. So... It's just, where does it specifically do that? For directions, if or new x is greater than or equal to the size. Okay, so somewhere in here, yes, that's the Q, and it returns a chain. Okay, so I'm gonna need to figure out, I don't know, it's been a minute since I looked at this code. I'm gonna play some music though. It's been a minute, but we're gonna get there. Oh, that's some dramatic music. Oh, we got Puyo Puyo in the background too. That's kind of delightful. Kinda. Puyo Puyo! Oh, Puyo Puyo. Excuse me. Thank you. Alright. Jonas helped you with your Game Jam Games music. Yeah, I saw. I love that. I wish I had my normal, you know what I would really love is if I had my normal chat up on the screen. That would make me very happy. But I don't think I'm gonna get that luxury. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to create a new scene right now. I'm not gonna dig myself too deeply into the code. I'm gonna create a new scene that holds the garbages in them. So I believe I did make a garbage. Oh, we do have a garbage scene, but that's just for the mesh. What I'd actually like to do is create yet another scene in Godot. And I'd like to make it as close to the regular pieces as possible. So character bodies, they're all character bodies. Actually, the preset piece is probably the best model to look at. So you can see it's a character body, it has collision, it's got the mesh, that'll be the same as the garbage mesh. It does have particles on there, that's gonna be probably pretty important. And this is, okay, so that would actually be on there. Yeah, I do want to add the particles on there so they can explode, although they're probably like them to explode in their own way. Maybe, we'll see. They can be the same way, who cares? It's a game jam, gotta hurry up. No time to make it fancier. Then there's this outline stuff. Oh, that's for the preset pieces specifically, so I don't actually need that for my garbage. None of that is necessary. You can kind of see how that shader works though. It's actually like a flat plane, but it's around the block 3 times. Let me get this out of the way. It's around the block 3 times, so it's this kind of flat outline kind of thing. But we don't need that for this one. And then we have the piece placed. Now this comes with, what does this come with? Raycasts. Oh, yes. I am actually going to need this stuff on here. What these raycasts do is this is what updates the grid. So that grid that's being like crawled through or visited by the algorithm, these raycasts help set up, hey, who's nearby me? And should I push that info, pass that info on to the rest of the game data. So I definitely want that. Okay, so let's just kind of copy off of this then. I'm gonna go back to the placed piece, the preset piece. I'm gonna grab piece placed. Actually, let's put the garbage mesh in here first, and then I'm gonna paste in piece place. Back on preset piece, I do want a collision. It's gonna be the same size, so we might as well use that. That does need to be a character body on the top level. So let's change this type to a character body 3D. And I guess I'll call this character garbage. Okay. Go back to the preset piece. It's looking pretty similar, missing the outlines, which is good. And then there's the particles, which I do want to add as well. So as far as like a script on here goes, it might indeed need its own script. What does the preset pieces have as a script? They have a special preset piece script. And what does that script do? Not much. So inherits from piece single, which every single piece has on it. So there's stuff that is done, including updating the grid array. So very important here to make sure that its data gets passed on. So it's actually the data that it passes on to say, I'm at X5, Y4 on the grid. The way it gets, or what it says is at 5, 4, is based on its color. So its color, if we look at that piece mesh node that it's referencing, that color is actually in an enum. So we have all these different colors. I don't actually have a garbage color set up. Kind of feel like you should have a garbage color set up. I think that would make some sense. So 3 through 7, oh, fossil. I think that's supposed to be my garbage. So we can call it glass. Okay. So we have sand, dirt, mossy stone, obsidian. These are all the main matching pieces. And then the glass is our dirt. So that's going to be 0, 1, 2. So any number 2s on the grid, I will want to tell it, do not match them, please, and thank you. Now, I don't know that on our garbage mesh, I feel like you're doing this wrong. I feel like on the, well, no, not necessarily. Right, when we spawn a garbage, I need to assign a color to it. And normally we have this piece mesh. I guess the piece mesh is... Okay, so we put the script on there. Okay, so then if I go to garbage mesh, and then we go to this unsafe scene here, if I attach onto the garbage mesh, let's put a piece mesh script on there. Just like that. Nope. Just like that. Nope. Okay, cool. So I won't attach it that way then. I'll just go look for it. There's no problem. I don't mind. Come over here. Piece mesh. Okay, so now it has the piece mesh script attached to it, which isn't really going to do anything. All it is allowing for a color to be assigned. And in fact, I think I would rather... I mean, I could keep it called garbage mesh. I'd almost rather call it piece mesh just for the sake of simplicity. Which it kind of... It is like fundamentally... the thing is it's actually a very different mesh than your normal pieces. And the reason for that is because I wanted to have that glass. It's not just like a texture on top of it. The mesh is actually designed that way. So you can see it's actually missing like the back pieces, right? Whereas the normal piece mesh has... I don't know if I have piece mesh open. Your normal piece mesh, my normal piece mesh, is like a full block. It's just like a solid block, so you can kind of see up there. But the garbage mesh is not. It is actually these like edges on here that sort of make it look that way. It's not a texture. There is like a texture on it, but the texture doesn't make the shape. So it does have to be unique. So I guess I will keep it somewhat unique and call it its own thing. So we'll call that garbage mesh, but it can still have the piece mesh on it because we do want to apply the glass color, which I don't know that I've actually set up properly yet. So let's see. Bedrock, fossil, wow. There is a color for it, but it's incorrect. 0, 1, I thought we said it was 2. We said it was 2. Dirt grass is 1. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think we're actually assigning dirt grass anywhere, would be my guess. Let me save this real quick. In pieces, objects, pieces. I'm just gonna call this garbage, or piece garbage, let's say. Yeah, my chat's still not working, man. That's just one of those days with the chat. Not my favorite reality. See if I can fix it at some point. But really, you know, I gotta do game stuff. Oh, I see why it's not working. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Alright. I figured it out. Almost. Okay, so back on globals, we have in this 0 part of the array, which is not great. A bedrock is fine there, but this is supposed to be grass dirt. Which, does that even exist? I mean, dirt grass, it does. So can we add that in there? Piece colors. So this is what it's like, kinda, so it's kinda hard to see, like this. It's actually, so it's a dictionary, right? And it says, if we call into that dictionary dirt grass, it kinda doesn't matter. It really doesn't have to be in order, but it just kinda bothers me that it isn't. So I'm gonna make sure that that's in there. Dirt grass, and then comma. Okay, now instead of fossil, we're now calling this glass, and I don't know that I saved that, so let's go save it. That's concerning. Okay, it would have been, it worked out, but it could have been concerning. It did work out. So we're gonna call this color underscore glass, and find it in my files, and we're gonna replace this with that. Okay. Can I find member glass? Oh, it's there. I just made it though. I just made it. Wait, oh, this is 2 places? Oh dear. Oh, piece is old. That's so funny, because that's actually a very old. I don't actually use this anymore. It's crazy, it still worked. So this actually should be going to is piece mesh. All of these should have piece mesh on the end. That would be more correct. Okay, good. Great. Now, for spawning these, I guess I'll make like a debug button, so I can just like press the debug button, and then bam, it will just have a piece mesh or a garbage mesh spawned in. So we do have this spawn pair function here. So when the game starts, or when you begin the game and when pieces are all settled, it's going to spawn a new pair of pieces, basically. And this is the pair that gets rotated around and placed down on the ground. And so this is the code that does do that. So it sets up the pair to spawn from the globals pair scene. So I'll probably want to set up such a pair scene. So, or instead a garbage scene, and have that get instantiated. I'm going to want to add that child to the grid. And if that child does get added to the grid, we'll want to make sure we put it at a certain place. So I'd want it to fall from the top, ideally, would be the hope, the main idea there. Anything else? That's kind of it. Checking to make sure the pair controller isn't set. Yeah, I don't really need to do that. Okay, so let's make a function for this. Func spawn garbage. I don't need to print anything just yet, but it probably will. So in order to make this variable correct, I'm gonna need to come to globals and set this up. Placing preset piece, we're gonna say garbage piece scene, kind of long. Okay, and then that scene that I just saved that has garbage in it, I'm gonna drop it in. Okay, back to the game scene. I'm gonna say variable garbage to spawn. Now this is gonna be very different than normal pieces because there might be up to 6 rows. I mean, there could be more, 6 columns, but there could be more, you know, depending on how much like the original Puyo game I want to make it. You know, Yeah, so the Puyo size, like the garbage size in the preview, like is bigger depending on how many it's gonna drop. I think I could try like a different, like an iterate on that a little bit. Maybe if there's more than one garbage that's gonna fall, you can just say like ×2 or ×3 or something. Don't mind my eating. I'm gonna be here for 12 hours, I gotta survive. So there are some extra considerations, but I think for now I would just like it to spawn, but indeed we might need to say that its spawn position is either gonna be here, here, here. So I would even say we could call in the position, but also it could just iterate through, and like depending on how many are spawning, it could just loop and just add like the first, if there's 3, right, it'll make sure the first garbage gets added to the first column, the second garbage gets added to the second column, third, fourth, and so on and so on. And if there's only 2, it'll only add 2, but it'll make sure to loop. I think that makes the most sense. So let's say how many, and then so we'll set up the variable, which is going to be a character body 3D, globals, garbage piece scene, instantiate. We're going to add that child to the grid, and then we want to change its positions. This is where it gets a little interesting. I kind of want to do like, I mean, awaits are nice from having them like gradually appear, but I don't know if I feel like doing that. For now, I would even just be happy to see them all show up. So for garbage, which is going to be a character body. Well, no, actually, I would rather be garbage. Let's just say I. For I, which is going to be an integer, in range, how many? We can say that well, it's going to depend, because this is only going to spawn 1, and you're going to want multiple of them. So I would think you'd actually want this function to run multiple times. Now in theory, there would be some kind of signal that would happen, just like with my spawn pair. Right? There's like a signal, and then we have like an extra modifier or an extra operator condition kind of situation, and then it runs this. So ideally I'd have some kind of function that says, hey, let's spawn some garbage. And then it sets up the for loop and it runs that function multiple times. So, okay, in order to do that, we need to figure out when the garbage happens. So that's gonna be, I mean, it depends. There's kind of 2 different kinds of garbage, right? There's what the player sends to the opponent and what the opponent sends to the player. I kind of want to focus on, for now, what the opponent sends to the player. So I'm gonna go to the character scene. What's this characters? It's nothing. Okay. I don't even know if it's attached to anything. What happens if I try to delete that? Is it like, hey, I'm on something? Nope, it's on nothing. Okay. So we'll just put this on the character one then. This is on every character, or the squirrel, the other animals. So next character, XLS character, unstage character, connects all these. Yeah, I guess we could just put it all on here. All this is doing is handling when they appear and when they go away. That's really all that it's doing at this point. Now for each character, I'd want like a different timing, different like behaviors, like different patterns, attack patterns, if you will. So I'm not sure how I want to try to set that up, but I would like to try to set that up. Like, I would like to set up my chat, but it's still not working. I did kind of solve the problem, but I also kind of didn't. Whatever, we'll worry about it later. So I could do like an enum or like a maybe like some kind of array on here that, yeah, let's do an array. I think that makes the most sense. So let's also make sure we make this a static reference, which is just a nice way to make sure I can access this from anywhere. It turns it into like a singleton. And let's type this as itself. Oh yeah, my bad. Ref. There we go. Okay. And we'll keep my level at the top there. Staging position, all that can be on top. Let's say this could be static. And this is going to be the, I don't know, like, I guess we'll say attack time array. Because I want different things, like how many are thrown at a time. I guess I don't want to overthink it. We can always tweak it. And it could be a dictionary as well. That could be something to think about. You know. If it's a dictionary, that just means I have to do a little more work to like reference it and stuff. Let's try a dictionary, and if I don't like it, we can bail. So I'm gonna call this attack patterns, and it's gonna be a dictionary of what? Of I mean, ideally it would be of integers. I don't know if it'll let me do it like that. It will not. Type dictionaries require exactly 2 collection. Oh, right. Integers, and then that would go along. Well, it could go along with a lot of things. So the integer would be the key, right? And then the other integer would be like what those keys contain. If I want both timing and, yeah, I guess that could be, well, but the timing you kind of want to be a float. Yeah, we can't really, I'm not going to type it. It's too much. It's too much. Maybe after I'm done making it, I'll realize how I want to type it. So let's say it's going to correspond to level, right? So if we're on level 0, I mean, really that's nothing. There's no pattern that really matters there. So in a way, so like when accessing a dictionary, it still kind of is all 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like that's still all true in a dictionary, right? And so if it might be a little confusing to do it this way, but if I wanted, we could have the amount be here. I don't know if it makes sense for like the opponent to send the amount that is their level. That feels a little messy. The reason why I want a dictionary is so I can include 2 different values. I just don't particularly want to do like strings if I don't have to. What if we do the timing? So let's say that the first opponent, we'll see, does every 5 seconds. That's pretty often. Every 10 seconds, it sends 1 thing. Oh, it doesn't like that at all. Hey, Rorik, welcome. It's Dr. Lee's Octopus. It is I. It is I. My friends call me Lee's. Welcome. Good to see you, Rorik. Still trying to get my regular chat to work. But, you know, kind of isn't a big deal. It's kind of not a big deal. Thank you for supporting the channel. This is what you're paying for, is for the chat to work. No, I don't know, maybe. I don't, okay. Okay, let me see if I got that. Let's try it again. You'd pay $1 to display those metallic arms? Hey, I mean, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know, but I actually do have them up. They don't flip from side to side, but I think it's you as a member, you have a right to request that without paying $1. You do. You don't have to pay $1 to get that because you're already a member. So you know what? I will show you my metallic arms, Rorik. Once I find them. I got them somewhere around here. Where are they? I imagine I'm like digging through like a Mary Poppins bag or something, making all kinds of rustling sounds. Looking for my metallic arms. Oh, I think I found them. BAM! I'm here. My true form is here. I'm coming to get you. Watch out. No dollar needed. Damn. Now, if only I could get the chat working. Oh man, it's super kind of being weird. You're so happy? Good, let's go. You're being happy makes me happy. Timeless, welcome. Was rushing to get their game submitted because you thought the jam finished. You could sub now. You don't have too many features you don't have in the game. Nice, yeah, go ahead, get that submission in, go ahead. Yeah, it's, look, 3 days. There's 3 days left, which isn't a lot of time. It's actually lined up with the end of the month this time. Dang, I still can't get that chat to work right. I just feel like it's not happening today. I just feel like it's not happening today. Which is very annoying. Oh, it kinda works. Okay, hold on. It does kind of work. Okay. Let me try something. Because I can get it to work. You guys who aren't like normally here are like, what the hell is she talking about? So this is like a test message. Oh, but I need to, oh my god. I'm in a lot of danger. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get this set up. I'll do a little bit here and there, and then we'll keep coming back to it. It kind of is working, it kind of isn't working. Rorik says, my kid is going to know her Aunt Lee's the doctor. He will fight kids at school that call him a fool, but he will have a bunch of pictures to show off. It's real. You can't make it up. All right. So what's wrong with this? Expected identifier or string as Lewis. So I do. I can put a number? No, it does. So it has to be a string? Is that true? I didn't know that. I thought like dictionary keys have to be strings. GD script. I did not know that. That is a bit of news to me. They're not required. Are you sure about that, Google AI? Like, then what are the alternatives if not strings? They do not need to be strings. Okay. Why does this not help me understand? Each key and value may be numbers, strings, or objects. Right, I knew that. I knew that. I do it right over here. On this. Defining the dictionary right here. I guess I could say, what if I say float expected identifier or string as Lewis style dictionary key? But if I come here and I say hello equals 1, it's like, oh yeah, that's fine. No problem. It has no issue with that. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm missing here, but it's something. I'm definitely missing something. Like if I were to come in and add like an object, right? So just like the same thing. Here, forget the typing. Piece mesh. Piece colors. Obsidian equals 1. Is it because it's static? Is that why? Constant. Dude, make it constant. See if that helps. What am I trying to make it static for? I'm not saying that's gonna fix it, but why did I do that? Why would I do this? That didn't fix it, but I did mean to do that. Why 10 point? Well, because I don't feel like typing the 0. It doesn't usually, just generally, I don't need the 0. The 0 isn't mandatory. Yeah, it's okay. No, you're not embarrassing yourself. You're alright. I'm embarrassing myself. Okay? Okay. Cool. I mean, I could just make it a string. Like, okay, say I come over here to globals and I literally copy this exact thing and I paste it on here. Is it gonna give me the same heck? No. Definitely not. Oh, because I need a colon, not equals. Dude, I'm bugging. It's the colon that's my problem. Oh my goodness. Colon, not equals. That was my problem. Any other language? Yeah, I guess in GDScript, that's like acceptable. It just makes it a little cleaner to me. Which is nice. Oh man, I'm having all kinds of problems today. Can't even get my keyboard hooked up. It's a technical difficulty kind of day, man. My least favorite kind of days. Wow, I feel like the regular chat just wasn't meant to be today, guys. I can't get the fancy chat today. I can try as I might. Probably the closest I could get would be the long chat. Although it would still require a bit of effort. That's the best case scenario, which I hate to do, but you guys like it. Alright, just bear with me a second, guys. Enjoy the light jazz. It's delightful. Crazy. Wow. I gotta get a different keyboard. Okay. See if I can make this work. That's a negative. Yeah, but I can get these test messages, no problem. Those show up easy. But the actual chat messages, not so much. Okay, let me try something else. There we go. Oh, I got it. Oh, we got it. Chat is back. Let's go. Okay. And then last thing I gotta do, just a little troubleshooting. I wanted to be on time today so bad. And it just meant that I wasn't gonna be as prepared as I wanted to be. But at least I was on time. Okay, chat is back the way it always is, I think. Still kind of stuck in the long chat version for some reason. That I don't fully understand. It looks super different than usual. Alright, so that's the best it's gonna get, is the long chat, I think, today. I'd have to do some much more serious troubleshooting. set it up otherwise. Alright, so be it. Long chat is the one today. Okay. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, okay, so I want this to be a float, so we'll say every 10 seconds, we're back. Let's say every, 10 is a long time. Let's say every 6 seconds, it sends out 1. So that would be, well, this is actually, for 0, it can be 0 and 0, because it doesn't actually matter. It's not the most readable. I think what would make it a bit more readable is it if we put this first, or is it after? I think that's for enums. You can do the equals thing. Totally normal looking chat history. I wonder why everyone decided to share the exact same motivational quote in chat. I know. I know. I know. It's just test messages. Just trying to get the chat fixed up right. Here, we can spam it away with Kirby's and aliens. It does look very insane. It looks like we're just a bunch of bots. This is a bot live stream. Away with you, away. Still pretty unnormal. It's just me spamming emotes. Alright. 0 with place is 0 and 0. The first opponent will be that. There's currently only like 4 opponents. There's the Squirrel, Jerboa, I actually forgot all the characters. Tarantula, Frog Beast, and Earthworm. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a weird chat history on the stream and on the YouTube history. Yep. Oh, what? Don't show that. And then it's like doing this over here on the right. Stop that. Yeah, that's what I get. That is what I get for trying to be on time. Okay. So the second opponent, and I'm just kind of guessing right now, we could say every 5 seconds it's sent, every 6, maybe keep it 6 for now. It sends out 2 pieces. Oh, it has to be different. That kind of sucks. Let me also ask this question. GScript dictionary keys accessed as index integers, like that's possible, right? If we can get the index, then it's there. A true dictionary, oh, it doesn't maintain, okay, all right, then never mind. All right, here we go. So we're gonna say 0, and we need 2 different things in here, right? Since it's a dictionary. If we go to, yeah, that was my mistake. I'm gonna be in globals, see what kind of stuff we have over here. Or piece single? Oh no, that's in game scene. Somewhere in the YouTube servers will be Kirby Dance, as there should be. I'm just trying to remind myself how to set up a dictionary because I actually did forget. Here. To me, not the best use of a dictionary, but okay. Like if I wanted to hold multiple data, because I want like a number, I think what you would do is this, right? So you would say within this zero dictionary, that's what it is. Within the zero dictionary, that was a good use of a dictionary. It just wasn't fully built out yet because it was just giving like the model of what one index was like. So here, one index, in this case 0, is going to have the time, which will be 6 seconds, and then the amount, which will be 1. Okay. Am I doing this correctly? I feel like I'm not doing this correctly. Right, so we want to bracket them too. Got it. Dude, I don't remember how to make dictionaries. I forgot. I completely forgot how to make dictionaries. So I'm gonna look at an old dictionary that I did. I don't remember how to do it. I don't remember. I'm over here trying to manage chat and do this at the same time. My brain ain't good. So let's go here to the Harvest Earth project, which I definitely did such things. Scripts, globals. All right, I think the metal arms time has expired, by the way. I was supposed to put a timer with it, but I forgot. I forgot. Okay, so those are equals. Okay. That's confusing. That's very confusing. So when we say equals, it's like a new dictionary. Expected identifier string as right. Okay. I mean, I'm just kind of confused. And this is before I was statically typing things. And that could also be part of it. We're doing colon equals, begin it, and then... I mean, it's almost like it's not even like seeing it. Oh my god. Alright, I'm asking for help from the other chat. I gotta do what I gotta do. Why am my dictionary formatted bad? Oh, I forgot to paste it. Step. Step. Brain not good today. Brain not good today. Need crutch. Okay, forget the const that's there. That's not, but is that gonna work? Yeah, I didn't think so. That's an interesting idea. I actually kind of like that idea. That's a much better idea. I like that a lot. That's much better. Sold. There's still something I'm like generally very confused about, but I don't care. All right. After a probably what 30-minute diversion there, I think I'm back on track. So level 0 actually is nothing. You don't have to start with 0. You can start with 1. I think I would feel better if there just was a 0, just in case somehow it does put in 0, because it does start out at 0, which is nothing, and then level 1 is actually the first character. But just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there. Okay. If you're level 3, maybe that time could get lower, but it still sends out 2 pieces. Now right now I only have 5 levels, so they really need to get a lot more difficult more quickly. I'd like to have more levels, I just haven't had time to do that. It's a game jam game, so it's just gonna have only a few of these. Hey, what's up, Tetris? Welcome. You admire my work ethic and attitude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. I just want to learn how to make games. I want to learn real bad how to make games. And so I'm here just trying to, like, you know, for me, live streaming is just a way to practice making games and to motivate myself to make games and to meet people like you guys who are also making games, and just like foster that environment, this co-working environment. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. You know what? I will have a good stream. Especially now, I'm going to be streaming a lot this week, so I can get this game done. There's only a few days left. This jam's about to be over. So yeah, I need to make sure that these are kind of difficult. I would love to get like a couple more levels added in, so these values might change. But if I'm assuming I don't add any more levels, then I'll probably want to have this scale up much more difficult, much more quickly. So maybe we could even say they spawn them a second faster every time. Now I'd love for this to also be modified. So I don't even really want this to be a constant, because like perhaps it's like a random roll, you know? And it could be 3 seconds, but it could be 3 seconds and then sometimes it'll randomly add a second or subtract a second. Or it could be 3, but sometimes it'll randomly add 1 or subtract 1. But because they have this like baseline difficulty, that variance will still kind of be around like a general amount of some kind. All right. So for now, the hardest difficulty is 4 pieces every 2 seconds. Just to have some values to work with. Okay. Now the reason why I set this up was so I could have a reason to call that garbage function. That spawning the garbage function. So I want to create a timer on each character. I don't really have a character scene, so I think it'll actually be easier if we set up the timer here in code. So I'm going to say variable attack timer, and that's going to be a timer. And then in the ready function, we'll create that timer. So we'll say setup attack timer. Func setup attack timer. think I could probably just say create timer. Do I have to say get tree create timer? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then the time length will be based on this. So we want to say attack patterns. The key that it's going to get is my level. And specifically, we want the first in that array, which is going to be 0. That's going to be the attack pattern time. In terms of starting it, I try to remember what the defaults are. Returns a new scene tree timer. After time seconds has passed, timer will emit scene tree timer timeout. Yeah, so we'll want that timeout. If process is always false, the timer will be paused. Okay, so right, there's time seconds, process always, process and physics. Oh, that's good to know. If process is always is false, which is by default it's true, the timer will be paused when setting scene tree pause to true. I mean, I think I would definitely want that to be false then. Because in theory, I would love to do pausing. In process physics, if that's true, the timer will update at the end of the physics frame instead of the process frame. I mean, I don't really use process in this project. I use physics process. I don't know if that really matters. I think we'd probably want to do process. If ignored timescale is true, the timer will ignore engine timescale and update with real elapsed time. Don't care about that. But like, what are the defaults? Is it set to auto start by default? I don't think so. I think I'd have to say that. It's not or it's not one shot. I want it to keep going. I want it to be auto shot, repeating shot. So I think I will actually come in here and say that this is false. Okay. I think that's all you gotta do. We do I want to start it? Yeah, you kind of want to start it. But the thing is it's going to enter this. No. We would want to say that that's when it's staged. That is to say, when it actually appears on the screen. That's when it starts attacking. So that's when we'll say attack timer start. And then I'd want it to start. I mean, it'd be the same thing. It'd be kind of nice if I could like set that as a variable, but it's fine. Attack timer start, just like that. And I think it's just gonna loop on its own. So now I need a timeout for it. So func, well, you need to connect it as well. So let's put that in here. Attack timer timeout, connect on attack timer timeout. Func on attack timer timeout. So when that happens, for now, let's run to just game scene, which has an error, so that just has to be okay. Game scene.ref.spawn garbage, and then the amount for the garbage is going to be the second or the first index in the array. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the game scene. And we're gonna finish this code. Okay, so now that we're actually knowing that we're calling with how many, and we'll have that range. Well, but here's the thing, if you run that, Well, at least I think all you gotta do is just come in here. Put that in there. You don't even have to have a special signal function. You could just do this. Right, so that way it instantiates a new one, adds a new one as a child, and then that garbage can have its position that is, let's say garbage to spawn. Yeah, garbage to spawn, position equals, now we actually only care about its, well, no, it's not true. I'm gonna say its position Y equals, I kind of, ideally, like in my greatest imagination, we would actually see the enemy, like it would come from the enemy and go shoo, right, and fall down, shoo, like that. I think we could just make an animation where enemies will just like throw a glass block and then it can just like disappear at the top when this happens. So I might need to add in like some kind of animation delay or tween delay, some tween finish timeout that says don't actually have this garbage to spawn happen until that animation has played. But for now, let's not worry about that. So that means I probably wanted to spawn at the top level. So I'm going to say 13 on the y-axis. On the grid is 6 by 12. So 13 will just be one above the top. That might be the right spot. And then its x position will be equivalent to its index in the array. +1. Because I is going to be 0 first. Okay. What the hell is that like? This has gotta be wrong somehow. I just assume that I've probably done something wrong. Okay. Oh. Attack. My bad. Right. We're creating the timer. I need to say, oh wait, can I say that? Attack timer equals that? That's not gonna work. Wait, how do I even assign it to that timer? Wait, I actually have no idea. I've done that before, so let me see where I've done that. Because I would like to assign that to something. Attack timer. Any place where I've ever done this. Right, then we're just immediately saying timeout. Is there a way to create a timer and assign it? The reason why I'm doing it this way and I'm not making it as a node is because technically the characters don't have a scene. I mean, they do. All right, let's do it this way. You know what? Let's just do it. Ugh, I kind of hate it. Because that means I have to make it for every character. Let me see if we can find some help. Assign create timer to a variable gscript. Right, I get how to create it, but can I assign that timer to a variable so I can access it and do stuff with it? I guess I kind of don't need to. Like, maybe I could not. If I really think about it. Could I do timeout.connect? I could. All right, maybe I don't need to assign it to something, you know? And we could just do this. I mean, it's a long line. But really, where else? Okay, wait. Where's the error? Oh, yeah. You know what? If that works, that works. I don't need to put it in a variable. I mean, I do, because I want to start it here. When the character is staged. Well, then I would recommend not setting this up here. And just say, start it like that. Alright, let's see if that works. I don't know if that's going to repeat. I feel like I have to set auto start to true. I feel like you have to set auto start to true. But how do I even do that if it doesn't have a variable to reference? I'm a little confused. Is it like gonna be a one-shot timer though? I guess we could look at it in the remote tree as well once it creates itself. That garbage is not real. That's just a kind of a test visual. So let me make sure we get rid of that. And yeah, all right, let's start it. I don't see a timer being created necessarily. Oh, look, there it is. It spawned a piece. Okay, it did spawn one. It kind of worked. Now, I don't exactly know why it's just floating there. And the game seems to have broken. I can't spawn any new pieces. Right, so it's looking for that piece slash cube. Travis was looking for the spot to come hang out, and I'm glad he has. Welcome, Travi. You're a very good cat. Hey, what's up, Jord? Welcome back. Good to see you. I don't have my usual chat working today, unfortunately. So, I have to do this. I have to do it like this. I wonder if I can't. What if I can fix it? I had an idea. Oh, it does have a different. Okay. Maybe I can fix it. It's so close to being normal. Hope you're doing good though, Jord. Thanks for stopping back in. Yes, I see. I see what I've done wrong. Okay. Let's see if that's fixed. Yes. It is fixed. Oof. That took some effort, but we got there. Alright, good. We have the regular chat back. The problem was, and I should have said it sooner, I updated the chat app. I hadn't updated it in a month, and some things changed. And I updated it right before the stream started. Normally, I would say, oh gosh, I have to delay the stream start. But I was like, it'll probably be fine. It wasn't fine. And so I had to fix it in real time. But we got it. We're back. Okay. So I'm trying to set up garbage pieces right now. And I'm using some code that, yeah, it's looking for some things. So this is on piece mesh. So for this particular example, it's missing some stuff. So let's look at what it has and doesn't have. On the grid, we've got garbage mesh, and in garbage mesh, yeah, it's it's only got that. Wait, why does it spawn in garbage mesh? That's not what it's supposed to load. Number one, that's not what it's supposed to load. So I probably have my reference incorrect. On the globals. Here. It says spawn piece garbage. So I'm a little confused. There's character garbage. Oh, this is already there. Right, so this is the example. Here, I'm gonna delete that. This actually isn't important. Okay, skip that. This is what we have right here. This one. That's what we need to be looking at. Okay, so in there, garbage mesh. So if that's looking for piece/cube, it's not gonna find that. So you're gonna wanna rename something so it can find that. And then GPU particles is not a direct child here. Whereas if we look at this other one in piece mesh, there's piece that has cube in it. This is GPU particles and that has that in it. So I just have to make sure that this matches so this code works the same. It's a little annoying, but right, so there's that piece. It's just set up different. Kind of arbitrary, but I don't really care. If it works, it works. So I'll come back to garbage mesh here, and we're gonna fairly arbitrarily add in a node 3D called piece. Again, just so the names match. Although it's not gonna let me do that, is it? So actually, don't do it there. Here in piece, garbage. I want to make this editable children. Can here I add in such a thing? Might not let me. It will not let me. Yeah, I might just have to give a special thing for it. Alright, alright. So here's what I have to do. I hate that. I mean, I could do some, like, if it's garbage, then do all of this. I kind of hate to do that, but I think it might be the easiest thing to do here. George says, I found a use for array.bsearch in my game, and it's used to find the tile set for a tile from an imported tile map from the tile's grid ID and the tile set's first grid ID. Was that something that folks in the chat were talking about a week or so ago? I've never used any tile map anything, so what you're saying is over my head. But it's possible someone co-working along with us appreciates that. It's used to find the tile set for a tile from an imported tile map from the tile's grid ID and the tile set's first grid ID. That does sound useful. bsearch returns the index of value in the sorted array. If it cannot be found, returns where value should be inserted to keep the array sorted. The algorithm used is binary search. If before is true, the return index comes before all existing elements equal to value in the array. So if there's an array with apple, lemon, lemon, and orange, if you run fruits bsearch lemon, it'll print a 1 because it points at the first lemon. If you do bsearch lemon true, if you do bsearch lemon false, it points at 3, prints 3 and points at orange. Why? You sort before calling this method. Interesting. Hey, thanks for keeping that in my brain. I guess I'm confused. Is there like a different kind of search that exists? Like a regular search? Or is that like basically, I guess like find would be kind of similar? Returns the index of the first occurrence. So it's different than find. Somehow. Right, because if it can't be found, it returns where value should be inserted to keep it sorted. That's pretty cool. That's impressive. And you're using it to find the tile set for a tile from an imported tile map from the tile's grid ID. Sounds cool, Jared. I wish I could appreciate it more. But I still haven't used any such thing. Alright, so we obviously have a problem here where it's trying to... And where is the ready? Right, on the onReady. Yeah. So as soon as the piece mesh exists, it starts looking for that stuff. Do we have this as an export? We do. So I wonder if I set the glass right away. I mean, it sucks because then I wouldn't be able to do it as onReady. So I'd have to just like set these like that. We could still get the GPU particles in there. That would be definitely doable. But for the cube, here, make this onReady. For the cube, I'll have to set up a ready that extends from node 3D so we can safely set up a ready function. Now, you might be more likely to have somebody understand what you're saying and share in the celebration of it on the Discord. Potentially. What you making? Are you working on a Puyo-like or something else? So I would want to say in the ready function, define cube. So we'll say if, I mean, I hate this, but if piece color is set to piece colors glass, then cube is this. Otherwise, cube is this. I don't love it, but it'll make it work. So that's kind of all that matters. Now you have another. No, we don't have another problem. Just keep going. Just keep going. Don't worry about it right now. There's probably going to be other issues, but I'd rather just run into the issues and fix them than try to like anticipate every problem. That's just me. Alright, so after 6 seconds or so, we should see a garbage appear. Alright, it is there. Now again, we've bricked any more pieces spawning, unfortunately. Probably, you know why? Because the pieces aren't all on the floor. Because this is a piece, that makes sense. So let's make sure that it's... Now why doesn't it fall? Why doesn't it fall? Because the game is still running. It's just that the pieces aren't all on the floor, so it can't move on to the next part yet, unless all the pieces are on the floor. The collision is not disabled. Excuse me, Travi. The collision is not disabled. We have it with the character body. Let's look at the remote for it. Collision not disabled. But you have piece placed. I mean, that's fine. I wonder why it doesn't fall. What's it? Why are you stuck? I'm not sure. I wonder if it's position is being like constantly modified or something. I also wonder if no, because it doesn't have like a single piece on it, does it? Well, character garbage, for one thing, doesn't have a script, which is a problem. You need to put the preset piece script on there. So let's do that. And that makes separated true. Globals level presets plus equals 1. Now that's, but this isn't, but that's not what this is. Yeah, we need to add this because there's no, I see. Yeah, this is what we need. So here's what I gotta do. I actually have to make a new script. I see what we gotta do. I see what we gotta do. Detach this script. We're gonna create a new script, indeed called piece garbage. And we're just gonna make it basically the same as piece preset piece, except we don't need to increase the level presets. So I could probably do a more beautiful, efficient way of things, but I don't really care. We actually do want to give it a color, and the color that I'd want to give it is assign 1, I believe. It should already have a color set, but it's okay. We're more using that for this. Color 1, sorry. Color 1. And we want to say what color is it assigning. The color that it's assigning is glass. So color 1, call with piece mesh, piece colors, glass. Okay. Because it actually wasn't spawning with the right material on it before. So yeah, now it'll actually have the code that tells it to fall. That wasn't there before. That's why it was stuck. And why it kept floating up in the air and all the pieces weren't understood as being on the floor. Okay, go ahead. No color 1 on a null instance. Right. We can't say get node piece mesh anymore because it's called garbage mesh here. Run it again. I like running into the errors. I find it's just like more compatible with my brain style. Catches them for me. All right, so let's see that garbage. Bam! It looks wrong. Okay, all right, we got issues. Right. Yeah, that's a problem. That is the problem right there. Oh, Lili has joined. Be nice to him, Lili. He's a good cat. Be nice to him now. Yeah, you can cuddle near him. It's okay. So this is an issue. Yeah, you need to call it piece mesh. Don't call it garbage mesh. It's too confusing. It's too messy. Just call it piece mesh. I don't feel like it having different names. Now, obviously, the appearance was super wrong, and I think that's because, right, so the color, we actually don't need to set the color, if I'm being honest. There's no color that needs to be set. I just have to make sure that by default, it has the glass color on it. Yeah, we don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Okay. There's no need to set color. It's always going to have the same color. Although that big ice block did look kind of cool, it's not really what I want. Okay. Start the game. Alright, I seem to have mixed up the colors, but it looks good. Now, will it keep going every 6 seconds? Yeah, I think we need to tell it to not be a one-shot, because it looks like by default it's a one-shot. Alright, we're getting there, little by little. Now, technically, we'd kind of want it to be like at a random position, right? Because right now, it's doing it... You know, I have that for loop saying put it in first, second, third, fourth, but we actually want it to be random, which is unless there's 6 or more, right? Then we'd want it, or if there's more than 6, then we wouldn't want it to be random. So, a little confusing, but that's okay. All right, and then what was the other thing I wanted to change? Oh, the timer. So come back to the character. And wherever we create the timer here. Now, how am I gonna set it to not be one shot? I don't know. I'm a little confused. GD script create timer loop. I mean, we could just like keep creating it over and over again, but that kind of sucks. Yeah, you could just have it create a new timer every time. That seems super unnecessary. Yeah, I feel like I just need to use a node. I think this is not... If it was like automatically looping, I would be fine. But I feel like this create timer is more used for like one-shots. So I guess we're going to create it, which I don't love. But, you know, if I had made some like top-level character scene... I mean, you know, where you could do it. I know where we could do it. So I do have all these characters here. Even though they're instances, there's not an instance within their instances, right? So in their instance, I mean, there is, but it's not one that they all share, right? This is just like the squirrel mesh. There's the shadow. They all do share a shadow, but that's not really what I want. So what they do all have in common is this top level characters node. So but I mean, we're not like iterating through all the characters. It's just like a folder at this point. So I think you could safely add a timer in here for now. Add a timer in here. Call it timer attack. And then on the character script, we can go back to creating an attack timer. And assign it to... So it's actually going to be like one level up from where this position is. I could make it accessible as a unique name too, but I guess I'd rather have the error checking of it not necessarily being in the right place. And then now I can actually configure it. So by default, it's not a one-shot, which is correct. We don't need to do auto start, none of that stuff. It's already what I need. So whenever the character enters, I'm going to want to say attack timer start at the time as outlined here. We don't need to do that false thing anymore because we could just come in here and its process mode is going to be set to inherit, which is acceptable. And then we'll want to connect attack timer timeout to on attack timer timeout. And let's see if that loops it. And even though the garbages aren't spawning in the right place, at the very least, hopefully, we'll get it so it keeps spawning one every 6 seconds. At least for this first character. And hopefully the block looks correct this time as well. Not quite. It's okay, we can fix it. There we go. So now it's spawning one every 6 seconds, which kind of seems a little frequent. Might want to make that a little less. Yeah, see, there we go. So that that's what I was a little afraid of, right? Not afraid of, but I knew that this would happen. This is okay. This is not the worst thing that could happen. But what it's doing is it's matching them. The matching algorithm is like, oh, look, here's pieces that match. I should pop them. That's what I've been instructed to do. But we actually don't want it to pop those. Unless, and this is where this is going to get complicated today. In Puyo, the garbages get cleared when an adjacent match happens. So that is to say, if I've got a garbage here and then 4 pieces of a normal matching color right next to it, and those get popped, then this gets popped. But if there was a garbage way down under here, that wouldn't get popped because it wasn't adjacent to those 4 that got popped. So that's gonna be something to figure out. I think that's probably gonna be the most complicated thing I do, but You know what? It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? It's totally fine. Totally fine. It's fine. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. We'll get there. Why does that look so wrong? Let me come over here. Yeah, it looks really good here. So just leave one empty. Oh, probably because... Okay. Yeah, just leave that empty. You know what? Just leave it empty. I think that'll be fine. There you go. Okay. And then the position. So I do want to set up to tell it to go to like a random position. Unless... So we'll say if how many is greater than 6, do this. Otherwise, we want to say random x integer equals rand integer between 1 and 6, rand integer range between 1 and 6, instantiate it, add it as a child, set its Y position to 13. I think 13 has been okay. Okay. All right. Now this is a little tricky because we actually want this to loop back around. Which is a little confusing, right? I feel like a lambda could be useful here. If I is greater than 6, I'm not really sure how I'd want to do that. I'm not really exactly sure how to do that, but I'm pretty sure that that would come in handy. So I'm gonna ask the other chat for some help on this. I feel like I could use a lambda here when the how many is greater than 6. I want the position, I want I to reset back to 0. I don't know, maybe that's enough for it to kind of understand. I could be wrong about the lambda thing. We can use a lambda, or rather a modulo, I meant to say. Yeah. This will make it make I wrap around to 0 after. Right, because that does like a remainder. Okay. So if it's 6, it'll start dividing it back down. So literally the only change I have to do is just say. I knew there was a simple way to do it. I just like couldn't remember what it was. So we'll have to make sure we test it where it does more than 6 to figure that out, see if that worked. Okay, and then So that'll put it in a random position. Otherwise, let's see if that works. So I think it's about time to start figuring out how to make sure they don't match and pop on match, but rather only pop if there's an adjacent match. Which is gonna be tough, because I think that means like whenever we have chains, basically every node or every piece in a chain is going to have to use its raycasts, because there's raycasts going every direction on every piece. It's going to have to use its raycasts, I guess, to figure out if it's bumping against a garbage. And if it is, then that garbage clears. You know what? It actually might not be that hard. Now that I think about it, this might actually be pretty doable. We'll see. All right, let's see if it's a random position for the garbage. Okay. So maybe it randomly was the first position. Maybe twice. It was randomly the first position. Okay. I think 3 times that seems pretty unlikely. So I think it's just not being random. It is funny because you kind of see it like appear over here before it appears where it's supposed to, which is kind of annoying. Another thing is I'm going to need to probably code in like a special state, because otherwise we could potentially interrupt a garbage falling with our piece that we're placing, which isn't good. So, couple things. Number one, why isn't this working? Print it did the else would be nice to see. Probably going to be pretty hard to see with all the other prints I likely have going, so let's just kind of isolate it with some new lines. Probably want double new lines because it actually is going to be printing some others that are wrapped in new lines. And then what else do I want to do? I also want... Oh, dude, no, wait, it makes perfect sense. Look at that. I forgot to add in the random X. Great. Garbage to spawn position X equals rand X. Great. So I think something we could do is we could have it not be visible until its position is set. I mean, you could just find its Z. Just find its Z. What is its Z? I think you don't even have to do anything with the Z. I think the Z is just 0. So let's just assume that. Find out what happens. So I'm gonna say garbage to spawn position equals vector3 rand x 13, and let's say 0, and just see what happens. Then I don't have to get weird with it. And then we want the same thing here, more or less. Except this time, this is the modulo situation, 13 and 0. Okay. Okay, so that should actually put it at a random place. Obviously, I need to test what it's like to do more than 6. We can easily do that by just... I don't even think there is a character that spawns more than 6 yet. But so that's something I'd want to change, right? Like maybe there's like a certain % chance that it spawns double or 3 times what they normally would spawn. Just to like kind of give it that realness to it. Okay? It spawned at the 1 spot. Oh, it was just coincidence. There we go. Alright, so now it's spawning it at different places. It's going right to the right place right away. I think it could go a little higher than 13. I would think that would look better. Great. Oh yeah, we got garbages. We got garbages up in here. It's pretty difficult. Okay. That is a very challenge. That is actually too hard, but that's okay. We'll fix it. For now, I just want to make sure they work. What's the change? let's say instead of 13, we could do like a variable here. Variable garbage position y integer equals, let's try, I feel like 15 might be too high. I think you should do 14. Garbage pause y and do the same thing here. Okay. Now, if I want them to not match, that is going to be something. Well, first of all, here in the game scene, this is where we actually check to see where the matches are. So on timer pop countdown, it checks for everything in the color grid on the x-axis, then on the y-axis, and it assigns a color to an integer. If the color is set to 0 or x and y, excellent. So we can say if it's set to 0 or color is set to 2, that's going to be the garbage color is 2, right? I think. Pretty sure. Let me double check that. Zero, 1, 2. Yeah. So if it's set to 2, don't match it. Just skip it. So now they shouldn't match anymore. This is good, but we need them to pop for some reason. So perhaps, here, let me close this garbage mesh. It keeps confusing me. On piece garbage, so we have a special script here. I think I'd want its own special variable, and that variable would be, I don't think we need is paired false here. Variable let's say marked for clearing or something. And remind me, if we go back to the game scene, when we're freeing things, free all chains. So for that, it iterates through every chain in all chains. It checks what the piece data is. I would even say don't put the variable on the garbage. I think it would make more sense to, on the piece that's getting cleared itself, have that node stored. So if it sees, hey, I'm next to a garbage, every piece will keep track of if they're next to a garbage or not. And if they are, at the moment that they get cleared or freed, they're gonna take down whatever garbage is next to them as well. So it's gonna have to make sure it updates that frequently. It keeps checking, is that still next to me or not? So that way by the time it goes to clear, it's actually accurate. Okay, I think this is doable. We can do this, right? I've done harder things. Okay. So the way that it clears it, how does it do it? Free piece. Destroy piece. Nice. I was hoping there was going to be a function. Okay. So that's probably on piece single. Destroy piece. So we've got all these things that are happening. So right here, I would just say, hey, check for whatever garbages are in your garbage array and make sure you queue free those as well. Then queue free yourself. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, so let's do that. So that's gonna actually be on piece placed. once a piece is placed down. Oh, okay. Wow. So I actually got rid of all of the, yeah. So, okay, so there are raycasts on every piece that check for things, but I was wrong to say that it actually does anything, because currently it does nothing. On those raycasts, I actually ended up deprecating the use of those, but they're still kind of there, like technically. So if I go to the preset piece, or not preset piece, but place piece, scene. So there are raycasts in here. You can see there's one going every direction, left, right, up, down, and that down sound is not really important here. Okay, wow. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna say whenever we're in, except we want to do game states. Game states, state gameplay, grid updating. Because it's going to do that before clearing pieces. Right? And it does that after clearing pieces as well. Grid updating, checks for matches, clears them. Is that how we're typing it usually? When we're doing those? Or how we're spelling it? Yeah, okay. So create a function for on-grid updating. So when we're in that state, if ray left, get collider. So what is it going to be colliding with? If it sees a piece of garbage, oh, we have a piece type over here that I haven't even changed. Pair garbage, beautiful. So if it sees a piece type garbage, I've got that as an export variable. Now I think get collider is going to return just an object. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So then if get collider piece type is set to piece single piece types garbage, then I think we could just create an array here. I don't think we need this, but that's okay. Variable garbage neighbors is going to be an array of character bodies. And so I'm going to want to append that to garbage neighbors. And then I'll want to do that for every direction. So left, right, up, down. Okay. Doesn't matter what direction it sees it in. If it sees it, put it in there. Now, what if it doesn't see that there? So how's it gonna know to make sure to remove it once, you know, if the pieces shift and it's no longer next to it anymore? That's a little tricky, actually. Well, it's only gonna have one at any one time, right? You really, I don't know if I am gonna make it an array. An array is nice. We could do at least an array, but technically there's only gonna be one to its left, there's only gonna be one above it, there's only gonna be one down, one to the right. I think it might be easier. I mean, I probably could just have it like, I guess we could iterate through and make sure that if any of those that it sees in the iteration aren't there anymore, clear them. I don't know. To me, this is kind of easier. So I'm actually going to put some of this back. I'm just trying to think of like an intuitive way to do this for myself, is my main concern. So garbage neighbor left equals the collider. Oops. It's not the most elegant thing, but I can just see the end of this more easily in my brain, so it's what I'm gonna do. You also left all of those as left, which is incorrect. Oh, we should just do two at a time. Okay. So it checks for them and adds them. Then after it does that, so let's just say find garbage neighbors. Make that a function. And then the next function I'd want to do is clear old neighbors. And in clear old neighbors, I'd want to say I think one thing could be nice is if it's not set to that, make it null. That way it doesn't remember the old one. So for each of these, I'm going to say else garbage neighbor in the first case left equals null. That way they kind of reset themselves a little bit. Not the most elegant, I know. Sometimes I like just popping this into the other chat and being like, hey, can you take this same code I did and just make it prettier? Sometimes. I don't think I'll do it this time, though. Okay, so then we can say if garbage neighbor left is set to null, but we have a bit of a problem here, don't we? Because, alright, this is getting a little crazy. Because we do need to remember the old one. I know, guys, this is crazy. There's an easier way to do this. I'm starting to get concerned. I might be asking for other chat help sooner than later. But here's my crazy freaking idea. Is along with that, we have this has neighbor kind of situation. So we don't actually set that to null yet. Hey Bartz, welcome. I'm making some messy code that works. Maybe. And then we want to add the trues here as well. I'm trying to set up garbage. Specifically, the algorithm that's going to, I don't know if I call this an algorithm, but the way that it's going to check, the way that it's going to check for if there are nearby, so if a match clears, is there garbage that's touching that match, and then it needs to also clear. It's a bit of a wacky way to do it. How's your balloons like coming? Balloons. Puyo-like. Why can I wonder if I'm gonna do that with the next one. I'm gonna keep saying Puyo-like. Maybe I'll just keep saying balloons-like. Was balloons, do I just like saying the word balloons? Balloons was the last game like jam. I like spaghetti code. So spaghetti code can't be that bad, right? Right? Exactly. If you like spaghetti, spaghetti code can't be that bad. It's very fun to say. And something about adding like at the end too, like balloons like. It's just like, it works. Thank you, Jonas. I needed that. I needed to hear that. So the way that I'm doing it right now is it's going to check each collider on every piece. So it's got a collider looking up, left, right, and down. And it's going to say, do I see a piece of garbage next to me? It sounds so funny. If I do see a piece of trash next to me, then I am going to assign a thing to my left is trash. And I'm going to add that to an array of trash. And then I'm going to say, yes, I do have something on the left. Unless I don't have something on the left, then I'm going to say I don't have something on the left. And it's going to do that for every direction. And then we're going to check to see if those hases are false. So if we do not have something on the left, then we want to see if we can find that. So if garbage neighbors has what we saved as the garbage neighbor left and it's false, then I'm gonna need you to go ahead and remove that from the array. However you do that. How do you do that? Is it just like, is it remove? Is it the word remove? Pop? You want me to pop? Can we just remove? Remove at. I don't want that. Often one of you guys comes in with the answer of what to do, and then I never remember. So hopefully I can find it before you tell me. But if you tell me, that's okay too. Erase value. Oh, maybe it's erase. Finds and removes the first occurrence of value in the array. Done. Okay, let's try that. And then we say garbage neighbors erase garbage neighbor left. So that way, in theory, it keeps it up to date. And then we just do this for the other directions. And we're gonna see what happens. I think we're at the point where we can see what happens. Oh, not quite, because I still have to tell it to delete them on a match. All right, let's see if that gets us anywhere. So back on piece single, we're gonna need to make sure we find on piece placed the garbage neighbors, which I don't even know if I have a reference to piece placed on here. Kinda. Current place piece node. Yeah, we do. Okay, good. Excellent. Bart's is balloon-like. Balloons. I still say balloons because I looked at this last message and it said balloons, and so I just was like, oh yeah, balloons. We're doing balloons. No. No, we are not. And I've also done some terrible things on my chat app, actually. Okay. Bart's is currently finished. Bart's is kind of finished, made the itch page. There are some things that I just can't add in time, but it's playable. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's only 3 days left. There's only 3 days left. And you gotta make those choices. And I think that there's a lot of value in having to make those choices. Like, obviously it sucks not to have the game that we want to have, but if I didn't have that time pressure, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would grow as much, because with the time pressure, it's like I have to make sure I finish it. And finishing games, there's so many things that come along with it. If I have all the time in the world, and I know you don't think this, I'm just, you know, it just makes me inspired. If I have all the time in the world to work on something, I'm going to try to get every feature that I want in there. And it could take me super, super long. Maybe at some point I get demotivated and I stop working on it. Or something, you know? Or it turns out that feature would have taken me a lot more trouble than I would have wanted. So I feel like that's one of the great things about game jams, or just deadlines in general, is they give you that motivation, that ability to actually get the thing done. And losing things that you want in there is part of it. Now that's easy for me to tell you. Telling myself, it's like, no, but I wanted those features. So I totally get that. But you know, the way that you're even saying it, like, that's so good. You're just like, look, it's playable, doesn't have everything I want, but I'm doing the itch page, right? You're doing all the steps. That's so good. Anyway, I just wanted to take a moment to admire that, because I think it's such a good thing about game jams. Even though it sucks not to get everything. Part of learning to make games is learning to let go of what can go in those games. Andres is making some music. Nice. Nice. I actually did make some music. I haven't put it into the game. It's on the Discord. It's not as like complex music as I would have wanted. But that's okay. I bet your music's gonna be banging, Andres. Okay. Wow. Garbage truck outside is making some serious sounds. Sounds like it was grinding a human body. Okay. Oh man, you guys might want to check that. See what was in that trash can. Bart's music is really fast, so it can make someone go crazy because it's like listening to Nyan Cat on repeat, but that's what it is. Dude, but that can be awesome. Like, if the music is so good to hype you up and put energy in you, then that could be translated well into your game. And your game is already, like, very colorful and has, like, excitement and animations and stuff. So I can see that fitting very nicely. Love that, Bart. Yeah, I kind of went, like, a different direction with my music. I mean, I can play you what I have. It's not the final version that I want, but it is not that. It is the opposite of that. I kind of went for like very like chill, like almost ambient background kind of stuff. And I want to like make the loop more interesting or more varied, but you know, time being time, I might just have to let that go. But it's just funny you say that it's like high energy, because I feel like I went way different. Here, you guys want to hear this? Let's see if I can make it loud enough. There it is. I took my voice, I pitched it down, and I made some reverb. I recorded me hitting like pieces of iron together. And then also added in like a synth effect a little bit. That's it. Like we're like digging deep and it's like in an echoey cave. It's like working on the railroad. It is giving Chain Gang. I think Chain Gang was a big inspiration. So definitely not high energy vibes, but something kind of chill. I don't know if I've heard anybody's music yet. I don't think I've heard anybody's music. It's good though. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I have to make sure that on destroy piece. I'm so pumped to play your guys' games. The showcase, by the way, it's next week. It's right there. The 6th of June. So the jam's gonna end on the 31st, this Saturday. And then June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th will all be the voting period. So you guys can play each other's games, give it stars for different categories. Please play each other's games. They deserve it. Give votes to get votes. That would be a cool system, to be like, you can only receive votes once you voted on everybody else's. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Your votes won't be counted unless you vote on everybody else's. That would be nuts. But for real though, it helps a lot if you guys vote. And then on the 6th, I'll get to actually play your guys' games. Super pumped. It's always such a fun time to see what everyone came up with. And I look forward to hearing that music. I don't think I've heard anybody's music yet, technically. Yet. So instead of just queue freeing, we need something else to happen here. We have to say current place piece node garbage neighbors. Oh, Edgeworth posted theirs. Oh, I bet. Wait, Edgeworth, I think it was made by Jonas. I think that one was made by Jonas. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, this is so good! I don't know. It's so Edgeworth. It's got such an Edgeworth vibe. So you guys like very much collaborated on it. So satisfying, right? It's got soul. Hit it. There's another one too. Ooh, very different vibe. Like it feels like a different like game system almost. Or at least a different games in general. Frenetic, it feels to me. Like, you better hurry up, place those pieces, or else. Wow. Nice ones. Yeah, you guys are awesome. It's like so much dopamine. For garbage in current place, piece node garbage neighbors. Garbage queue free. Oh yeah, we also want to emit the particles on that garbage. Oh yeah, and the reparenting. We kind of need to do all that same stuff. Actually. So I guess this would be garbage particles. And we need to get this on the garbage. Get its particles. Reparent garbage particles. This is probably going to be an issue in here somewhere. I have a feeling. That's okay. Now that's only if there are any, right? I assume that'll kind of handle itself. But we could say variable garbage neighbors array, an array of character bodies. Drop that into the reference. If garbage neighbors is size is greater than 0, then iterate through. And this would be character body, 3D. Okay. This is not gonna work. Right? So I've set up, in theory, the detection for garbage above, to the left and right and below of matches. Okay. Oh, we have an issue on here. Cyclic reference. Really? Well, that's new. Okay. Some more info would be really helpful. I don't... Okay. Well, I'm confused. I don't even have, like, any information here. Just, like, nothing has started. How am I supposed to debug this? Huh. Well, that's confusing. I have no information. I mean, probably the easiest would be to set a breakpoint, like, sooner. Okay, so when does add piece place node run? Separate from pair. But nothing is separating from a pair. Well, piece placed is being added. That's not the only time that that's gonna run. Well, actually it is. But there's not gonna be a pair that's separating. So it's is that just from the new code that I added? Like, if I were to throw all that new code in the trash, would it run? And maybe it's new code somewhere else? Dude, I don't understand. I'm very, 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 very confused. I'm very, 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 very confused. I have no idea why this is happening. This has happened before. But usually it's kind of obvious, like, oh, things are like recursively happening, and I can go track that down. But I don't have anything to track down here. I guess I'm gonna look at my version control and try to figure out what could even be causing this. I'm so confused. Like, what if I put a breakpoint right there? I mean, I don't understand why separate from pair is running in the first place. It's not even hitting that breakpoint. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How is this happening? Separate from pair is actually run outside, from outside, on the game scene. But it's, I mean, it's... But I don't think that that's actually happening. See, it's not even hitting that breakpoint. So why is this even running? Could not resolve member placed scene. Can you give me any more information? Like, is this happening? Oh dear. I'm in danger. I'm very concerned right now. Alright, we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get to the bottom of it, right? Right? And see, it doesn't even hit this breakpoint. So it's just like, what, like preparing the code and deciding that this is a cyclic reference? So do we have... Okay, I think I understand what might be happening. Piece single. No, I don't quite understand what's happening. So what if on here, I get rid of all this code, except for this ready, which is the only thing I think it really needs. So what if I do, well, we need that, but we also need, here, do this. Try that. So that's without any of that garbage recast checking stuff that I did. And I want to see if it runs now. It does. Okay, so it's something in here, something that I've added here, is leading to a cyclic reference. Okay, we're getting there little by little. Is it this piece single? Oh, that's what it is. The fact that I'm referencing piece single, right, on something that is spawned by piece single. That's the cyclic reference. Would have been great if it could tell me that. Okay. So I can't say that. I have to say something awful like this. Crazy. Really seems like it could tell me that. If it knows that that's happening, I would think it could be like, here's where the cyclic, here's what I found, that is why I said that. But hey, you know, we got there. Okay, and then we added everything back in, the destroy stuff in here. Yes. right. So we still might have problems. Hopefully we won't have that problem. Okay. All right. Okay, no problem. You know what? No problem. It's totally fine. We'll get there. All right, same problem. So am I referencing it in any other way on here? Doesn't look like it to me. I don't think it's this. The signal, because the signal is coming from somewhere else. So I don't think that's it. We just gotta go in one by one and remove things and see what causes that cyclic reference to go away. It is that. Interesting. It's on-grid updating. State being connected. Interesting. I wonder why. I mean, I would guess somewhere on here. I mean, yeah, it's connected to both of them, but it's not being emitted from both of them. So there's the piece place that's on there. I could say, like, don't connect it right away. Right, well, you're putting this on every single piece. You're not saying if it's garbage, connect it. Right? So we really only want to say if get parent piece type is set to, so I might actually be able to, when I thought, well, here, let me do that. When I thought that I needed to remove that reference, maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe I do. I don't know. You know what? We'll just leave it. We'll just leave it. No matter what, it should be on something that has a parent that has piece types. So if piece types is set to garbage, then connect grid updating. Otherwise, don't. We might still get that cyclic reference, I don't know. But I guess it makes sense that the preset pieces, maybe? Okay. That didn't help. And just to be clear, if I pull that line out, it's gonna load with no issues. Right? Wow. Okay. Cool. All right. Wow. I do want it to be on grid updating. I guess I could make some other signal. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. If I were to say check for that and print hello, We don't have any cyclical reference. I mean, it's just weird because no garbages should exist in the scene tree. You know, I guess it just like does a check for potential cyclical references, whether or not there's an if case that blocks that cyclical reference from ever happening. If it could, then it's gonna kill it, I guess, apparently. I mean, technically, we could run this in match checking, honestly. But I don't know if that's gonna really be any better. I didn't update the name of stuff, but I don't really care. Same thing. I mean, can I reference any gameplay state in here? Like, maybe that's part of the problem, is that I'm trying to use game states at all. It's very annoying. Alright, then we'll do this. Signal bus, garbage. I mean, I hate to do that when we spawn garbage. Check for garbages. And again, we can say if all that's true. Very confusing. On check for garbages. Not the issue I expected, but it's the issue I got. So then I'm gonna need to make sure that I actually emit that signal. Now we're fine. I mean, the signal isn't getting emitted by anything, but at this point, we're good, right? No issues. Again, it's not going to happen. Okay, but the game loads. So I gotta go to the signal bus, create check for garbages. I guess I'd want to put this on game scene, probably, when it emits. Very confused. And maybe this will bring the error right back. I don't know. We could say here, on grid updating. Signal bus, check for garbages, emit. Okay. Let's see if we just get that same error. We do not. All right, whatever. Let's see. Let's see what happens. All right. The errors I expected. Invalid access to property or key garbage neighbors on a base object of nil. Okay. So it's not actually finding it. Hey, Seppi, welcome. Thank you, Seppi, for supporting the channel. Hope you're doing great. Yes, we're feeling fabulous. Just chilling. Getting our claws looking nice. Welcome. I'm trying to set up garbage. I want some trash in my game. That is to say, in Puyo, there are nuisance or garbage pieces that fall. I've got them falling. However, I need them to clear when adjacent chains clear. And so I set up some code for that, and now I'm trying to make sure that code doesn't return errors. It probably will. For a while. But I'll get there. Hope your own projects are going well. So, is current place piece node null? Or is it something? It is null. Okay. And who is it? Who are you? Character body 3D 7. Okay. So indeed, I can see that its current placed piece is null. Do any of them have them? None of them do. It's null on all of them. So it seems like I don't actually have current placed piece getting assigned properly. I wasn't using it. It's something I was using once upon a time, but I haven't used lately. Now we do have here on add place piece node. I wonder if these are the preset place piece nodes. Yes, because if we look over here, you'll see that these do have it set, because these are the ones that we've actually dropped down and that those separate. So what I need to do is make sure that the preset pieces also have their current place piece node set. So that's kind of its own special thing. And we update that on add place piece node, but we don't actually add a place piece node. It's already added ahead of time. So that means on the preset pieces, I would need to make sure that it does that. So I would want to say that its current place piece node equals, and if I find this, oh, sorry, preset piece, I think that's on this script. So it's just a child that's in there. We just want to make sure it gets set to what its child is. That way one exists. Is the code not similar to how the normal chains break? I don't remember what your system is to chain them. Yeah, so in the original Puyo, I mean, I could do it that way, but I mean, I think it just requires like a different algorithm, right? I previously thought this game was just the same as Tetris. Learning the differences is kind of cool. Yeah. It's super different from Tetris. Although it is bundled with Tetris sometimes, it is a really different game. So yeah, game is embedded on the jam page, link in the chat and the description. So in Puyo, there are garbage pieces. And these, depending on how much points you get in a combo, when you are breaking pieces, so you get these 2 pieces at a time, right? And they have 2 different colors, usually. And you match 4 in a row, and when you do, it clears them. And depending on how many you clear, you see those little clear ones? Those invisible, like, garbage. Those are garbage. Those are nuisance, if you will. And you and your opponent can send those across. So if I get a bunch of combos, then I'll send more garbage over to my opponent. Now, you may have just seen there that that garbage disappeared. So the way that garbages disappear is if an adjacent match occurs. So it isn't the same as normal pieces. So there's 2 garbages, just fell on my side right there. It's not like normal pieces where you get 4 in a row and then it matches. Instead, here, I'll clear this one right here. When an adjacent match occurs, then the garbage gets cleared. But it doesn't get cleared if 4 of them are in a row. It's only if an adjacent match is detected. So I'm trying to set up those adjacent matches. So here you can see I just cleared those 2 garbage because they were touching the chain that just got cleared. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And so I can just have the garbages clear if there's 4 in a row, but I don't actually want that. I want, instead what I have set up is that each piece is checking above it, to the left, to the right, and below it, and it says, do I have a garbage next to me? If I do, I'm going to keep track of that. And then when the normal algorithm clears a chain, it's going to say, oh hey, if any of you guys in the chain have garbages that are next to you, make sure you delete those too. And I'm still trying to get that code to work, but that's the general idea. Good question. It is kind of annoying. Okay, so you can see my garbage right there. And now we have an error. Invalid access to property or key piece type on a base object of null instance. All right. So this is me just kind of checking the code that I wrote to see where the issues are and trying to fix them. Okay, so who did you try to call this on, and why doesn't it have access? Well, is it just not colliding with anything? So I might want to say, but it's interesting that it's the right one. My guess is, I don't know. What is happening? Actually. So the self here is the garbage. Wait, what? Oh, wait. No, we don't want to run this on the garbage. The garbage doesn't need to check for itself. We need this on every piece that isn't garbage. Okay. So let's change that. If it is not a garbage type, then check for garbage. Had that mixed up a little there. Yeah, so I'm using, like, again, I'm just kind of ripping off of Minecraft art for this. Like, very badly. The glass is probably the most egregious ripoff of all of them, because it is, like, pixel for pixel the same. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is the self. If ray left, get collider. Piece type, right. Well, it should only collide with other pieces. What did it collide with? I don't actually know what it collided with. Which piece is that? A preset, just preset piece? So this one. Which is that one. And so on its left, oh yeah, right. On its left, it's seeing the wall. And it's like, look, that thing on the wall, that don't have what you're talking about. Well, don't match with the wall. Please. Throw in a random Terraria ripoff texture to throw off the scent. There you go. I'm sure that won't just anger 2 different intellectual properties. Maybe I'll adjust the glass to just be different enough. But yeah, it is shiny. Okay, so no, I assume that's it. This is the first piece, and that's the first raycast that it checks. So I don't even know if that's really the problem. I could test to find out if it is, but whatever, let's fix it. Let's just double check this anyway. So those raycasts are on the piece placed scene. here. Sure, you know what? I'll just search it. It's fine. Oh, wait. Oh, we're on remote. Okay, there we go. So they're actually only colliding with collision mask 2, which says paces. I mean, the bottom row is shiny. Oh, yeah. Yes! I'm so glad that you figured that out, Bartz. Yes, that is what that is. Exactly. Yeah, so I made that in the member stream on Monday. Check out the join button below, whoever you are, if you're interested. I do Monday streams every week. They're super long, like this one, 12 hours, usually. Sometimes less, but usually not. And specifically, I worked on all the art stuff that I needed to do, including this little shader that just sort of, yeah, lets you know which ones are preset. It's nice, right? Yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out. So I would guess it is not checking the wall. I'm guessing it just sees nothing. So I'm gonna probably just want to add in an extra check here that just says if ray left is colliding. So that way it doesn't check it when we don't want it to be checking it. So we'll do the same for right and up and down. Kind of makes sense now that I think about it. Makes a little bit of sense. Okay, let's try it now. Okay, now we wait for garbage to spawn. There's a garbage. No errors yet. Okay, we don't have errors. So the next thing I'm going to want to test is if I clear matches adjacent to the garbage, is it going to clear the garbage? Okay, we got an error when we cleared it. I'm okay with that. Invalid access to property or key piece type on a base object of null instance. So on the right, it couldn't, it saw nothing on the right, but it saw something on the right. It just was nothing. So it's colliding with nothing. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? It's interesting. It's interesting. All of the garbage neighbors are null. Its self is separated 3. Which is this one right here. And it's saying that I don't see anything to my right. That's right. There is nothing to your right. But there was, right? Because those pieces cleared. There were pieces here, and then it got cleared. So it did see something, but then it stopped seeing something. And so perhaps that's where it got confused, that it got cleared at that moment. I guess? Well, this is getting very confusing, isn't it? This is getting a bit messy. I mean, I knew this code was messy. But damn. It's interesting that it's on right. Like, did it find things on left? I mean, it didn't have garbage to the left, so it wouldn't. So I guess there's really no way to be sure about that. It's so weird. I mean, I guess, I feel like that was the whole point of this, but I could say if get collider is not set to null, but wasn't that the whole point of the colliding to begin with? So I'm a little unsure. Something feels wrong here. Something feels very wrong here. Which, you know, it's fine. It was just my first pass at putting this down, and I knew it was a mess when I put this code down. So I'm not terribly surprised that we're getting these errors. Oh, that was fast. Really? Wow. Okay, excuse me. Well, but... Oh, my bad. I meant to say not set to null. Not if it's set to... If it's set to null, can you check what it is? Can you see if it's something, if it's nothing? I was just wondering. You know that nothingness? What is it? Silly. All right. I'm glad we get to the point where we're clearing stuff. Oh, a little bit of lag there. Alright, almost. We just gotta clear adjacent. Okay, here we go. We're about to clear adjacent to garbage. Well, we didn't get any errors, but we also didn't get any cleared garbage. So, yeah. No errors, though. Alright, so now I'd like to see, do the pieces that are indeed adjacent to garbage, are they actually correctly reporting that they're next to garbage? Would be my next thing. So we're just gonna pick one and see if it's next. That one is. That one has garbage above it and to the left of it. So let's see if it indeed knows that. It says it does not have garbage to its left or above it. So it is not correctly identifying that it has garbage. Alright. Alright, cool. No problem. Alright. Let's find out why. What if two pieces see the same garbage? Yeah, that probably would be an issue. My guess is it would try to queue free something that's already freed, like a previously free thing. So yeah, we would have an issue. My solution to that, you're definitely anticipating a problem. I haven't even gotten to that point yet where they're seeing them. But when I do get to that point, my solution for that would be to aggregate them into a single global array. Yeah, maybe just put them all in a global array. That would be the fix, I think. Yeah. Instead of having them have their own neighbor array, put them in a global array. That would be the fix. And like make sure it's not already present. Yeah. Good call. Excellent. Very good call. I gotta give you credit for anticipating that one. But they're not even seeing them. They're not even seeing them. Alright, Bartz, I'm gonna give you Eagle Brain for that one. That is straight Eagle Brain behavior. Dictionary gets rid of doubles, if that's something that would work for you. Oh, just like automatically, you're saying? If I put it in a dictionary instead of an array? I think I would just say, if it doesn't have it in the array yet, add it. I think that'd be easier. But I need to make sure these actually are finding it. So why don't they see anything? So if the collider is not null, and if it sees a piece type set to piece type's garbage, now, you know, I wonder if it's not accessing this correctly. I mean, it must be, because it isn't saying didn't find piece type. So I'm a little surprised. A little surprised. Put them as keys that each have a value of true or something the keys won't repeat. Right, but like, yeah. I mean, right, but like, why not also just have an array that doesn't get added if it's already there? You know? That just feels like extra. What you're describing. Different ways of doing things. Maybe I'll come back and realize, oh, you know, the way Bart's was saying is the way I should do it, but it seems like it's not necessary. You know, if I had other properties that I wanted to store, but I don't. So I think we can just say don't add it to the array if it already exists. So my guess is that it's just, this is never becoming true. So we'll say print get parent name sees garbage on its right. Like, are any of them ever getting updated? I'm guessing that's a no. I feel like if it was getting updated, we'd already know. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna be nothing. But that's okay. You know, we could also say that if it doesn't see it, which is more likely that that's what's happening, that it is, that would actually probably be even more useful, is if it would say that this is running. I'll just run it on one. We don't have to do it for every direction. Doesn't see garbage on its left. Okay, now I probably have some other prints that are clogging up things a bit here. Maybe. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't think I need that grid array printing every time for right now. That's kind of a very specific print case, and it takes up a lot of space. So I'm expecting to see a lot of doesn't see on the left. It'd be very interesting if any of them are ever true. Okay, so I'll just wait for some... That's something I have to work on, is to make sure you can't hand deliver the garbage. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, it's still printing the grid array? I thought I told you to stop printing the grid array. Okay. Oh, right. I didn't take out the print grid array code. I just took out... Okay, I know what happened. That's okay. Doesn't see garbage on its left. Doesn't see any C's. No C's. Nobody sees anything. But everything doesn't see, which is interesting, right? Because that means it is checking the piece types. So let's see why its piece type isn't set to what it's supposed to be set to. So if we even, I mean just any one, but we'll look at one that we definitely saw. So this one, if it's looking to its left, oh, let's find one that definitely does, but is claiming that it doesn't. Just kind of going through each one here. Could do it a different way, but that's okay. Okay, separated 5. Does separated 5 report that it doesn't see one? No. So interestingly, oh, this is a good thing. Separated 5 is not reporting that it doesn't see one on the left. It just isn't reporting that it does see one on the left. That's wild. Huh. Interesting. And even if I like keep on playing... Okay, there. So this one, this new one should also see one on the left, right? All of these should be seeing ones on the left. So like separated 5 now, I mean, come on. It doesn't see one on the left? Now look, separated 5 is not listed in here. So it is correctly seeing it, it just isn't like updating that it sees it. It isn't not seeing it, basically. So what is it seeing, or what, how do we harness that it does see things? So that is to say, here on this, it isn't going to false, but how is it then not going to true? I wonder if it's getting replaced somehow, but it can't because we're not even running that. But if we look at its piece placed, it's all null. It didn't actually add any in there somehow. It's all false and null. Sippy, can't tell if it's what I'm already doing, but could you give all pieces a function to clear adjacent garbage, and then when they chain and clear the pieces in that chain, run that function? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I'm not even at that point yet. That's what I'm trying to, that's what I, yes. Yeah. Yep. So, basically the code, the plan that I have for this code, and I've written it out in essentially a pseudo form because it hasn't worked yet, but yes, so every piece is constantly checking all around it. Do I have garbage above me? Do I have garbage to the left of me? Do I have garbage to the right of me? Do we have garbage below me? Right? And in theory, if any of those are true, and it does have garbage in any of those directions, so if I have garbage adjacent, then at the moment that it, so when I get cleared, right, when it normally gets cleared, because I'm in a chain, when I get cleared, because I'm in a chain, it is then going to check to see, do I have any garbages If yes, then it's going to clear them. It's going to clear those garbages. If yes, clear those garbages. And then, so it's also taking those adjacent garbages and it's making sure to add those into like an array, right? So if we imagine there's some kind of array that has the garbages, if I do have garbages adjacent, it's going to add it to the clearing array, and then at the moment of clearing, it's going to check if we do have any, and then clear those. So hopefully that makes sense. So, but right now, what I'm trying to debug is the moment where when the piece says, I see that there's garbage next to me, I want it to add that here into the garbage array and to actually say, hey, I see garbage. So that's what I'm currently dealing with. It is able to see, in a weird way, it is able to see, but it's like also not able to see. But yeah, so I'm at this point. I do have all this code made, but I can't really test this code until we can even tell, until the pieces can tell it is garbage. So yeah, just debugging right now. So this else isn't happening when there's a piece to the left, which is super interesting. And yet it isn't true. So what is it then? If it's, I mean, it must be neither true nor false. I guess I'd be curious here, like, what does happen? So print get parrot name sees garbage, sees something to the left. And what is that something? It is whatever this is. So that's only going to be if for things on the left, just to keep it simple. So I'll play until we get garbage on the left. Okay, I will hand deliver it somewhere convenient. Okay, we got all kinds of stuff on the left. Great. So now I'm gonna go find those pieces. All right, this one does have a piece of garbage on the left, and it is called separated 4. So I'm gonna look for separated 4. Nothing. Any others that have something on the left? Separated 2. Separated sees something to the left. Okay, separated sees... So there, it's able to see... So this piece that I'm flashing right here does see separated 2 to its left. But separated 2 just sees nothing. You know what? I wonder if the garbage isn't set to collision layer 1. Is that what it is? Or 2, rather. It needs to be set to collision layer 2. That's the problem. That needs to be set to 2. It can't, because a raycast only looks for collision layers 2. Okay. Alright. There we go. That's why it sees something, but it's like, but it's not something. Actually, it's technically seeing nothing. So it's not false. It's not saying, oh yeah, that thing I see isn't what you said for me to look for. But it's also not saying, oh yeah, that thing you told me to see is what you told me to look for. It's literally neither. Okay, cool. Let me just make sure I'm setting this up totally correctly. I actually have that on layer 1 as well. That seems incorrect. I'm just gonna unset that. I might regret that. What's the case on piece pair? Why would it? Because it's not a wall or a ground. I think you wanna no, because it is a wall or a ground because pieces can stack on top of them. So I think that should be I think that should be 1. That way they can still stack. That actually makes a lot of sense. It is technically a ground in some cases. It's Schrodinger's Boolean. Yes, exactly. I love that. Anders doesn't see a huge difference between the regular blocks and the glass garbage ones. Maybe a shader or a little animation. I think there's a pretty obvious difference. I think the difference, I mean, yeah, I don't really understand what you mean. I mean, look at them in Puyo, right? What's the difference in Puyo? The difference is that these are colored and then these are like invisible, right? So really I'm just kind of keeping to the same thing where my pieces are filled in colors and then the garbage is invisible. You know, I think I don't think it's any more confusing than Puyo by default. I appreciate the feedback though, but I disagree. I don't think they need to be more different from each other than they already are. All right, so now that I have that, I think they stand out massively, actually. You need to have an angry face. Yeah, there you go. You think it's more noticeable? All right, agree to disagree. I think they look pretty different. You know, like you're only gonna be able to spawn these. And they behave differently. The way they fall is so different. High saturation Puyos. Yeah, so mine's kind of inverted, right? So my Puyos are more muted color and my garbage is a brighter color. So it's just kind of inverted. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I don't think that's... I don't agree that it looks different, A, and B, I don't think it's important to deal with. It's too much work. Add a jiggle to the glass or give him a surface shader? I don't think so. I don't think that's necessary. All right, so I have a new error to debug, which is invalid access to property key piece particles on a base object of character body 3D. So this could either be similar to what Bart's was predicting earlier, that if it isn't already cleared, then if it isn't already cleared, or if it is cleared already, then it's going to like try to clear it again, which isn't good. So that could be why we're dealing with this. But it could also be that I have my references set up wrong. So it can't find, what do you mean piece particles? This is, oh, there you go. That's supposed to be called garbage particles. I still have to fix that, but garbage Puyos have a small shrinking animation too. Yeah, I just don't think that's necessary. I feel like this is just a game jam game, and I feel like those are the kind of details that are just gonna take too long, and I also just kind of disagree with what you're saying. But I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I do. I think it stands out pretty well. Okay, but it was working, right? The things were in the array. It tried to clear them, and it just had an issue with finding the particles to make the clear happen. So let's see if I can clear another. Oh no, the garbage is blocking me. Okay, invalid access to garbage particles. Okay. So what did it set garbage particles to? It did set it to something. But you're saying you can't access it? Why can't you access it? It looks like you can access it. To me, it seems like you found it. You're saying that they get small and grow again? I just don't, I hear you. I just don't think that's necessary, you know? It just seems like kind of a waste of time. Yeah, they don't, oh yeah, they do flash. Honestly, I gotta give you credit. I never noticed that. Never did I notice that they do that. That's crazy. Wow. Props for noticing that detail. I never noticed that they do that. I mean, I could add that, but I'm gonna squarely put that in stretch goal. Like, you've convinced me that that exists in the original, and therefore there's probably a reason why they put it in there, and it could be valuable to do it. Yeah, I think at this point, with 3 days to go, I think that is a stretch goal, not a priority. You know, I'm trying to get basic functionality here. The last thing I'm worried about is, you know, adding in a little squish animation that doesn't really functionally change much. But yeah, heard. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a game research credit. That is definitely a game research credit. And I'll keep that in mind. Storing garbage super often, is that just for debugging, or is that how it's actually going to be? Because that seems quite hard to manage. Yeah, it's just debug. So I've got sort of so the way that it works right now is, if I pull up character, so right now they're just some attack patterns that are based on 2 values. So if it's the level 0 character, it's not gonna do anything. If it's the level 1 character, then every 6 seconds it's gonna drop 1 garbage. If it's the level 2 character, every 5 seconds 2 garbage. If it's the level 3 character, every 4 seconds 2 garbage, and so on and so forth. So these are just numbers I just slapped in there for now, debug purposes, temporarily, to get them spawning, so we can actually do it. Again, working on functionality, not trying to deal with like balancing and all that stuff right now, not trying to deal with every little design thing. I just want my game to work. So, but yes, you have observed something, that it is too hard that way. So right now it's like this. I could increase that timer, and then what I'd like to do is to add in some variance, right? Kind of a stretch goal thing at this point, but it's definitely a high-ranking stretch goal. That is to say, I would try to definitely do it in the next 3 days. But what I want is to say there's a random chance, you know, with some kind of percentage, that it either does it sooner or later, right? Or a random chance that it does more or less pieces. So there'd be like a baseline time and amount for each level. And then I would also maybe have like a second value in here for like a percentage curve or something like that. You know, there's like a 10% chance that it gets more difficult by a certain amount or something like that for each level. So that would be at some point, but you know, it's kind of hard to really, because I agree with you that it looks too difficult right now. But I think for trying to figure out that balancing, it would be nice if the garbage like functioned correctly, so I could actually practice clearing the garbage and decide, yeah, this is too hard, let's tweak it and stuff like that. Seppi says, the glass stands out. Find the transparency difference in behavior signals to me that they're different, right? Yeah. But I mean, the little squish, it's a cool observation, Andres, for sure. But I agree, Seppi. I think it's quite sufficient. All right, so the issue that we're having is that it isn't able to find the garbage particles. Now it's looking for it on piecegarbage.gd. So that's interesting. Yeah, well, that explains it right there. That's actually very easy. You don't want to say garbage particles. You just say garbage particles. Okay, so again, this is not accounting for, once that queue frees, it is not at all accounting for the fact that it's going to try to queue free something that has been freed. But again, thanks to what Bartz was saying earlier, I now know that I can do a global array and make sure that it doesn't add the same thing in there twice. But let's at least get to that error so that way I know everything leading up to it indeed needs to be fixed. Okay, so it looks like we'll probably be able to clear that one pretty soon. And I also need to make sure the spawned piece and the garbage don't interfere with each other. That's something to change as well. But for now, just so we can't do that. But for now, I just want to get it working. Okay, here we go. Bam! Garbage cleared, baby! Nice! Hey! Let's go, dude. Garbage is clearing. Hell yeah. Let's see if we can clear both of those garbages. Oh no! Okay. Yes! Awesome. Let's freaking go. I wonder if it's setting it to the right one. Okay, so maybe this is where that error, I think we just may have gotten that error. Attempted to, yes. So previously freed. So right there, that's what Bartz was anticipating. So let's make that work. Let's go! Okay, good. So let's go to piece placed, and instead of collecting them here in garbage neighbors, I'm actually going to make a global array that holds the current set of garbage neighbors, which means we do have to clear that after every clear. So in globals, let's set that up. Garbage neighbors. Yep. Looks fine to me. And then we do have this. I don't know. Is that in? I thought that was. Oh, okay. Reset grid arrays. But that's not going to be on every clear. So, okay. So actually, that's actually in game scene. When we do clear grid. No. Just kidding. Wait a minute. Where is it? Free all chains, clear chain data. Here. This is where we want to run it. So then I'd want to say globals, garbage neighbors, clear it. So it can just update it. I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, it's going to update it again. I think you're actually safe to do that. We do want to clear it at the end of every chain. And then on piece placed, now in here, we're going to want to say if I'm getting to the point where I really wish I put these in a variable. I really do wish I put these in variables. I think I'm going to do it now. It's just getting a little cumbersome to type ray left, ray right every time, and it just kind of, I mean, it's kind of pointless, but it's kind of not at the same time. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, I don't need these prints anymore. Those are trash. Very helpful at one time, but now they are not useful to me. Okay. And when does it run clear old neighbors? Right after it checks for garbages. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna set these all to globals. This is fine. Oops. So that removes ones if it changes, so if they like shift around, that's supposed to keep that updated. And then I'm gonna put these in an array because it's bothering me. It's getting annoying. I'm gonna say variable ray left get collider. You could even potentially do it in here. And set that to, or say variable garbage, which is going to be character body 3D. And then we just say that's garbage, and then append garbage. And specifically, we're appending that to globals, but we want to say if globals garbage neighbors has garbage, but we want to say if it doesn't have it. So if it doesn't already have that piece of garbage in it, if it doesn't already have that piece of absolute freaking garbage in it, what the hell? Let me type this right. If it doesn't have that piece of garbage in it, then please add it. Okay. So I'm gonna want to replace some of this on every single one of these. Except we just have to rename this. This is right. This one is right. It's just gonna be ever so slightly cleaner this way. And easier for me to add new conditions like that should it become necessary. Okay, paste that over the top. Whoops. Call that up. Up. Same thing down here. Whoa. Okay. Sure. Try that again. Call this down. And down. Okay. If not down. If not up. Oops. If not left. That one's right. Okay. Okay, so that'll make sure we don't get all these debugger errors down here. It should update that accordingly, and it should clear it as well. So let's see if we can avoid it without getting those errors. And it looks like the particles that are blasting out aren't the right color. So I could also do that, fix that. But for the most part, I think we're at that balancing point that Seppi was alluding to. Oh! Invalid access to property key garbage neighbors on a base object of node 3D. Oh yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. So what we actually want this to be is not current place piece node garbage neighbors, which means I don't really need to keep track of the current place piece node anymore. Oh well. This actually goes to globals, garbage neighbors. Okay. Try it again. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on the particles that come out, but I'm pretty sure it is not, whoops, it is not showing us the right, because it's supposed to, the pieces that break apart are supposed to be the same color as the piece that it was. I couldn't tell if it was just like untextured or if it was doing like the wrong texture. It actually needs to be a different mesh. Now that I think about it, I bet it's just, it's applying the right color, but the mesh needs to be different. That's why it doesn't look right. Because the garbages have their own special mesh. Whereas most blocks don't. So that's what actually, now okay, this is a pretty easy fix actually. Yeah. Good. Looks like it works good. Let's try to break some more of these. And then the other thing to think about, Seppi, is what I want to add in is that when you quote-unquote send garbage to your opponent, I want it to make the opponent like dizzy. Holy crap. And it will delay how frequently they can send out pieces. I still think that it needs to be nerfed, but I think that it gives you some way to fight against them. Which is the other part of the mechanic that I want to get today. Oh no! Okay, alright. So I clearly need to fix that. And basically what I need to do is I need to make sure that the garbages only spawn in. Or rather, yeah, they kind of need to have their own state, basically. That makes, I guess, well, you know what we could do? I could say that, like, that, what if they don't have their own state? What if they just, like, don't collide? I feel like there's a bug happening here. I feel like sometimes it's doing non-adjacent garbages. Okay, look, this is not bug-free. This is not what bug-free is at all. So A, we got bugs. B, I actually forgot what B was. I was saying it, but I lost it. Oh, that's it. So I need to make sure that they don't collide with each other. So I think if we just say that garbage and the current modified pair, they can't bump into each other, that should help. Okay, let's start with that. And I feel like there are some matches that are clearing garbage that shouldn't. So I think we do have some problems. I think we got a few problems. Actually, let's first get the garbage particle to be the right mesh. So if I come to draw passes, now one thing, I almost like don't even want to set the color of the particles. I kind of think we don't need to, if I'm being honest. We don't really need any of this at all. We don't ever need to run the color. We do run color. Let me see if I can find it. Color 1. Where do we run that on the garbage? I mean, I don't even think we're running it anywhere. So I might be safe to just come to this GPU particles here, make sure I make its draw pass unique, and if I go to the garbage mesh, and I save it as, okay, come over, okay, all right, okay, garbage mesh .tscn, come over here, save it as, what? KB save, oh, right, okay, duplicate it, then save that as, what? Okay. Okay, hold on. Can I just like slap it in here or something? Save that as, you know, I need to make it unique and then save it as. Thank you. Okay, come over here. Meshes, and this is gonna be called garbage mesh. I probably didn't need to do it the way I did it, but that's okay. So we actually have this mesh to emit as a particle. I'm gonna delete that. Now if I come back to piece garbage, go to GP particles, and that's unique. And we're gonna load in garbage mesh, so that way that's there. And then we just need to set the right material, which is that. Okay, looks good. So that should hopefully work okay, probably. Unless it tries to replace it, which hopefully it won't. And, well, just to make sure, don't we have piece mesh? But it's the same. Okay, so now let's see if I can fix these collisions. So the collision mask that it's looking for is anything on layer 1. But we don't need the masks. Well, we need one or the other. Piece pair is what we have the issue with, where it's colliding with things it's not supposed to collide with. We can see that piece pair is on layer 1, which I do need it to be on layer 1. Now I could give it a new layer. Hey Kai, welcome. Thank you for being such a great supporter of the channel. I appreciate you for that. How you doing on this day? I'm setting up garbage. In Puyo, there's these little pieces that spawn that get in your way, that your opponent sends you and that you send back to your opponent when you get combos and you clear stuff. And I've got that kind of set up at this point. But it's got some bugs, so I'm going through and trying to fix them. So like here, if I clear that, you see that little kind of clear Puyo that fell down? That's garbage. And that garbage can't be cleared by normal matching. It's cleared by adjacent matches. And I've got that working with bugs. Currently the bug that I'm trying to squash related to that is that it's colliding with the pair of pieces, which is not good. So I'm trying to set up the pair so it's kind of like on a different layer, but then I just have to make sure that, you know, that layer is also set up to work correctly. So we'll see. Yeah, but Lee's, I think you have to, well, no, because it's different collisions. No, that'll be fine. Okay, and then taking on the garbage or taking it out? I'm taking on the garbage, and taking on the garbage so I can take it out. You know what I'm saying? The only way I can take out the garbage is if I take it on in the first place. It's very fun to say things like that. Like as I'm coding, it's just like, you know, if it sees garbage, like if that piece is total garbage, then delete it. Delete that garbage over there. It's kind of satisfying, actually. Yes. Emoji wall not working. Let me fix that. I had some issues with my chat earlier, and I forgot to update the emoji wall. I'm glad you used it. The emoji wall is only for members, so it required that a member said something with an emoji for me to notice that it needs to be fixed. Okay, just give me a second. Hopefully we'll be like caught up here or whatever. I'm a little concerned about the new URL on the chat app. Because the new URL for the chat app is like version based. Which then it's like, okay, so every time that I update my chat app, I have to like update the URL manually. It's kind of brutal. Okay. Work is fairly busy. Always insane. No! Why can't it just not be insane? Hopefully the emoji wall is working. I'm not exactly sure. But hopefully. Feel free to test it. Whoever you may be. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish it could be chill. I wish it could be chill for you. So let me just see like what problems this arises. I feel like putting this, but if it's on the layer 3, I feel like it's not gonna collide with anything, which is not good. But I just want to kind of see that it's broken. I want to see it with my eyes. Okay, it's not broken at all, which is surprising actually. I'm not sure how that works. Also, then the garbage layer has to like change when it lands, which is gonna be weird. Interesting. Our like going to break. Oh yeah, I started that sugar film documentary. Good stuff. It's good, right? Nice. I love that. Yeah, we were talking about that during the member stream. I'm really glad. I'm glad you like it. I loved it. It's what made me want to stop eating sugar as much. For anyone who's curious, it's a free movie. It's on different platforms. It's called That Sugar Film. It's good. It's nice. It's kind of like Super Size Me, except with sugar. And I think more interesting and more educational. It is in everything, right? Ketchup, just like any kind of sauce probably has sugar in it. Yeah. Love that, Kai Guy. Well, that's it. I think just going through that process of beginning to look at labels and be aware of where sugar is the first step, you know? Because if you aren't paying attention to that, then you can't even begin to make those decisions. So, yeah, just start looking at labels and checking to see what version of sugar is in there. I find added sugars in the nutrition labels, the added sugars is the most useful thing to look at. Sometimes they're able to bypass that, and so you do still have to kind of look at the ingredients for like things like cane sugar and stuff, but yeah, making sure that added sugar number is low. I'm so glad you watched it. That's awesome. And it's got to be a slow process. You know, you can't just cold turkey sugar. You got to start weaning off, and then finding like, okay, where am I okay with sugar sometimes? Then just now you walk into the break room, they put out 3 trays of free cupcakes. No, universe testing you right now. You know, the thing is that the harsher you are with trying to make that change, the harder it's gonna be to make that change. So, you know, if normally you would have a cupcake, right? Maybe normally you'd have 2 cupcakes, just have 1. You know, you gotta start small. You gotta start small. But you try to do too much too soon, it's gonna be demotivating. Well, I'm very surprised that putting piece pair on a collision layer 3 doesn't seem to do literally anything. What if I put its mask on 3? Surely it's doing something. It must be doing something. There we go. Okay, so it was the mask. Now we're clipping through everything. Okay, good. So I'm actually a little surprised at the layer. I'm just gonna have no layers set then. If it's useless. And then on the let's go to the main scene, I need to make sure that the walls are on layer 3 right now. So that way we can actually bump into those walls. And so I guess what I would say is make sure the garbage, or the garbage isn't looking for layer 3 or isn't on layer 3 until they hit the ground. That way they pass right through the piece pair. Okay, the walls are back, but these other pieces will just pass right through. So for normal separated pieces and preset pieces, so we're gonna go to preset piece. I'm gonna make sure that this is set to layer 3. I don't think I need it on mask 1. I don't know that I need mask 1 on there. For like 2 weeks ago, you bought monk fruit liquid sweetener to use in your coffee instead of sugar. Nice. Monk fruit is sweet, right? Monk fruit I think is really good in coffee. I think that's probably the best use for it. I find monk fruit to be like a little bitter, and it's super, super sweet. Yeah, bit by bit, exactly. But with something like coffee, that bitterness, it kind of complements the bitterness that's already in coffee. So monk fruit is solid though, because it's like sweet, so it gives you that flavor of sweetness. Nice. So you're already on the path. Love that. Yeah, I'm just gonna take off some of these masks and see if there's consequences. Piece pair on 3, and then, or preset pieces on 3. And then on piece pair, I'm gonna wanna make sure the separated parts are also on collision layer 3. And you know what? We're gonna kill that mask. And the mask isn't doing anything. Well, what's the point of keeping it? Maybe I need to keep it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that is useful. I think it's useful in the garbage, but I learned there's 2 different types of additives to monk fruit sweetener, different bitterness profiles. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Nice. Different bitterness profiles. I love that. Yeah, I was into monk fruit like maybe 5 years ago. So I wonder if like there's more information now than there was then. Noted. Back to your regularly scheduled garbage. I love that you said something though. I'm so glad that it's like a part of your sugar journey. That what we were talking about on Monday is part of your sugar journey. That's awesome. Okay, all right. We do need to put those on mask 1, otherwise they don't hit the ground. Good to know. Well, that's why we try things. You know, sometimes it's to remember what's important in this life. And collision mask 1 is very important. Okay. That's funny. You probably also need to set that then on piece pair before you get started. Oh, it is, right. Okay. All right, we're good. So then the last thing I'll need to do, assuming I've got everything set up right, is I need to make sure that when the garbage hits the ground, that it now will collide with the pairs. Okay, we got good colliding. Whoa! That's crazy. Wow, that's wild that it's like moving it. That's nuts. Okay, so it's just passing right through the garbage when we don't want it to pass through the garbage. So then we need to add something special onto the garbage script. That setting's separated automatically, which is fine, but we need to know when it has hit the ground. So how do we know? Well, is on floor would probably be a good moment. Right, that's when just fell becomes true. So really I'm just trying to identify when it becomes a placed piece. Okay. So we could say this. Now there's already going to be a physics process, so I think we'll need to say super physics process and if just fell, and I'll say if not, if just fell and not placed, so we're gonna create variable placed, I'll say placed garbage, boolean false. So if it hasn't been flagged as placed garbage yet, because the just fell will run multiple times, and I only need it to run once here. So placed garbage becomes true. Make placed garbage true, and then yeah, we can just say that itself gets a collision, or like set collision layer value 3 true. That way it can then bump into piece pairs, or the piece pairs won't pass right through it, but the piece pairs will pass through it. It's a little iffy, because it does mean that if you have a piece pair right here and the garbage falls right there and it hasn't collided yet, this is a bit iffy. I kind of am a little concerned about this. I don't think that's gonna quite work. This could cause some problems, actually. And you probably want like a call deferred. Yeah, this is messy. So like that worked, but there's gonna be an edge case where if that garbage hasn't quite touched the ground yet, and neither has the piece pair, and if they pass over each other, it might, oh yeah, the garbage is not clearing correctly. It might just cause some physics issues. Oh, I couldn't even get it to happen there. Yeah, we got garbage clearing problems. So maybe it's fine. Again, it would be such a very particular edge case. Oh, there it was. And it just pushed it. You know, if it just pushes it, I mean, that was one time, right? So, I mean, there could be other times where it's not so lucky. And it actually creates a bit of a mess. So we'll see. I think it's just going to take practice and playing. I think what we're seeing is... Okay, so if I match these... Yeah, that'll clear all those. It cleared all of them. So somehow it's not clearing which ones are supposed to be removed as garbage. Because look, they're adjacent to pieces, but they're not necessarily adjacent to chains. Ah, now this is kind of taking us back to what Bartz was saying when I should do a dictionary. I had a feeling I was going to come back to what Bartz was saying as a dictionary. Because in the dictionary, we can say, hey, what piece is it adjacent to? Okay. Oh dear. Okay, we actually have a bit of a problem here. Because... So before, it was set up to say that things that are only clear the pieces, the garbage that you, who are currently being cleared, only clear the pieces of garbage that you're adjacent to, right? That's what we were originally saying. Only clear the pieces that you're adjacent to. The problem with that is if it is adjacent to multiple pieces. You know what I think we could do? I think we could go back to the old way. I have an idea that might kind of be good enough. So I do have to go back to globals. I'll comment it out for now. And then let's go to placed piece, and I'm going to return the garbage neighbors variable here. And I'm going to remove the references to the globals ones. Oh, we already have the debugger popping off. Look at that. Wow, it's even doing the same thing anyway. I wasn't even clearing the freed ones. That's not good. That's not good. I'm surprised, because I thought we were clearing that array after every clear. So I'm actually a little shocked. I'm tempted to use has. On clear old neighbors. Right. Right. So that was actually a different error than I thought. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right, so I don't even know that I really need to clear them. I don't even think this is necessary. Truth be told, because it's going to be freed. Well, it is necessary for some of them. Wow, this is a little tricky. Okay. All right, I'm actually going to put it back to the old way that it was. And if we get two things trying to clear the same piece, I'm going to deal with that when that happens. It's going to be a little tricky. Okay, so I'm going to set this to not be globals anymore. For now. For now. So I'm obliterating all these globalses. For now. And that also means that over on piece single, we need to start tracking current place piece again. Okay. Now we should get the same issue. But one more. Well, let's come back to that. I know you said it many times, but dang, this is a complicated game. It is. It is a complicated game. I know. Next game like Jam. I know I said it for this one. I mean it this time. The next one's gonna be so much less complicated. It just is. I know what it's gonna be, and it's gonna be less complicated. That's in July. Yeah, this one, and the reason why I said the next one, when I said last time that the next one was going to be less complicated, there was a different one that I was imagining for that. And I had to change the game at the last second to this. And so that was quite unfortunate. But I still kind of thought this would be easier than it was. It is. It's very complicated. It is. Especially if you want to, implement so many of the things. My next life is going to be less complicated. Depending, it could be. You might be right about that. But you know, if you come back as a lower life form, a simpler life form, maybe it's actually more complicated to be a simpler life form. Okay, so it seems like it's clearing them. Oh, okay. All right. Nice. For game dev babies like me, yes, it's gonna be easier. So you're gonna have to probably come up with your own scope to add to it, which I don't love, but you know what? There's probably gonna be hidden things I don't even realize that make this game complicated. The one I have in mind, it won't be that complicated. It won't. And I feel like most of y'all are gonna know. I feel like everybody knows the game too, which is awesome. Puyo. I don't think was the most recognizable game. It is a very popular game in Japan. Obviously, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, pretty popular outside of Japan, but you know, generally, it's still not. It's not going to be as well known as the game that I plan on for July. It's going to be super well known. So I think y'all will find that your game dev babyhood is satisfied. Okay, so we got an error here. Cannot call method getNode on a previously freed instance. Right, so this is that, right? This is it probably trying to run a clear, or a getNode in this case, on the same piece. So the same garbage is being detected by multiple pieces, would be my guess. So we'll just say, now the garbage neighbor's size is greater than 0, but let's say if, well, we could do the well, it's not even gonna be, the weird thing is it's not even, how is it, so it does see it as, that's crazy, because it's iterating through the type character body 3D, so it still has the type character body 3D, even though it's freed, which is actually a little shocking. I would have thought that it would just hit an error here. Alright, so if garbage, I guess if it's not null, like it does say null, so we might be okay. But that's not what garbage, yeah, good null. I think it'll be okay. So we'll say if it's not null, then do all this. Now I still need to clear that, so it's, well, actually you kind of don't. You kind of don't, because those pieces, it's not gonna memory leak that bad. It won't memory leak that bad. We could say that when it updates the grid array, we could have it like iterate through, or even we don't even have to do it there. We could do it here and say go clear the ones that are set to null. So right here, if it is set to null, then maybe we could say garbage neighbors erase garbage. I don't know if that'll work. You know, pieces aren't gonna last that long, so it would only build up so much. But it could be good practice just to clear it out. And look, I want to say, like, I'm not saying that I'm not gonna pick complicated games for future Game Like Jams, because I do want to. Like, I'm so glad that I had to make this game. I've learned a crap ton. But I don't want every single one to be difficult. At some point, it would be nice if I could, like, rank the difficulty on the jam page. But, I mean, I would have ranked this one very differently I would have thought it wasn't that bad, and it turns out it's that bad. So I need to get better at sensing if it is that bad. Oh yeah, this is working nice. We are getting some errors though, but functionally it looks really good. But I don't want all those errors. That's so brutal to like see the garbage falling and it literally blocks me in the middle of trying to place a piece. That's so punishing. Oh my gosh. I love it though. It's making the game so much more dynamic. Really satisfying. Awesome. It's going good. Like, it's working. I'm just kind of enjoying myself at this point. All right, let me check these errors here. Perfect. Attempted to use has on a previously freed object. Attempted to erase an invalid object. Interesting. So what's going on these arrays here? Would be kind of nice. Like, so they just look like previously freed? I don't know if I can erase something that's previously freed. So maybe they just have to build up. But it's still, that means it's still gonna hit the has. And where is the has happening? On clear old neighbors here. Yeah. Well, I think with this, you would just want to say if garbage neighbor left is not set to null, then do that, and just do that for each of these. If the right one is not set to null, if the up one is not set to null, if the down one is not set to a null. So hopefully that will kind of fix that. But this would also be a great time. Yeah, this would be a good time. If we, this would, I mean, you could even say here, if it is set to null, get rid of it. But apparently, I can't just erase something that's previously freed, which I did not know that. I did not know that. Again, you know, if these previously freeds build up, I don't know. I don't know that it's like the end of the world. You know? Like, it does mean the arrays are going to get bigger and bigger, but eventually that piece is going to be cleared. One way or another. Either the player loses... Oh. Wait, what is that? Why did I do that? Whoops. Oh, I remember. I just like started to, yeah, okay. Because it's only going to be previously freed if indeed like a garbage is there and then it goes away. It not only goes away but gets cleared. I just feel like it can only ever really get so gigantic. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on that debugger down there. We are gonna get some for the erasing. Hopefully only the erasing. I think. Nice. No errors. Love it. Love it. It's looking good. Okay, there we go. Errors. close it. All right, so this is when it's trying to erase something. Attempted to erase an invalid object. I'd be kind of curious if there isn't some other way to remove these. I think that there isn't, and maybe I'm just okay with that. I feel like I've searched this before. And like how it says previously freed. It's like this is probably why you're saying that, right? That is honestly a hilarious error. I love the personality that some of these errors have, man. But I'm trying to attempt to erase, very specific, an invalid one. No results. Nobody has ever tried to erase an invalid and searched it in the world. No one has ever done that. All right, AI, come on. What am I gonna do? Avoid you? You're right there, and you're the only one who's giving me an answer. Yeah. I get it. What the hell are you talking about? We try to interact with the deleted object by consider removing that reference and making it null after the object has been freed. Wait, after? Right. Oh, interesting. So if I like get that index instead of looking, okay, how about this? If we assign whatever index it's at, I could potentially just say, hey, erase that index. Don't look for the value, just go to that index. Find returns an int, returns the index. Okay, perfect. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna say. If it's not null, we're gonna make a new variable here. And this variable is going to be garbage index. That's gonna be an integer. And I want that to be equivalent to garbage or garbage neighbors find garbage. So it won't be freed by that point. It will not yet be freed. Well, actually, you shouldn't assign it here because it actually might be freed by that point. It's a little tricky. Can we make this a bit less confusing too? Yeah, I will. The only thing is it might assign one. Okay, I'm gonna set this integer to 666. Just leave me alone. Let me do it. And I'm gonna want if it's not null, I want garbage index, or I want to then assign it. Set garbage index garbage. Assign garbage index to garbage neighbors find garbage. Right, but then you don't have the else anymore. That's the problem with that. That's why that doesn't work. Well, you would need like another if statement then, which is pretty terrible. It's like check it twice. Well, I mean, you could say here, you could make this an else. This is terrible. Same if statement, checking it twice. I mean, it kind of makes sense because I need this to be set first. And then I want to use this if else. So I'm gonna say if it is set to null, it's kind of weird, but I don't care. If it is set to null, okay, then do an else here. But also erase, that's looking for a value. I needed to erase, but I needed to erase it based on an index. Remove at, done. Easy. It's so easy. Remove at garbage index. But we need to say if garbage index is not set to 666. I know, this is crazy. I don't really care. I mean, it might like work. Did I do it? Did I do everything I needed to do here? I mean, if I did, just nothing will happen. No errors. It'll just be silent. And we can probably assume that everything's working, probably, maybe. Probably the easiest way to check it would be to like try to run an erase or something like that and have it report back that there's an error. I don't know. Just to see what happens. So he's got to play a little. Maybe try to get through a full couple rounds. And so that's the thing, like, was that the, and I hear what you were saying earlier, that it seemed kind of difficult, but sometimes I feel like with this game, it might not be that difficult to do that, you know? Like the way this one is set up, I keep making mistakes. Because for now, there's only 5 levels. So I think level 1 being kind of hard is like kind of okay. Oh no! Okay, so now this bug, I actually don't know what this bug is. That is... That is one I have not figured out yet. But I will say, the errors look good. I'm guessing it's like a floating point error, and it's trying to spawn it in just like a little bit over or something. I actually do think I'm passing integers into floats. So you know what? I bet that's it. Let's see if I can fix that. I bet you we're doing an integer float kind of situation. So right here, I'm saying position integer. You should say float. Now it's tough because the iteration is going to be... Can I type it? Can I force that to be a float? Maybe that operands float and float for modulo. Oh. Oh dear. GD script modulo float. It only works on integers in 2017. Gets rid of the decimal parts. Yeah, but that's gonna be pretty brutal. Mod F is what you're looking for? Nice. For those of us in the future, the function is really fmod. Okay. I need the modulo to be replaced with fmod. I gotta get some other chat help for this one. Okay, fmod i6. Like that. Okay, and then over here we gotta do the same kind of thing. We want a random float in range, not a random integer. Okay. Let's see if that gives us or reduces any likelihood that it's gonna give a rounding error. Yeah, I guess if I really wanted to be safe, I could also add in like an actual rounding method, but I think if we don't try to force an integer into a float, we're more likely to avoid this. And it seemed to only happen when it was on the far left, which kind of makes sense, because that's right near the wall. What? What? Wait, why did that just collide with the air? I think you've introduced another rounding error. Look at that right there off to the side. Wait a minute. No, no, no. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Don't be that way. No, no, no. Okay, so we do need to. Okay, we do need to do something here. Curious. What did you think that you were supposed to be there? I really need the garbages to be named garbages. Okay. I should have them set name. Can we do that actually? Can we have their name set themselves? Can we say set name garbage? It would just make debugging a little bit easier. Piece type 1, piece type 2, I think is garbage. I think, no, because it wouldn't be separated. I'm actually not sure which ones are the garbages at this point. I mean, if you break it down, you'll see pretty quickly which ones the garbages are. Piece mesh, piece mesh, piece mesh. It's not going to be any of the separated ones. Those are presets. Actually, I'm not sure which ones are the garbages. Oh, it's literally called character garbage. That would have been an easy way to find it. Right, and then that's piece type 1. Okay, so whatever is on piece type 1, that's our garbage. Okay, got it. I wasn't sure which piece type it was supposed to be. It's 1. But we have a couple different garbages on here, right? There's not just one. Three. Again, just looking right here. 3. I mean, there's clearly 4 of them. All right, let's do the 3D input. I guess since it's paused, I can't click on these. Okay, unpause it. Okay, just hold on a second. Okay, wait, play it again. Click on that one, pause it. Okay, so that's this one, piece type 1. Okay, we got it. Now, what is your position? 1.197. That is egregious. Jeez. What I'm not sure of is, did it become 1.197? Or was it just always 1.197? I mean, at least it's not colliding with the wall, but now it's pushing off of the wall. All right, back to game scene. Let's round them. So our random, I mean, Lise, you're doing a random float range between 1 and 6. Of course it can go. Of course. That suddenly seems very obvious to me now. Okay, so we want to make sure we do round that random X down. Suddenly that makes a lot of sense. The nearest whole number. I actually would love for it to, so we want to floor it because we want to make sure it rounds down every time. Okay. That's funny. You know what? Makes perfect sense. How could I fault that for being what happened? It happened exactly like I told it to. Okay, put the normal game input in there. Let's see. Okay, so far so good. Nice. No errors. We're playing, baby. We're playing the Puyos. The Puyos are Puyoing. Not clearing a lot of garbages. Oh, denied. Nice. No errors. Oh yeah, because that would have... I think that one might have otherwise caused an error if we hadn't fixed stuff. So I think we're about ready to actually start working on throwing garbage back at the opponent. You know, I'm gonna play a little bit longer just to make sure it's all set up right. But it's looking pretty good right now. It's looking damn good. Oh, come on! That's where I was gonna put it! Love it. Love it. I think this one, I think it is a little more challenging than it needs to be. I think putting that randomization in there where it could potentially do worse. But again, if you, the player, are sending, you know, if you're stalling the opponent from attacking you, I think that's going to make a huge difference. Because if you're clearing pieces, you don't have to worry about the opponent doing bad stuff. Whoa! The garbage being underneath the presets is crazy. It's actually pretty useless. It's not really garbage at that point. Now I am, dude, I do get those weird, like, oh no. Okay, oh, dude, what happened? Okay, so we did get that error where it gets funny. What was that? Why did that happen? Okay, what? I don't even know how to debug that. I wonder where it tried to spawn it. think if I'm gonna try to debug this, I need to make sure I'm printing the initial position of every garbage, and then when one gets funky, I gotta go look to see what was the initial position of that funky garbage. And that's only ruling out one possibility, but okay, all right. We got things to think about. I definitely need to get rid of this, so we just have less chaos in our prints. And I also want to say that when we spawn garbage, right here, I haven't actually tested if you spawn greater than 6 yet, which I probably should. Probably would be a good idea. So we're gonna say garbage to spawn new garbage position is, and yeah, I guess just tell me whatever it is at that moment will probably be good. I am gonna put some new lines there to isolate it a bit, so it kind of stands out. And then I just kind of need to play it and set that bug off. And again, that's only going to eliminate that its initial position wasn't floored correctly. So not the most useful thing. You know what else I'm going to do to make this easier to find? We're going to search new garbage position in the filter, so that way I only see the prints for new garbage positions. Would probably be nice. So hopefully the only arrows that come through, or the only prints that output, are ones relevant to this. So we should see one as soon as a new one appears, and there it is. It's new garbage position. Oh, my bad. It's supposed to print the position, and let's do the name, so it's just less cumbersome of a print. What is that? Why is it wiggling like that? Why you want to be that way? You could be a lot of ways. Why be that way? Why not be a different way? Okay, that one's at 114.0. So that looks totally fine. 414.0, so it's really that X position that's the most interesting to me at this point. Now, unfortunately, just using the name is actually not that useful, because at that moment, they all have the same name. So I guess we do want the cumbersome one on here. And again, I'm just gonna have to play a lot until that wacky one comes in. Okay, and I'm gonna close the output for now, just so I can actually see the game bigger. And yeah, we're just gonna play and wait patiently for that bug. I could actually probably force the bug sooner by always having garbage spawn on the left. That seems to be where it tends to happen. Kind of curious that one on the left. It's at 1. That's good. Well, oh, come on! Dude, that's brutal. The garbage pushing you out of the way is so mean. I kind of love it, though. That was a bug that I do need to fix. Ignore that one. I do not consider it of utmost importance. Dude, that is so mean. But I kind of like it. I think it's a nice emergent tactic that an opponent is using against you, the player. I do think Seppi's right. I do think it's a little too difficult. That's okay. Fixable. Oh, I just kind of locked myself in there. I wonder too if it has to do with moving to the next level. Like if it's not going to happen until I'm on level 2. That'll be interesting. Okay, so we're on level 2. Oh, right away. So it definitely has to do with moving to level 2. Now, nothing is out of the ordinary here. Everything is floored correctly. So there's something else going on. I mean, definitely one immediate thing I notice is that the name is different. Which, like, why? Why does it have a different name? Just because we're on a new level, it gets a new name. So this is that piece. There's another garbage over here. We can see that it is not marked as placed garbage yet. I guess because it hasn't quite found its... Here, let me move this. It hasn't quite found itself on the floor yet, I guess. Because it's still, like, moving, which is kind of weird. It hasn't been marked as just fell yet. Why would moving to level 2? I mean, the position of the level doesn't change. I wonder if at that spot there's something it's colliding with. So the way that the level changes work is it removes. It's kind of confusing. I don't even know if I can explain it. All right, we're just gonna restart it. But I do want to show you how the level changing works, just as a way to kind of understand and help me understand like what's happening here and why it might be an issue. But I think I have an idea that it could be that on level 2 there actually is something with collision at the spot that I'm spawning it in, and so it's like spawning on that collision and then causing. I think I actually. Okay, we'll see. All right, so I'm gonna zoom out here, and we're gonna just move to the next level. And so when I move to the next level, watch what happens. Kind of confusing. Let me zoom out even more. Okay, that kind of makes it a little bit more obvious what's happening. So the entire background shifts up. The first time, the entire background shifts up. So that way the sky goes away. Actually, everything shifts up the first time. It's very confusing. It's like kind of hard to like wrap my head around. I made it, but it's still confusing. Yeah, so level 1 is right there, right? It's right at the top. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom it at least for a second. Here. Alright, it's kind of visible. So level 1 is right there, right? That's where like the grid is. And then we have this whole background component with the sky and the dirt. Now when we start the game, you can see that these pieces, here I'll restart it. When we start the game, you can see the pieces fall from like this row right here, or a little bit higher. Now if I move to the next level, the pieces are actually all spawning in the exact same place, right? So if I point my finger here, and this is where all the pieces are gonna drop from, when I move to the next level, that's gonna be the same place that the pieces drop from again. That isn't changing, that's staying the same. And that's also where the garbages are falling from, is a very similar position right there. So the old level moves up and a new level appears underneath and replaces the old one's position, basically. So old one goes up, new one instantiates in and also moves up. New one instantiates in, old one and new one move up. New one instantiates in, old and new move up. New one, they both move up. And then the old one gets deleted, right? And so what I'm theorizing might be happening is that the level 2, level 3, level 4, that those maybe have, I don't know if, I have a feeling this isn't going to be true, but one possibility is that there's some kind of collidable thing that isn't present on level 1 that is present on level 2. That's where the garbage is spawning, and then it's like pushing it. But I don't know if that's actually it. But that's one theory that I'm going to examine here. I mean, I'm not seeing, I mean, here's the thing, is there's nothing collidable on here. It's all just visual stuff. None of it has like a collision shape. So there shouldn't actually be any physics-based difference between level 1 and level 2. I'll double check. So let's spawn a level 2. And now we're gonna check out the level stuff here. Okay, there's level 2. I just want to make sure this is the scene that I think it is. Yep, it's level 2 too. And that's the one I was just looking at. It doesn't appear that there's anything there that has any kind of physics component. So I don't think that that's what it is. Okay, all right. I wonder if it can even be fixed by like making sure that no garbage can spawn until after the level has started. Because I bet it's like from the previous character. So let's say this. What if they can only spawn, garbage can only spawn when we're in the movement phase? So if I come back to character, good use of what you calls it, state machine states. So when the attack timer times out, the only time we bother actually spawning the garbage is if game states gameplay state is set to game states gameplay states, pair movement. So that's like when the player is like moving a piece around. So that's the only time we'll say that garbage can fall. I mean, I kind of hate that. Like, well, yeah, no, I don't hate that. I think that's fine. So it does mean that the garbage won't like build up if it ticks sometimes when you're not in pair movement, but you know, maybe there's something in like the transition process where things, especially if it's like the whole thing's like moving, where things get weird. So I'm gonna play another level. I could just skip to level 2. I guess I'm like a little concerned that, I mean, we could try it, but I guess I'm a little concerned that it might not actually trigger the bug unless we actually like correctly move between levels. It shouldn't really be different, but maybe I just want an excuse to catch other bugs and stuff too. So there's some, oh, that was the other thing. There are some like little performance issues sometimes. So I definitely need to look into that. And I mean, we're in the editor. I'm not even on the web version, and I'm getting some lag. So there's definitely something going on that needs to be dealt with, performance-wise. But I guess first, let's just make sure everything works. Okay, we didn't have that bug yet, but oh, there it is. Now, that was weird. Okay, so that didn't fix it. That was weird. I'm trying to watch the replay here. It's like it started somewhere else and then it moved. Let me pull up the replay. That was kind of interesting, I would say. Okay, so this is just the replay. All right, so the garbage appears right there. It actually appears, and I bet I can confirm that by looking at the output here. I'm not sure which one is the goofy one, but we can see on these past prints, the last one was at position 4, the one before that was at 4, and then one before that was at 2. So I think it would have been at position 4. And we had another one come in at position 4, and we didn't have a problem. Now, to be fair, that one wasn't this uniquely named one. So again, I don't know if that somehow has something to do with it. But that looks like it's at 4, because 5, 6 would be the end. So it's spawning in at position 4. And then, and this is only happening on level 2, or beyond level 1. So it starts on at position 4, and then very quickly, within a single frame, it also seemed, did I move my piece over to the right? I guess I did. I don't think they collided, because it's not supposed to become collidable until it gets placed on the ground. Like, did it become placed too early or something? And now it's got like physics, and so it's like bumping into things? Very weird. It spawns in at 4, it moves over, it clips through the wall, and it just starts oscillating around the wall. Until it like hits the ground. Is there like 2? Are there 2? Oh, because on level 2, I said spawn 2 blocks. That's why. They're two blocks spawning in on top of each other at the same time. That's what's happening. And so they're fighting with each other and bouncing all over the place. So what I need to do is say, if there's more than one piece at a time, you need to delay them or at least spawn them in different positions and not spawn them at the exact same position. Okay, got it. Woo, that was that was a mystery. Okay, so let's go back to the game scene. Definitely gonna need to investigate that performance issue, because if it's that bad in the editor, it's gonna be way worse on web. That's a given. Okay. So I don't really need to know this position thing anymore. So the way this code is set up right now, if how many is greater than 6, well, we still want to know if it's greater than 1. So I'll say also if how many is greater than... I mean, it's a little confusing, honestly. So wait, how does this work on the character? I'm a little confused. So it spawns garbage with the number that is how many to spawn. How is it even knowing to spawn 2? The only time how many is even particularly relevant is if it's greater than 6. So I guess I'm a little surprised why it's even spawning 2 in the first place. That's a little surprising to me. You know, it's not like I'm iterating through it multiple times. You know, that almost makes me think it's not quite that. But, like, maybe it's built up from the previous enemy? Wow, I'm a little confused by that. Nowhere in here, we're not even using, because it's going to be the else, right? Because we don't have more than 6 coming in, right? So if I look at character and we look in here, the how many is 2. Character level is gonna be 2. I guess it would be nice to know. So we could say, we could also check. So print, and I'll even say variable how many integer equals this. Have that call with how many. And so I would want to say print, what is this on? This is on the character. Let's say level my level character spawned how many garbages, or is spawning how many garbages. Okay, that would be very useful. And then in addition, on the game scene, when it runs spawn garbage, in the else statement, I'd like to know print game scene. I mean, it's weird because there's nowhere. I mean, we could say this, And the thing is that supposed to change the position? It's so weird. Print game scene spawning greater than 6 garbages. Game scene spawning less than 6 garbages. It's like, why would it do an extra one? Unless somehow this runs multiple times. I'm a little confused. Because, I mean, that makes sense that if I'm saying on the second level, spawn multiple, that 2 would be right on top of each other. I just don't see in the code where I'm actually telling it to spawn 2. It says Devlog. Oh no. Oh God. The shame. The embarrassment. I must fix this immediately. Timeless, you have done a wonderful thing. You have done a great, great thing for me. Thank you. Look at this. It is fixed. And I have you to thank, Timeless. I share my gratitude. I don't know what else I can do for you. I wish I could gift you a membership. I'd do it right now. But I can't. Thank you. I should gift memberships. I haven't done that in a minute. You know what? I'm gonna gift some memberships. I can do it. I can't specify who gets them. But I can just do it. Let's hope you get one. Oh wait. Why are you not letting me do it? Oh wait, maybe I can't gift memberships. Okay, I thought I could. Apparently I can't. Wait, really? I used to be able to. Times have changed. That was a nice feature. Oh, never mind. I can't gift memberships. I wonder why. I used to be able to do that. Something done changed. Well, I tried. Sorry. Really? Let me try one more thing. I'm not giving up on this yet. Hold on. I think we can do this. Right? Hold on. One more thing. I'm gonna check the actual video page. Maybe I just can't do it from my, like, studio manager place. There it is. Got it. Let's go. All right. Membership gifting. Bam! 5 gift memberships! Let's go. I was like, they wouldn't take that away. All right. Who got him? Archeri. Eruka Emerium. Coda TXT. Danilo and Geodasher. All got a gift membership. Congratulations. That means you get access to a Monday member stream. It is an up to 12-hour stream I do every Monday. Usually working on art assets and stuff for my game that I'm currently working on. But sometimes I'm doing other things too. Especially when it's not a game like Jam. You also get access to the special emotes. Any emote can be put on screen. Make sure you've got your YouTube and your Discord connected, because then you'll get perks in the Discord as well, and other fun stuff too. All kinds of stuff. All right, let's do one more. I'll do one more gift round of 5. It's just random. I can't choose. I'll see if I get you Timeless, but I don't know. At least you inspired multiple gifts being sent out. Qmerk, Lord Overflow, Lights Out, Jiao Trindade, don't know if I'm saying that right, Philip Johnert, and JJH, not JJHE, you just sent a message. All right, that's it. I apologize that we didn't get timeless one, but that's the fate. That's the fate of randomness. But thank you, Timeless, for inspiring these memberships being sent out. And Mervkins giving us another roll. Thank you, Mervkins, for the 5 gift memberships. Let's go. Brew, Keith, Tetris, It's Paige, and J Crown. Congratulations. You all also have memberships. That's 15 new members. Let's go. And you know what? That means you're going to get a member song. Yep, you're getting a member song, Mervkins. All right, here we go. Oh Mervkins, you threw me a curveball in this stream. Oh Mervkins, I'm feeling so good because of that. Oh Mervkins, you threw a curveball in this stream by throwing out the memberships. Oh Mervkins, you threw a curveball in this stream and it's making me seem happy. Oh, Mervkins throwing a curve in this stream, and now I feel so happy inside of me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mervkins throwing a curveball in. Mervkins throwing a curveball in this stream, and now it seems you get a song so I can be happy. Yeah! Thank you, Mervkins. Look, I'm not a good singer, all right? But donos, gift memberships, renewed memberships. If you're already a member, use your free highlighted message every month. Super chats, all that stuff. That will get you a song. That's how we do it around here. Thank you, Mervkins. I appreciate it. You're dodging the gifts. I'm sorry. There's a couple things to make sure you guys do get gift memberships. I probably should have explained that before I started doing that, but here we are. So, number 1, hit that join button. Okay? Hit the 3 dots up here, and then gift membership settings. And there should be a toggle. Not everybody's gonna have the toggle. It's a mystery why. Some people have it, some people don't. Make sure it's toggled on. If you don't have it, you're probably good. People who have said they don't have the toggle will still get gift memberships. It's happened. Some people don't have the toggle and they don't get gift memberships. We've deduced that if you say that your age is like under, I don't know, maybe 18 or something, I'm not sure, then you won't be able to get them. There's some other reasons, I don't know. So that's number 1. Number 2 is be engaged. If you're here lurking, if you're thumbing up, doing that kind of stuff, that makes it more likely that you will get a gift membership. So do press that thumbs up button too. Thank you, Mervkins. Appreciate you. Hope you've been good. Thanks for continually supporting the channel as well. All right, what the heck was I doing? Everybody's getting memberships today! Except for you. I wanted to give you one for helping me with that typo. If your Google birthday is under 18, you cannot. Okay, that's what it is. There you go. For your Google birthday, thank you. So yeah, so there's just something, and there's something else they say if you have like a brand account, but that's not like necessarily always true. So it's kind of hard to say like what it is. But that one is definitely one of them. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. Okay, what did JJ say that was not them getting a membership? Just to check, can I call my game Meanie Beaned? Ooh, that's a good question. Love that you're making a game, JJ. That's a tough one. That's a tough one, because we do have a rule not to name it too close. Like, here's the thing. I think it's the mean that makes it not okay. So we do have the rule that don't give it a name similar to Puyo Puyo or its global counterparts. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is very similar to the global counterpart. If you put the word bean in there, that doesn't bother me. But the fact that you say Mean Bean, I love that name, but the Meanie Bean, that's adorable. It's so cute. It feels too close. And so the reason why we have this rule is just to like cover the jam's butt. Like, you know, I don't want the jam to be like encouraging plagiarism, right? And so it's more like whatever, if some Sega representative or whoever is coming through here and checking these and like, oh, should we bring the ban hammer down on these people? Or even an AI, so that happened, man. Someone's itch.io page got nuked because like by Funko Pop or something. This like actually happened. This like definitely happened. Funko Pop AI itch.io. This is like a real thing that happened. The whole website got shut down. But specifically, right, so because somebody had like some kind of project up that was like infringing on, yeah, you remember, was infringing on like the Funko Pop brand, a Funko Pop brand or something of some kind, some intellectual property of theirs. There was like some AI that detected that there was an infringement, and they just like issued some kind of thing to the server, itch.io's like server host, and so itch.io got shut down, and itch.io had to like remove that page before they could put their server back on. It was just crazy. So who knows? You know, I don't know. Sega is usually really cool about these things, like fan games and stuff, so it's like in that sense probably fine. But just for the sake of like butt covering on every single jam that we do here, game like jam we do, you know, would rather it not be that close. Yeah, sorry. I love it. That's an adorable name. I mean, after the jam, you can always rename it, I guess. But yeah, good question. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. Okay. The chance is low, but never zero that a company as big as Sega, that some random person called their game similar to a name that Puzo is called in another region. Dude, like, especially now more than ever. You know, before it was like, oh, who's gonna find it? Are they really gonna be looking? With AI, they can very easily be looking. Unfortunately. Yeah. Yep. And just trying to protect the jam. Because this jam is already so close. I usually, well, for the last one, I even put a disclaimer at the top. I didn't for this one. I just kind of felt like, I don't know. Again, Sega is really cool about fan games usually, so I wasn't really that worried. But for the balloons like jam, I technically just don't know anything about Ninja Kiwi or Modern Times Group, who owns Ninja Kiwi. I just like don't know what their like typical like behavior with copyrights are, so I just put like a little disclaimer up here just to like potentially get ahead of that. I didn't do it for Frogger. I probably should have, because Frogger's owned by Konami. Probably should have done it for the Frogger one, but yeah. All right. Anyway, I do my best. None of it's probably particularly the most legal protection, but. And thank you, JJ, for trying to do your best too. Right. I think I wanted to just like. We don't want to just search for new garbage position anymore. Instead, I want to look for all of the garbage's information. Okay. So let's see if we get some of that. I guess I'm just trying to observe, like, what the information coming through is. Okay, so you got level 1 character is spawning 1 garbages. The game scene is spawning less than 6. Okay, that all looks good. We know level 1 doesn't set off the bug. Something that would be nice, if over here in the character, if that print would start on a new line, just to like make it easier to like look at, would be good. Alright, I'm gonna restart it. Oh, it's probably not gonna do the new line in the output, I just realized. Well, no, it will, because it's in the... No, you baked it into the print. No, it should do it. I just maybe have to restart it. Okay, just making sure that that's the way I want it. Playthrough level 1. Oh, maybe it isn't gonna do the new line, actually. Oh well, that's okay. I don't need readability. It really, man, it puts such extra pressure to know those garbages are coming. I see why it's taking so much longer too, because actually I need to kind of fix the code, because if it only can spawn it during piece movement, then that means as long as I place pieces faster than the time frame that it takes for it to spawn, I can actually brick the opponent from ever sending out pieces. Which, I mean, maybe that could be a feature, not a bug. I don't know. I don't love it. It doesn't, I don't know that it promotes the kind of like strategy that I want the game to go for. So I would think what I really want is to like pause the timer, right? Which I think we can do if it's not in pair movement. That way the timer still continues and it doesn't like restart the timer every single time that we exit pair movement, because that kind of sucks. Oh man, that one preset piece. Nice. Okay, level 2. Here we go. We're gonna get the bug. We already know we're gonna get the bug. I'm gonna clear all the prints. Whoa! Whoa! What the hell? What the hell is going on? Okay, wow. I think we just observed 2 different bugs happening at once, but not even... Okay. Couple things. Number 1, earlier when I set up when the garbage hits the ground, that it suddenly becomes collidable with the player's piece. I knew that there was, I hypothesized, there was a possibility that that garbage could clip through the player's piece if the timing was just right, and then they get stuck inside of each other. That is what happened here. That did happen. Also, instead of reproducing the bug that I've been tracking, it spawned the 2 garbages in different places. Which is a little surprising. I still don't understand how it's spawning 2. How is it spawning 2 of them? And it did it twice. It didn't do it twice. Wait, what? Okay, I got some figuring out to do here. Real quick, I have to make some more tea, and because it's gone, and I need to deal with that. So I will be right back. Give me like 2-3 minutes. If you're co-working along with me, go get yourself a snack. You know, get yourself a snack. Stretch your legs if you haven't already. I am going to run some ads for people who get them. It helps the channel a lot. Hit skip if you want to hit skip. It's fine. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. If you don't hit skip though, it does help. It does help a lot. An easy way to support the channel. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Gotta fill up Wait, did it actually? Oh wait, hold on. Did that actually work? It's supposed to show the break visual, but it didn't. Okay. Cool, cool. Well, at least you have to trust me that the break is happening. Okay. Alright. I'll be right back. Weird. Okay. Alright. I'll be right back. It was supposed to, like, put up the little thing, but it didn't. Okay, be right back. That's weird. fresh tea. A little bit longer to boil than I thought. That's alright. That's alright. Alright. So what's our problem? What am I dealing with here? Right, it spawned 2. But how? How does it know to spawn 2? I'm like kind of shocked. I wonder. I know what's happening. Wait, I know what's happening. I realize what's happening. I figured it out. My brain is good. Okay, I know what's going wrong, guys. The problem is the last character's timer is still running, right? It has to be. It's the only explanation. Right? So let's make sure that when a character gets unstaged, we also make sure, but it has to be on that character. Attack, timer, stop. No more attack timer. And then in fact, we only want to connect and start it if... So let's actually take this outside of stage me. I'm gonna put this over here. And we're gonna say if... Oh, it's already there. It says if global's level is set to my level. And then actually let's make this its own function. We're gonna say setup, attack, timer. Func setup, attack, timer. That's gotta be it. Cause I'm not saying anywhere, hey, if you're spawning 2, spawn 2. Which I need to tell it to do that. But I'm not telling it to do that. So how could it be doing that? Okay, so couple things I'm looking for. Number 1, do not spawn 2 pieces at the same time when we get to level 2. I mean, really that's the main thing I'm looking for. I guess I also want to keep an eye out for that issue where we can sometimes have a garbage land on top of a currently being placed piece if the piece is right near the bottom. That's a pretty big deal that needs to be dealt with. I'm honestly a little afraid. I'm not sure I even know how to fix that. I think that's going to be tough to fix, unfortunately. I almost need to assume that it's going to happen and say that in the instance that it does happen, you know, maybe literally move something somewhere else, but then it could move it in the wrong place. That's tough. That's a tough one. Wait, why are those not matching? That's crazy. Well, you can start to see there's a little bit of timing issues here. Oh, wow. I actually need to... Oh, God. We're finding bugs galore. I'm actually going to take a closer look at that moment that just happened right there. Okay, right here. So... See, it spawned a new pair before it noticed that these 4 matched. Which is a little surprising. Now there is a timer that checks to wait to see if there's a match yet. And I would think that that timer was that long. So there we're in adjusting, match checking. See right there, it's in the match checking phase. It should have seen the match right there. And it's in match checking, and you can tell the bottom left, the bar is kind of covering it, but like right here, see? It says match checking. It had all that time to see that match. Why didn't it see it? That's weird. I could assume that it has something to do with the fact that it's a preset piece, but I don't think it does have anything to do with that. The code should be the same on the preset piece as the other pieces. So that's definitely a weird one. I would have liked to have noticed that sooner and observed like what. Now I kind of, okay, I actually should have left some other prints in. So let me just put that back in. Kind of disappointing that I got rid of those. Would have helped me here. This code right here, because then I could have seen what the grid looked like at those different moments. But I commented it out, and I kind of wish I didn't. All right, well, we'll just press on, and I'll keep an eye out for that. Maybe even try to like purposefully make those types of moments happen. We got bugs, y'all. We got bugs. It's hard. It's like a hard game to make. Oh, bad move. And so what are you gonna do if you get that other bug? Do you have a way, the overlapping? I guess a part of me is like wondering if it didn't actually have something to do with the doubles. I don't know why it would though. It kind of wouldn't. Because like even if we can detect that an overlap is occurring, like what are we gonna do? Like how am I gonna adjust the piece at that point? I'd almost want to detect the overlap and then before everything is settled, try to make some kind of move. And I guess ideally it could like remove that garbage and spawn like a new garbage. Or ideally like try to maybe push the garbage to be above the player piece. Okay, it's spawning two. How is it spawning two? And so now we're gonna get the same bug again because all that has to happen is that two spawn in the same place. But here's the thing, I don't understand how it's spawning two. That I find mystifying. So again, we're just not, they're just both aren't randomly landing on the same place. I would believe is why we're not seeing more, or seeing the glitch. It's actually kind of crazy to think about it, that like last time it was always spawning in the same place, but now it just isn't happening. It's brutal. It's very punishing. Oh man. Oh man. It's difficult. Like, did I accidentally add in a protection to keep it from spawning in the same place? How is code that I didn't code being coded? How is this happening? I'm so confused. Whose game is this? Are there... Did some vibe company, like, install an AI onto my freaking IDE? Like, what is even happening? Roderick has a similar issue when garbage and my falling blocks locks at the same time. Oh, that's actually very reassuring. Okay, so those... So it is still potentially spawning in the same place. How is it spawning two? I'm very glad that you have the same issue. I mean, I'm sorry that you have the issue. But I'm also kind of glad that you have the same issue. I mean, you know, part of me wants to even look at what Puyo is doing at that moment. What happens if we're in that, like, same time, same place moment? You know? What happens? Because I'm pretty sure they fall, like, they don't collide. You can't replicate it when you try, but at the same time, you don't want to find out because you don't know what to do with it. You're saying you can't replicate it in Puyo? Interesting. Yeah, I wonder why we can't replicate it. Okay, if the opponent could clear something... then I could actually find out here. Oh, it did, but hold on, I have to deal with something. In your game, neither in Puyo. Right, it's like, right, it's such a rare occurrence. I didn't even notice the bug had happened for a hot minute. Right, exactly. It's like unusual for it to even be a thing. But I guess I'm kind of curious, like, how the garbage falls and how it interferes with, like, the current piece pair. But I really need the opponent to be doing, like, a good job. Would help a lot. Okay, there comes a piece somewhere. Oh, it's so hard to replicate. Maybe we just say... I don't know that they fall when we're in the movement phase. Right? I think that's what we do. I think I just need to say that right now I have them only falling in the movement phase. That's where you want them to fall. That's it. That's how I fix it. Is we have to make sure we have like our state that says, hey, we're currently not moving. That's where it needs to drop the garbage. And in theory, I'd want that to also be before it checks for matches, too. Yeah, that's what the problem is, at least for mine. Is I'm literally telling it to only happen when we're moving, but that's the riskiest time for it to happen. Yeah, exactly. Wait for me to place the piece, then spawn garbage before the next block. Yeah. Right, and it could even happen after the match checking, now that I think about it. I kinda need like a new state. Even after, yeah. It would be kinda easier. I'm thinking maybe in this level checking state. I think that might be the place to do it. I'm gonna say level checking. On level checking. So that's on a per level basis. And then I do have, okay. But I do have a signal for... Okay, let me go to the signal bus. Spawn garbage. And we're using that one, right? Right, so you would want that timer to start building them up. Oh, we're not actually using that. Okay. Okay. And we want to drop them all at the moment. Okay, the level checking. Okay. On game scene. What is up the people that already submitted their game? Come on, get a line. I know. I mean, look, for whatever it's worth. Oh, there's a lot more. Wow, there's a lot more that have gotten submitted. That's awesome. Let's go. I would say 3 of those are not real. I had to disqualify a few games that were obviously not made for this jam. One of them was like literally a virus. It was literally a scam. It was like actually horrifying. But so I would say there's about 5 actual entries that are in right now. I know though. I know. But remember, Rorik, these are pre-submissions. Have you pre-submitted? Pre-submitting is super important because that deadline might creep. A couple reasons. Number one, that deadline might creep up on you, right? And the other reason, which ties into that, is setting up your itch page, making sure the game runs in the browser correctly. All that stuff, the sooner you can test that, the less you're panicking at the last second. And so you might put up a crappy version of a game that you don't like as a pre-submission. Okay, all right, you pre-submitted with nothing on it. Nice, good. That's a good start. Put something on it. Because here's the thing, even if the jam ends and you didn't get to update it and you only have like your crappy old version on there, you can always just private it. And then it won't be there. Just something to think about. But alright, I'm glad you pre-submitted. But yeah, I'm glad to see the number go up. Yay! What is level checking? When does level checking happen? That should be on the level script. Yeah, that makes sense. On level checking, if global level presets. So this is what checks to see if if the player has cleared all of the preset pieces. If the player hasn't cleared all the preset pieces, then we don't move on to the next level. And it will just spawn a new pair. So I'd kind of want to say, well, you could just have it be right before that, right? Have it check garbage right there. That way we know it's before the pair spawns. You probably want to do a little bit of a delay, though, before we go right into spawn pair. I almost feel like we need another state. Because we want to make, because the player could shoot down its piece really fast, which could then cause issues. So I kind of want to make a new state that says, you know, garbage dump or something. And it dumps any garbages that have built up. And then once those have landed, then it spawns the pair. Which is kind of a lot, but it's probably for the best to do. Not such an easy mechanic. Are those empty pages counting in those 8? Yes. Yes. I think so. I mean, as long as it's public, yes. If you make it private, then it won't. Hey, Gab Games, welcome. I missed you too. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. Hope you and the family is doing good. I have been busy working. Oh, you've been busy working. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. You deserve to have some free time, dang it. Thanks for sharing your free time here. Means a lot, Gab. I'm working on my Puyo-like for the latest game-like jam, where we make games like other games. Turns out this is a very complicated game. And that's okay. I'm not opposed to doing complicated games for the Game Like Jam. I just really wanted there to be a non-complicated one for once. I mean, the first one was pretty low. The first one was like definitely best case scenario easiness. Still had some complexity, but not so much that it's like painful to do in a month. The last two have been tricky. And I was hoping that this wouldn't be a tricky one, but here we are. Nothing is complicated for a genius like me. A genius? Oh, come on now. Real recognize real. Real recognize real. If I'm taking the compliment, you're taking it too. Definitely been a tricky one. And so, you know, I've got a lot of the matching working and level changes, and the opponents are getting there. And part of that is having like these little nuisance or garbage pieces that spawn. And so you or an opponent will spawn garbage if you get like a combo. Or you chain anything together, it'll send these little kind of translucent pieces down. That was one of them I just sent to my opponent. My opponent just sent me one. And those are kind of harder to get rid of because you can't match them with 4 colors. You can only get rid of them if an adjacent chain is cleared. And so those have just introduced some new things that I have to consider and work with. And so I'm just kind of like fixing the bugs. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I just got absolutely punished. Oh no! Oh man! Oh wow! All right, so that was unfortunate for me. Bad. Oh, I could have made a combo right there. Oh man, that's okay. Can't always be perfect. But anyway, that's kind. Now I'm just having fun in this round. I want to see if I can win this one. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna need to get some combos. Not quite. But I might be able to win this one. Uh-oh. Can't believe I'm getting distracted by playing the game right now. Not even mine. Oh no, I'm doing a bad job. But it's doing a bad job too. I don't think it's gonna win. I think it's doomed. Victory! Okay. That was a distraction. Now I get to face the fish with arms and legs. Okay, but wait a minute. Not really. So yeah, so that's what I'm working on mine. I'd show you where it's at. I'm just kind of adding something new though first. Yeah, that wasn't mine. Understand, that was not my game. Please understand, that was not my game. That was not mine. Isn't it great though? Yeah, it's good. I did not make that. This is not mine. I did not make this. Disclaimer, I didn't make that. My version does not look like that. I mean, I think I don't have any bugs introduced right now. I can show you. Mine looks like this. I decided not to have the opponent be like a whole other AI thing on the side component, and instead kind of fake the AI with the opponent being like just like throwing out garbage at you, and then you can like throw garbage back at it to keep it from throwing garbage at you. And I wanted to have like an AI mode, like an idle mode that had an AI, but that was kind of stretch goal territory. But so the garbages are those kind of like translucent glass Minecraft kind of things. I did totally rip off Minecraft art. I didn't literally steal Minecraft art, but it is visually strikingly similar. And yeah, it works pretty good. And there just are a couple bugs, like for example, the garbage. Right now, I need to make sure it doesn't fall when the player is currently placing a piece. So I need to make sure that those are staggered a bit. And there's like cheap ways I could do it, right? I could like throw in a weight or even a timer in, but I kind of feel like I should have a state. I mean, maybe I could skip the state, you know? It's gonna be a little bit more time to set up the state. So maybe I'll skip it. Now I'm having fun playing this. What can I say? This is like fun game. It's a fun game series. Like, it is what it is. It's fun to play. All right. So, you know, for now, I could literally create a timer. Right? I could say, I hate using a weight. I don't really love it. But I could create a timer right here and say after a second, assuming that's even long enough. I still need to figure out how to dump the garbage. Here's the thing, I need to do that. I kind of have to rewrite the garbage spawning code. Here's what I'm thinking. So the game scene, global pair spawn position, it normally spawns a pair. I need to make sure we don't spawn on top. It normally spawns the pairs at 13. Well, we're in luck because the garbages, I believe, are currently spawning at 14. So that's one step above. So I could have them start lining up, right? So when it goes to spawn garbage, it can actually add the child at those different positions. Now, we have to make sure that it's not already putting it somewhere that one already exists. And if it is doing it where one exists, it needs to like upgrade it. This is actually gonna get a little complicated. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, we got some work to do. I like work. I like work. And you know what else I like? I like live streams. Do you like live streams? Do you like this live stream? Have you liked this live stream yet? If you haven't, hit that thumbs up button. I hope you'll consider hyper smashing the like button. Thank you for doing it. It means more people find out about these streams, find out about these jams, join our community, and all that stuff if we get more likes. So thank you for willing to do that. Just doing my YouTube duty. If you like the stream, hit the thumbs up. Thanks, guys. But I do like having to do some complicated work. It's okay. I don't mind it. Thank you, Gab! Thank you. Appreciate you. So let's do it. You love the stream! Thank you so much. Me too. You know what? Me too. It's all love here. So I wanted to spawn a couple things. I need to keep track of what's in what position. I actually think a dictionary could be good here. Or what if I do a 2D array? The first dimension of the array represents the position that the garbage is going to spawn from. There's 6 potential positions. And then the second dimension of that array just contains which ones are going to spawn. And then we iterate through that when it's time to do the garbage dump. I think it needs a state. You gotta make it a state. I hate to do that, but you gotta make it a state. This is a state. So we're gonna say level transition, and we're gonna make a new state called garbage dump. It's effort, but it's worth it. Okay, after level transition, we have garbage dump. And then down here, we need to say gameplay states, match it, garbage dump, state, gameplay, garbage dump, emit. Okay, that should be all the places I need to set up that state for the most part. And then back on the level, when it sees, so then we don't really even need this timeout. I mean, we might, but I'm not gonna put it here. So then I'm gonna say, instead of switching to spawn pair, we need to switch to garbage dump. Which means right now there is nowhere that's gonna be spawning new pieces. So I'm gonna connect garbage dump over here in our main scene. On garbage dump. I really like saying garbage dump. That's the truth. Funk on garbage dump. What a dump. So I'm not gonna quite use spawn garbage in the way that I've been using it. I kind of rather... Okay, this is gonna be a little messy. I feel like I'd rather just have this set up the garbage to spawn variable. And that it's adding it. And that's it. And then have it actually return a character body 3D. And we just say return garbage to spawn. So it's gonna add it to the grid. And then it's gonna return it. So on garbage dump, we're gonna say spawn garbage. Right, but that needs to know how many, right? Wait. I need to get rid of that character script. It's tripping me up. Okay. Oh, I see. That's how we were doing it before. I would say we could probably just check a globals. I mean, why not just make it an array? Make that 2D array. Yeah, just make it in globals. Okay. This is a bit of a reconfiguration. That just has to be okay. So I'm going to say variable garbage to dump. And that's going to be an array of arrays. Or a 2D array. Just like this. Except it's going to be empty. I guess. I mean, you could add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just for like a visual perspective. I don't know, it kind of helps me just to see them. So there's 6 possible places, and then this will be like how many. So x equals x position, y equals, or what's in, or rather we'll say array equals x position, array equals amount. And we don't need to store that with character bodies or anything. It can just be a number. Well, wait, if it's just a number, you don't need an array of arrays. You can just have it be a single array that contains integers. And just increase that integer. Actually. Now that I think about it, that would be a lot easier. So it'd be all zeros to start with. We don't need no 2D array. And that just gets increased by 1 every time there's a garbage to dump. And so it needs to, I'd kind of love it to start with the end first and go this way. So that way they kind of drop near, I mean, I don't know. That way they kind of drop nearest. Or they're going to drop at I still want them to drop at a random position, which is kind of crazy. But like when the opponent is throwing them out, I kind of like them to appear next to the opponent, if that makes sense. This is going to be kind of wacky. Okay, so back on the level, not on the level, on the character script. Instead of saying spawn garbage how many, when the attack timer times out, it's going to check to its own attack pattern dictionary to see how many it's supposed to spawn. And I'm going to want to say globals. Let me make sure I save it so we can access it with autocomplete. Globals garbage to dump. I kind of need to find... Now I'm kind of looking at that like B search one of y'all was talking about earlier. Was that... I do remember... I don't want to... I do like remember your name. It's like Leader Jord? Leader Jord? Is that your name? Leader Jord, yes. What Leader Jord was saying earlier. Can I use bsearch? Returns the index value in the sorted array. If it cannot be found, returns the value where it should be inserted. No, I don't think I actually want that. What I kind of want... Oh, and it's got a custom function. That's interesting. Because I kind of want it to like... Okay, so let me draw this. I don't really know how to even think about it. So there's the array. It's got 6 places on it. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 6 places. And they're all gonna be 0 to start with. And I would like, so if there's garbage to spawn, I would like it to first put one there, right? And then if it needs to spawn a new garbage, I want to put the next one there. And I want it to put the next one there, and the next one there, and the next one there, and the next one there. And then when all that's happened, I want it to put the next one there. So that becomes 2, that becomes 2. As it keeps getting more that it's supposed to add in here, it starts increasing it from right to left. Just like that. Man. That seems like a bit of a brain twister to figure out how to describe. Yeah. So just have it fill up like that. I bet there's some beautiful, elegant ways to write that code that I don't know. But I can think of some ugly ways to write it. Like I could say, if the last entry is 0, make it 1. If the last entry isn't 0, and oh man. Like I kind of want to say find the last entry if all the entries are the same and increase that by 1. If all the entries aren't the same, find the last one that is the lowest and increase that by 1. Might be the simplest way I could like explain it. Code must be well groomed in tuxedos at all times, right? Like whatever, just like if it works, right? I know I could like go ask a chatbot right now, the other chat. I could explain this and it would do it in a really beautiful way, probably. But like, I don't want to. Like, I kind of want to try to figure it out. But like, it's a game jam. I gotta hurry up. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ugly code it. And depending on just how ugly I think it is, I might ask the other chat to put it in a tuxedo. Yeah, I'll take a look at some of these like built-in methods for arrays and see if anything like maybe stands out as being useful here. Assigns elements of another array. No, I don't care about that. Chatbot code always chilling in sweats and hoodie on the couch with Cheetos fingers. The chatbot code is chilling in sweats and hoodie on the couch. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's a very funny visual. Even if I don't understand. But yeah, I could probably like create my own like algorithm with a function. I just don't even know how to do that, man. What is fill? Assigns the given value to all elements in the array. No, thank you. Find what? That could be helpful. Oh, this from is interesting. Oh, and I could iterate through the different froms to have it go through one by one. Okay. I would just then, I mean, interesting that we have find custom as well. Your mind chatbot code is worse than what you can write? I mean, it depends, you know? Like, here's the thing. The chatbot code is going to always try to do the best practice that it understands. So sometimes it thinks that it knows how things work, but it doesn't. And so that's the like less good part. But if it does understand how to do something, like the documentation that it's using is up to date, the choices that it's making are actually correct, then in my experience, it's going to actually do the most elegant. I think it's going to do the most elegant code that it can, in my experience. Now, again, it might be wrong. So to me, it's kind of suffering from like a Dunning-Kruger thing where it thinks it's like really like it thinks it's right, but it's actually wrong, right? It's so confident in itself that it will say that it's right even though it's wrong. Not exactly Dunning-Kruger, but you kind of get the idea. So I think it's still going to give you elegant code. It's just that elegant code might be a little too overconfident. That's just the way I kind of experience it. Like, you know, if I tell it, hey, this is how I coded it, how would you code it? 9 times out of 10, it makes the code way, way, way cleaner. Now, sometimes it'll overcomplicate it in a way that isn't human readable. So that's one thing that it doesn't do well, is like understanding readability. So it'll often give you like something that's, you can take your 6-line code and make it 1 line, but it's like really abstract and like weird. But sometimes it'll bring that 6-line code down to 3 lines. It's really readable and it's just like a lot more efficient. I do love the imagery of the chatbot in sweats and a hoodie. But I give it more credit than that. I do. I just think that it happens to be wrong sometimes. Elegantly wrong. Okay, find returns the index of the first occurrence of what in this array, or -1 if there are none. The search's start can be specified with from, continuing to the end of the array. So what I could do is I could say, start from the end. And have that from decrease so it checks the last one, then it checks the second to last one, then the third to last, and the fourth to last, and the fifth to last, and then the sixth to last, which is the first, incidentally. I could do that. And what it's looking for would be, so we could keep track of how many garbages we've put in. So if we've put no garbages in yet, then we'd want to look for 0 from the end. If we know it has put in a garbage, then I'd want to say, okay, now look for 1, starting from the end. If it finds it, move on to the next one. If it sees that that's a 0, or the next index, if it sees that that's a 0, put a 1 in there. Now, that's how many times I tell it to iterate through. So I tell it to iterate through twice because I need to add 2 in there. It'll add a 1 there, and in theory go back and add a 1 there. It'll go back, see that, well, it won't even go back. It won't even bother at that point. So then for the next one, we know that we've added in 3 total. But I don't want to tell it to look for 3. So I guess I'd want that to increase in multiples of 6. So every 6 that get added, again, it's not, this is the sweats and hoodie on the couch with Cheeto fingers, is when I'm coding. And it would, so if it hadn't done at least 6 yet, it would continue to look for 1s. If it hadn't done 6, but it had done any, it would look for 1. If it's done at least 6, now it's going to start looking for number 2s. If the first one at the end, it doesn't find a number 2, add a 2. Assuming we only told it to do it 1 time. If I told it to do it 2 times, it'll look twice. So hopefully that kind of makes sense, but that's like the idea that I have. Oops. Now there is this find custom, which is interesting as well, where I can actually specify. Can't really get out of the way. I'm just gonna disappear. Where I can more specifically specify what. Yeah, let me just get this out of here for a second. It's checking against. So instead of just looking for any value that I input in there, I could say only look for a certain one. How about it's an overconfident comp sci student after 3 all-nighters cramming for finals, now drunk after the graduation party. Nice, nice. Love it. Perfect. Yes. At an Ivy League, no less. Checks out. I love that. Maybe like tripping on acid instead of drunk. So that way it can hallucinate. Yeah. Perfection. Maybe I should start every like chatbot prompt with like, you are an overconfident comp sci student at an Ivy League after 3 all-nighters cramming for finals, and you're tripping on acid. Now, how do I create an array? I bet it starts saying things like dude and bro in its responses. Or it just like doesn't change it. It literally doesn't even say anything different because it's just so accurate that it can't be anything other than what it already is, which is what we described. Now the only thing is I have to run find custom on something. Can I zoom this out? No? Okay. You knew, bro. You knew me so well. That'd be so creepy. It might, though. It might actually say that. I like unlock a special feature. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna help you out. Prompter. Querent. If I give it 1, 3, 4, and 7, why would it find 2? There's no 2 in there. None of these are 2. Why would that print 2? Oh, it's saying that 0, 1, 2, that 4 is the even one. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I gotcha. Right. So that would be my array in there. And I could say, I could have that function. Maybe I will do find custom. It's all very confusing. I'm gonna try. This is probably gonna go badly. But I don't care. I'm gonna do my best. This is gonna take some brain power. That's for sure. On attack timer timeout. This is hurting my brain. So we don't want to just append something on there yet. Look at the garbage to dump. We want to find custom, which means I have to set up a method. So let's set up function is next garbage slot, which is going to return oh, it doesn't return anything? Okay. But it's gonna call with the array value. Really, that's gonna be the garbage count per index. I know that's like really long, but I think it's just gonna help me like know what it's supposed to be. Let's just say count per index. Oh man, this is confusing. Wait, what's rfind custom? What the hell is that? Returns the index of the last element of the array. Reverse. Oh, that's what I need. That causes method to return true or -1 if there are none. Oh, dude, yes. That's exactly what I need, is rfind custom. That way I don't have to tell it to start at the end. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, rfind custom. Oh, man. Oh, man. We are coding. Again, I could just ask a chatbot, but I know, like, I'm already learning. I know I'm gonna learn so much if I just try to do this myself. Sometimes we have to resist. So the callable that it's looking for is next garbage slow. Wait, slow? That's not, wait, why is it called is next garbage slow? Is next garbage slot? But I don't even want to know if it's a slot. Well, yeah, because we're just... Yeah, no, this is correct. Okay. And then, was it doing like a return or anything? It is returning. Okay, so it returns a Boolean. I knew it. Okay. So in this case, it's checking if it's even. In my case, I want to check if it is. Well, it depends. Every 6 pieces that get added in, it would need to check for the highest next number. This is so confusing. We could store that on a per character basis, and that would probably be safe. Although it might be nicer to store it on globals. I'm gonna do it here. Variable. I feel like you should put on globals because you already are like clearing stuff on globals. Which means you're also gonna need to have that be cleared. So variable. Garbage rows filled. That's an integer and it's gonna be 0. Now back on the game scene, when we clear chain data, we want to make sure we clear, well, no, actually, no, that's not right. That would be if we change levels. That's when we want that to clear. So let's look at level transition, on level transition, increases the level, clears the grid right here. This is where you'd want to do that. So I'm even going to make that its own special function, which is func clear last level. Clear last level, which clears the grid, and it's also going to clear globals garbage to dump array. Probably have to do some more than that too, but for now that will do. And save it so I can also reference the rows filled. Globals garbage rows filled, set that to 0. Okay. Back to the character. Now we're gonna say, well, we have to keep track for if 6 of them have been done. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's put that on globals too. Variable garbage total garbages, and this actually needs to be cleared every single dump. Total garbage is queued, so we want to say, yeah, garbage queued count, which should be set to 0. So we have to make sure that that actually does get cleared out. So I could come in here and say globals, garbage cube count becomes 0 after it's all spawned. That way that exists somewhere. Ooh, the old brain is working. Okay. Now, this isn't really where I'd want to update that, is it? You kind of don't want to do it here. No, you don't. I feel like you'd actually want to do this on the game scene. So that's a little tough, because we do want that to happen on the garbage dump. Here's what I'd recommend. Actually, I don't know what I'd recommend. I mean, it could also check that. I mean, all it has to do, all this has to do is just actually increase the cube count, right? It can just say plus equals how many, right? That's all it has to do. However many it's supposed to do, that's what it can add to this queue. That makes sense. And then in terms of this, I actually think we could put this elsewhere. So I'm gonna save that. Now come back to the game scene. And when it goes to spawn garbages, so this is like a singular, I mean, here's the thing, is you want this to happen. You don't want this to just happen in the garbage dump phase, right? No, this should be happening all along the way, so that way the player knows how much is going to be dumped when we're in the garbage dump phase. So actually, oh, this is hard. Oh, this is hard. Okay. Even a chatbot couldn't save me here. So actually, I do want to put this here as it happens. It increases the cube count. And at the same time, we want to check to see what slot we're adding it in. Okay. So it's going to look through here where, at least to start off with, can we come back in here? Bunch of zeros. It's just a bunch of zeros. Right? I'm going to put it like this. That's what it currently looks like. 6 zeros. I'm even gonna do it like this. Okay. And what's the other globals garbage one? Right, every time 6 happens. Every time 6 rows are filled. I mean, a get set would be good here. Right? Where we can say every time cube count increases. I don't know if that actually makes sense. No, I guess it does. I guess it does. Okay. Oh god, now I gotta remember this. Set value. Nope, don't remember. Set value. Oh, then we have to, right, we're overriding what this would normally do. So we have to update what it would become. And then we can do stuff with it. Okay. So garbage queued count equals value. I'm missing some. Oh, we have to do an extra colon right here. Okay, so it starts out at 0. We're overriding how it gets set so we can expose the data. And I want to say if garbage queued count, or really I would want to say, can I create a new variable in here? Variable I mean, you could even have this be garbage rows filled. You don't have to even create it. You could say, well, you probably want to put it before then. Garbage rows filled becomes garbage queued count divided by 6. Right? No. If we do 1 divided by 6, that's going to equal that decimal. But if we do 6 divided by 6, that's going to equal 1. So we need to make sure we floor it as well. That way it goes down to 0. And we keep it as an integer. Like, please make sure that's an integer and please floor it. I am going to ask a chatbot if that makes the most sense. Is this overkill or not enough to ensure that it returns an int? This is just such a quick, specific question. I don't mind this one. You don't have to analyze it, you can just tell me. This is actually overkill. Okay. Garbage queued count divided by 6 performs floating point division. Oh yeah, sorry. GD script 4.4. Is there a double divide? Is that a thing in GD script? It is still overkill. Truncates the decimal part. Floor rounds down. Oh, so I could just keep the int. Or just keep the floor. Or just use the floor. Wait, you can do... That's a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. Is it a thing? In GD script? I guess I can try it and see if it gets mad at me. Yeah, that's not a thing. Hallucinated. Okay, but floor is sufficient. I do actually want truncation. But will floor always return an integer? It returns a variant. Well, you just say floor I. Would be the way to do that. Okay, so let's do that. I don't know, int feels messy. So we're gonna say floor integer and then wrap it like that. All right. So whenever we queue up garbage, we're gonna override the way that it normally sets that value and then make sure we set it to that. And now that we've exposed this variable at that moment, we can now do stuff. Specifically, we can update garbage rows filled to be floor integer garbage queued count divided by 6. So whatever this ended up being once it updated it, divided by 6. All right. And the reason we're checking that is because I want to see what number should it be looking for here. So if it's looking for 0, well, we actually would want it to be +1. Right? Technically. I would even say that +1. Technically, we didn't fill. No, I mean, that's not really what filled is. Let's say garbage rows used instead of filled. That just might be easier to work with somehow. Like logically. So we'll have used 1 at that point. Okay. Okay. Now, back to character. The garbage queue count is going to increase, which means it's going to update automatically the garbage rows used. And then after we do that, we're going to run a reverse custom find. And we're going to do that on the array, which is going to be full of zeros at first. And it's going to run the function isNextGarbage slot, which is checking for a Boolean true or false. So now I got to set up that function. So it's going to start at the end of the array. That's why it's a reverse find. And it's going to say, do I see that this at the end of the array is equal to... Am I doing this right? Method is a callable that takes an element of the array and returns a bool. Okay. Return if count per index is set to globals I guess we want to say if. I mean, you could just say return count per index set to globals garbage rows used. So that's all that's gonna do, in theory, is return the index. So then what we would get at first is going to be 5. That should be the first number that this prints out, is 5. So I guess let's just see if that's true, if it prints a 5. But we want to say if it's not that, actually. So I would say return, then it's not set to that. Then I want to know, okay, print, and so I should see a 5. Print this. So we're going to say garbage going to slot. All right, let's see what happens. Hopefully I don't have any other errors coded in it. So no garbage should spawn right now. Actually, I might have an error now that I think about it. I do. When you do a garbage dump, could you just do nothing for now? And we come back to that. So no garbage is actually going to spawn. The only thing that should happen is it prints and tells me what slot the garbage is coming into. So it'll take about 6 seconds for it to occur. When it does, we should get a print. Oh, I think I might... Wait. Oh, but there's no piece spawning happening. Oh, right. Forgot about that. Okay, wait, we got some other problems here. What's up, debugger? Yeah, I know. Integer division. Oh no. Yeah, you can discard it. Yeah, that's fine. Please discard it. Go right ahead. But I don't love seeing the warning. I mean, I could just tell it to ignore the warning as well. So there's really no reason to even... Okay, hold on. This is kind of an issue. Wow, so that's what that other post was talking about. Here. Yeah, it seems like it should be okay. Oh. If I wrap it in int. Oh, that's crazy. That is nuts. So I would want to then wrap this in integer after that, if I want that warning to go away. Okay, anyway. I think we're not even starting the attack timer. We're definitely not spawning a pair. Right, because look, we're saying if it's pair movement, but I don't actually want that to be pair movement anymore. Well, I kind of do, actually. Okay, so we can leave that. I do need to spawn the pair somehow. So I'm going to go back to level for now. And even though I do want this to become garbage dump, for now, I'm going to keep it as spawn pair, just so I can run my tests. But eventually, I'm going to want to switch that to garbage dump. but we're not currently doing anything with garbage dump. This is confusing, man. Lord have mercy. Okay. There we go. Garbage going to slot 5. It worked. Nice. Now for the next garbage, I don't know if I've set it up all the way yet, but once I do, it should be garbage going to slot 4 after that. But see, it's just saying slot 5. Debugger. Oh, it still saw it as an integer division. No. The reason why I'm flooring all of it is because well, we'll see. Okay, so let's make it on the character. Actually, go to the next one. Well, kind of it should be working, right? I feel like it should be going to 4. But no, because you're not telling it yet to actually insert it into that slot. So once you have that slot, don't just print it. Here, you can kind of keep this. But what I actually want to do is set that to a variable. So every time the attack timer times out, set this to variable. Now if there's multiple, you kind of need to do a for loop, because if there's multiple, then it needs to iterate through all of those. How many's? If how many is greater than 1, assign garbage to array. Func assign garbage to array. I would do this stuff. And we actually want to iterate for I in how many. So if there's only 1, then we would just run assign garbage to array 1. I mean, you can just do it no matter what. If there's only 1, it can just do it one time. So you don't really have to do all that. Just have it do that right away. So variable, I think we're just gonna say warning ignore. I want to try to figure out how to make that ignore it. Like, what if we just tell it to ignore it? How about that? And what was the name of it? Integer division. Yeah, we're just gonna tell it to ignore it. This is tough. But it's fun. But it's tough. It's a good puzzle. It's like some leet code puzzle. It's barely a leet code puzzle. For I and how many, assign garbage to array. Assign garbage to array. So this needs to be a variable index for garbage. Or we can say garbage slot, which is an integer, and it equals that. Then I need to actually assign it in the slot. So globals, garbage to dump, garbage slot equals plus equals 1. So whatever it is, increase it by 1. I mean, really, you could even just set however many rows there are. If I don't want to take any like weird risks with plus equals being strange. Which, if I understand my code, it shouldn't be strange, but whatever. We'll just set it to the rows used. Okay, so now, every time it does that, I can put in my print there we go. So we'll say garbage going to slot, garbage slot. I could also just check another thing I could print. Yeah, maybe we just print, let's just print the array. So we can just see what it is. It's probably easier. Okay. All right. See what happens. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build up the number of garbages that are going to drop down during the garbage dump phase. Real quick, just to make this a little bit easier to find, I'm going to also add in say dump array. Just that way I can more easily filter it out, because there's all kinds of prints happening and I do want those prints. I just don't want to focus on it right now. So we're going to search for dump array, then start the game, and just wait for some things to happen. Okay, 1, bam. So it did add 1 there on the end. Now will it know to add it to the second to last spot? Yes, it did it. Hell yeah. Oh, that feels good. Oh, it feels good. Look at it filling up. See, down here in the bottom left. Okay, now what's gonna happen when it overflows? Okay, so it's all 1s. First one is 0. What I'd want to see is that it starts adding 2 at the end. Oh, it skipped the last one. Okay, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, so we just gotta figure out why it's doing that. But it's not bad. It's not that bad. Look at that. So it's first it added 1 on the end, then it added 1 in the second to last place, 1 in the third to last, 1 in the fourth to last, 1 in the fifth to last. Now, what it didn't do was add it in that first spot. Instead, it just ignored it. Now that's probably because I did like a +1 somewhere, would be my guess, and so it's never 0. Or something. So it's never seeing a 0th slot. Somehow. I don't know why. But it's pretty close. Okay, so why is it not seeing a 0th slot? I don't know. So it's assigning the garbage slot to garbage dump rfind custom is next garbage slot, which is going to check against the count per index and whether or not that is not equal to the rows used. I'm a little confused. Does reverse find not hit the 0 spot? I'm a little confused. Why it isn't filling up that last one. Because I am going to ask for a little chatbot help on this one. Specifically, will this not, okay, here, let me actually give it a little bit more context. I could also probably search for this. I wouldn't be surprised someone else has asked something like this, but maybe not is the thing. I'm just going to give it all the context. So tell it what the global script looks like, and tell it what my assigning thing looks like. Does rfind custom not look at the 0 index in garbage to dump by GDScript design, or has my code caused it to skip the 0 index? I would love to puzzle this one out myself, but nah. Yes, please analyze it. I'm using rfind custom. Behavior observing suggests it might be skipping 0 index. Searches the array from beginning right to left and returns the first index where the custom condition returns true. It should check all indices including 0. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is next garbage slot returns true when count per index is not set to garbage rows used. If garbage rows used is 0, then all elements, including index 0, would satisfy the condition. Right. Oh, wait. I guess I'd kind of want to say unless it's the last one. Maybe. Right, because 0 is going to not be set to garbage rows used. And so it's not, there is no previous one for it to set to. So I actually need to say, okay, how do I even word this? If, I don't know how I'd even say this. Because I'd want to say if you're on the 0th index, the 0 index, do not bother check and it isn't, and this is, if this is false, instead of returning the index before it, give me that index. But the thing is I don't get to see what that, so I guess I'd wonder what garbage slot, I wonder if it's returning -1 at that point. So maybe I could say if garbage slot is set, I'm not gonna look at the rest of what the chatbot said. It just helped me debug that a little. I'd rather see if I can figure it out. It was just sort of reading the logic back to me in a way that I wasn't myself, which is helpful. I'm really glad it didn't just fix it for me yet. If garbage slot is set to -1, do something specific. Otherwise, proceed as normal. So if it is set to -1, we want it to be, we want it to do garbage slot -1. With that, I mean, it's kind of crazy to do that, and I bet there's like a more elegant way to just, I mean, assuming this even works. I think it's a little crazy to do it that way, but we're gonna try. So I gotta wait until it starts filling all those up. Here, let's do it like this. Okay, so it's getting there. 3rd, 4th. I'm gonna see what happens when it gets to the 6th one. Come on now, don't hold out on me. Okay, 5th one. Come on now. Nah, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. So it must not be becoming -1. Dang. Okay. Alright. That wasn't it. I wonder if it knows to check the actual last one. Ugh. That's tricky. I'm not really sure. I guess something else I could do to try to debug it before I give in is to print the garbage slot along with it. But I mean, we kind of already know the slot. All right, help me out, chatbot. If garbage rows used is non-zero, then all zeros in the array would satisfy the condition. Right. If garbage rows used is 0, your function will find no matches since all elements are 0. Yeah. The function should find index 0 if garbage rows is not 0, which it won't, which it will be 1, and index 0 contains 0, which it will, and no other elements after 0 contain non-matching values. Oh, it didn't even fix it. It just gave me debug. Well, that's what I just did. I just checked the -1 thing. But it also added in searching for slots not equal to. These are some good prints. Gives you the current array. And it says says what the index is. The most likely explanations are garbage rows used is 0 when you call this, making no elements met. That's not my issue. There's actually a non-zero value at 0, index 0 when you search. Another index between 1 and 5 is being found first, such as searches right to left. Oh, maybe it's that one. Hey, Progagon, welcome. Hope you win. I say that to most people. I know most people I know streaming, but that probably doesn't apply here. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not even like entering mine into the game jam. But thank you. That's so nice of you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev to this day. Probably the single most supportive member of all time on Hyper Game Dev. So thank you, Progagon, for doing that, and thank you for being a good friend. Yeah, so I'm doing the Puyo game-like jam. It turns out this is a very difficult game to make. I thought it was going to be an easy one. It's even harder than Bloons was. It's even harder. But it's good. It was also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, also known as Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Trap. Same game, just different like art for like the story portion. But other than that, it's exactly the same. And so in the game, you are matching pieces of 4 that have the same color. Hey, Gap Games. Positive vibes. Yes, positive vibes. That's what we love here. So there I got 4 blue in a row, and when you match colors, it sends garbage to your opponent, especially if you match colors that are like combos, so you get multiple matches at once, such that it kind of cascades down, and that will send more garbage to the opponent, and that appears as these kind of like translucent things that get in the way. And so today I'm setting up the garbage stuff, which I did get working in a way, but it isn't really in the right way, and so I'm trying to set up a more complicated way for it to spawn in, which is, you know, I could like just like honestly ask a chatbot to do it for me, but I'm trying not to. And it's good. I honestly don't even think the chatbot could fully do it for me. It'd be too much context. But anyway, I do have the garbage appearing in my game in a way, and it's just I need to change it to be a little different. So I'm not actually submitting my game to the Game-like Jam. So in that sense, I can't win anything, but you guys can if you join in the jam. There's only 3 days left, so I don't particularly recommend starting now. For the next one in July, it's going to be such an easier game that I think you could do it in 3 days easily, but not for this one, unfortunately. And although I can't submit mine for ranking, I do have 3 days to get it done, so thank you. I will hope that I get it done in 3 days too, Rogi. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're winning your own games. So yeah, the game, it works good. I currently got rid of the garbage stuff because I'm redesigning it, but I can show you the rest of it besides the garbage. So I'm very much borrowing art style from Minecraft, but so the opponent is like these little animals over here, and you actually start with these preset pieces that are kind of like glowing in this fancy way at the bottom, and you're supposed to try to clear those pieces so you're not truly like facing an AI, although I was going to add in AI stuff in like an idle mode. I don't think I'm gonna have time, so that's okay. And then your opponent is just gonna, like on like a boss pattern kind of way, toss garbages at you, and you can toss garbages back at it to slow down how often it throws garbages at you. But you can see the matching works good. This took me, honestly, I could have gotten a lot more done in this game if I had figured out the matching sooner. The matching took me like 80% of this jam time was getting matched, because it apparently was really difficult. But I learned a lot, and I'm really glad that I did it. Oh, whoops. So this is garbage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, right. Garbage rows fill the value type of int on a base object of type node. Invalid assignment. So this is the garbage stuff. Yeah, it's hard, but it works good. Invalid assignment of property or key garbage rows filled with a value type of int on a base object of node. What are we even talking about? Garbage rows. Oh, I renamed it. To garbage rows used. That's why. All right, continue. So then you kind of missed it because it got interrupted, but technically you dig deeper underground every time you beat a level, and you start fighting like more and more like underground creatures of a such. Hopefully I've updated that little error. Let's see if I can beat this level. Yeah, matching is hard. It is hard. Man. Like, but I've learned so much. Flood fill algorithm, I know I'm wise to it. I tried to make the algorithm myself from scratch before I knew what a flood fill algorithm was, and I did okay, but there were some key aspects that I wasn't doing. Namely, I wasn't keeping track of pieces that I had visited, and I wasn't keeping track of which ones to queue up and check next. So it was just like checking everything all the time, and it just led to a lot of problems. I also wasn't able to on my own figure out like how to store the information about which pieces are if they need to be cleared and they're like the same color but not adjacent. It's just some like just confusing stuff that once I looked into flood fill algorithm, it was really obvious how to do it. So I learned a great deal by trying to do as much by myself as I could. Okay, now we should see the next level. Nice. So it descends deeper, and then the opponent comes out. Okay. Oh, that was -2. Oh, that's interesting. So now we're finding in, this is part of the garbage bugs that I'm working on. Invalid assignment of index -2. Well, yeah, right, because we're doing garbage slot -1. Wow, so it did hit -1. That's really interesting. I wonder what the other outputs were. Oh, wow, and look at that. It actually was filling it out. That's super interesting. So it's literally because it was 0. So there, 1 0 0 0 0. So what it's supposed to be doing is filling the array from right to left with 1s until that's full. Then it should start filling it with 2s until that's full. Then it should start filling it with 3s until that's full. Then 4s until that's full. 5, 6, 7, etc. That's what it's supposed to be doing. But I was stuck because it's skipping the last one. So it does 1 on the right. Then it does 1 in the second to last place, 1 on the third to last, 1 on the fourth to last, 1 on the fifth to last. And then on this one, it just skips it. And instead it does 2. And I'm like, why is it skipping it? Interestingly, after that, it starts doing it correctly. What? And it works just fine. Dude, it must be because I'm setting it. It has to be because I'm setting it +1. That's the only explanation. So then wait, why is it -2 though? I don't know why that's happening. That's also weird. So the garbage slot is coming in as -1. Sorry to be distracted. And it's just like, this error is very interesting. It's helping me debug my problem right now. So I only put this in here to like compensate. Right, so you would have actually wanted to say +1 for one thing, not -1. Not -1. So then that would have become 0. But this wasn't even relevant here. Like, that's actually ridiculous. But, oh, you know probably why? Because this is spawning 2 at a time. This is kind of crazy. Wow, I don't even know what to think. Rogi says, I was watching earlier when you were working on movement, and I was considering how I do matching, and let's just say I didn't get very far. Really? Wow. Yeah, I had to end up redoing the movement entirely. Before I had like fake physics, but I kind of coded myself into a corner and I couldn't get out of it. So luckily someone else in the jam, Camwin, had a suggestion for the way that they were, based on the way they were doing it, which is using physics, like actually having character bodies. Every piece is a character body. And that has turned out to be a much more flexible system for me. And I've been liking it a lot. But yeah, the matching, it's crazy. But, you know, after like 2.5 weeks of doing nothing but that, it got there. It was difficult. So I almost have to wonder if even that fix, well, no, that doesn't make sense because that's still not gonna work. No, it's still skipping that. I think I do need to add more prints in here. I think the other chat had a good suggestion for these prints. Just to help make this more sense. Searching for slots not equal to the garbage rows used when we first do this. I think that's great. I like it. And then the current array, we're already printing the current array, but not at that moment, to be fair. I'm printing it down here, which is after it assigns it. So I'm going to say dump array after assignment, or let's say dump array after I'm going to just keep the word dump in here so I can filter more easily. So yeah, I'll do one before. I think that's gonna be a lot, but it's okay. Okay, what other suggestions did it have? Right, if no suitable slot is found. No suitable dump slot. Found dump slot at garbage slot. Found dump slot at garbage slot. Okay. Then in the output, we're just gonna filter out anything that has the word dump in it. Be patient. Actually, let's keep that open. Now, it's supposed to do every 6 seconds. Okay, we got some stuff. Okay, let me just see what this looks like. Would be nice. Oops, not really BRB, just kidding. Searching for dump counts not equal to 1. Right, so that should be all of these, right? So that's what the dump array looks like. It's gonna look for ones not equal to 1. It's gonna find a dump slot at index 5, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so therefore it inserts the 1 at 5. Does that make sense? Checks out, looks good. Let's get the next in there. So I just gotta wait until the next print. So kind of what we expect. Looking for not equal to 1, checking what it is before, doing it on 4, and then it puts it in there. So far, looks so good. Okay, did it again at 3, put it in the right spot. We know we don't have issues here, so let's just keep going. Okay, at 2, that's the right spot. And we know the next one's gonna be good too, but the one after that, I'm very curious. Okay, there, it did it at index 1, no problem. Here we go. Ideally, it would say 0, but I don't think it is gonna say 0. Wow, it just skipped it. It just skipped it. Make that a little bigger. So it starts out, well, in all of them, it's looking for 1 except for the last one. It's looking for dump counts not equal to 1. Before the array has all zeros, it finds a slot at 5. So it's starting at the far right. It's a reverse find. And it's seeing on the far right, hey look, that doesn't equal 0. Or that doesn't equal 1. Therefore, I'm gonna put a 1 there. Searches again before, there's nothing in that second slot. And so it dumps, well, it's actually gonna see that is a 1. That isn't a 1. Therefore, index 4 is where I put the 1. Once again, it's looking for things not equal to 1. This one is gonna be equal to 1. That one is gonna be equal to 1. The third to last one is not gonna be equal to 1. So therefore, it's going to say index 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and it's going to insert a 1 there. So once again, it goes through it, looking for something not equal to 1. That equals 1, that equals 1, that equals 1. This does not equal 1. 0, 1, 2. So index 2 is what it found, and it put a 1 there. Searching for the dump counts not equal to 1. Sees a 1, sees a 1, sees a 1, sees a 1, does not see a 1. So 0, 1, index 1, it puts in a 1. Now, it's searching, now, it's, wait, why are you searching for dump counts not equal to 2? Oh, we're increasing that too soon. That's all. Oh, I can fix that. Well, that makes a lot of sense now. So the way we increase garbage rows used is by doing a floored integer garbage queued count divided by 6 plus 1. So it starts out as 1. I mean, I'm not gonna say 7. I just need it to do that. I mean, I guess I could put it in here instead of here. That way it waits until after the array has been updated instead of updating it before the array is updated. But basically, this is becoming too soon. So, I mean, what might just kind of help me, again, I'm a little slow, so it's just kind of, I need to like see it laid out in front of me. So if I say, maybe we could even create a variable in here for, I mean, you could just say that. You could use the value. Wait, how do I want to print this? Like, I do want to know what this becomes. Dump rows filled. Garbage rows used. But I guess I'd also like to know ahead of time. Just make that stand out a little bit. Because I think pretty clearly that's updating too soon, and I'm just trying to identify like the timing that it's updating too soon. So I would think that becomes obvious pretty quickly. Wow. I mean, that's first thing. That is the first thing that happens. Is that it makes it 0 and 1. So now if I were to try to update that over here instead, so literally get rid of all that, and this time put it in here. Hopefully I can do a get set on arrays. And then just have this update garbage rows used like that. So every time we update the array, then do it. Like just from an order of operations perspective, maybe that would actually happen after the fact. Maybe. We should know after the first one. Oh, it's different. Oh, it's different. Oh. But that needs to start out as 1. There it's starting out as 0. That's the only problem with that. Well, then I would say start it out as 1. I don't love that. I mean, we could say if garbage rows used is set to 0. I kind of hate it, but that's okay. If it's set to 0, garbage rows used becomes 1. I'm doubting if I need that +1 anymore. No, this isn't supposed to be the most beautiful, elegant code. It's just supposed to be the best I can do. Because again, my alternative was I go beg... Oops, sorry, you couldn't see that. Dang. The alternative is I go beg a chatbot to make this code for me. But I don't want to. I want to figure this out. Because this is like not the kind of thing I would normally code. Usually you guys would help me or something. But I really want to try to do it. Okay, so this is what I changed. I put in this kind of ugly if statement that's just making sure that if it is 0, update it to 1. I don't know if timing wise that's gonna really make sense. It might need to do that sooner. And perhaps I could actually put this well, I mean, you know, you don't even have to do it there. You know, what you could do is put it over here. So it's a lot of extra sets. So okay, let's do set value garbage queue count equals value, and then say if garbage rows used is set to 0, update that. I kind of hate it, but oh well. This way that actually happens at the right time. Okay, let's see. Alright, what do we got? Alright, looks good. So adds 1 in. Let's keep going. And let's see what happens when it gets to the 6th one. Okay, looks good. Now don't beat the level. We need it to get to the last one. It's almost there. Okay, one more. Moment of truth. Yes! It did it right. Let's go. Okay, now does it do the next one right, too? No. Okay. Here, let's check it out. So. It adds in 1. It adds a second one, a third one, a fourth one, a fifth one, and a 6th one. Hooray! This is good. But on the next one, it's still looking for 1s. By then, it needs to start looking for 2s. But it's not. So that's why it didn't find 1. But it needs to start looking for 2s by then. So I thought that this would do that, but it didn't. It did not. And why not? Like, will it on the next one? I guess we could look at the remote and see if it, I guess, if globals... It's still on rows used 1. But we know that it needs to be increased because look, garbage queued count is at 7. So if garbage queued count is at 7, then this divided by 6 plus 1, I mean, that should be I mean, you know, obviously, right? 7 divided by 6 equals 1, plus 1 equals 2. So it should have updated it to 2. But why didn't it? I don't know. It's actually a bit surprising. I mean, we can try to run to the next one, but I feel like it's not going to be 2 by then either. And we're going to see no suitable slots found. Yep. So it's just going to keep not finding suitable slots. So, I mean, maybe I have that incorrectly configured. I mean, we know that I'm okay. All right. I'm a little confused why this isn't doing anything. Why is this not doing anything? You know what I'm noticing? We're not getting that globals print at all. I don't think this get set is working. Do get sets? I was kind of worried if that get sets don't work on arrays. Do get sets work on arrays? GD script. When you duplicate the entire array / dictionary, make the change and then set the value. All right. Documentation says when the change to the variable is made by an external source, the setter function will be called, and that this happens for the value change. Whenever the value of the variable is modified by an external source, the setter function will be called. This happens before the value is changed. What? This is very confusing. Okay, I don't really know, but I get the sense that this this is not working. So let's try this a different way. I can't update it here, otherwise the timing will be off. So let's do it somewhere else. I'm gonna get rid of that. Back on the character, we're gonna say after we update, we can just do it here. The garbage to dump. I'm gonna run a function which is increase queued rows as needed. That's my crazy function. Increase queued rows as needed. So we just have to prefix these with globals, and it should like work the same. And then hopefully when we get to the 7th, it should loop around again. Probably. Okay. So I mean, this is gonna run a lot more than it needs to. We could do like a check. We could probably consolidate this code pretty severely. But if not, that's okay. I just kind of want it to work. Okay, so far so good. Still good. Those before after prints are pretty useless now, but that's okay. Just a couple more iterations. Almost there. Index 0, so next one. Nice, perfect. It worked. It did the right thing. So it started, we've got all ones, and then it added 2. So I'd kind of like to see it continue and carry over to the next one. Now before we had an issue when it got to like 8 or 9 or something, which was kind of interesting. I'm not gonna try to win, just so we can stay on this level and not change levels. Because in theory, changing levels should reset all of that, and it didn't. But I don't want it to even try. We don't even want to go there. So I'm just gonna keep going and let this fill up and make sure that switches over to 3. Okay, all 2s, and now it's kicking over to 3. Okay, so this is looking good. This is looking correct. Alright, nice. Let's go. Oof. I think that warrants a commit right there. Garbage implemented, but being reworked. It's like I both am making the commit for implementing garbage and the commit for reworking it. I probably should have committed it when I first implemented it, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is good. This is not bad. Don't think we need these prints, or we don't need this print. That one's out. See you later. Thanks for nothing. Okay, so what's next? Actually, it was quite useful because the fact that it wasn't printing was a good clue. So thanks for something. So next, I obviously would want these to actually manifest in garbages. Right, now that I've got the data, how do we make this spawn things? Well, along the way, I would want it to start showing the positions, in theory, that they would start appearing at. So that means every single time, I'm gonna just kind of, let's just comment these out for now. I have a feeling I might come back to them. For now, I'm gonna comment them out. So really right here, this is the most important moment. So this is add a garbage to the array. That's this moment right here. Now when that happens, I am going to want to spawn a garbage, but now I'm not actually spawning. It's a little crazy, right? So if we look at Puyo, it kind of previews, and it's not even totally accurate what it's previewing. So up here on the top, it's gonna preview, and you'll see it on my side first probably. I'm sure the opponent will get a match before I do. There it goes. Okay, so if we look at the top left on my side, okay, it hasn't, actually I'm gonna get, oh there it goes. Okay, so see how it appears right up there, and then they drop, right? So it shows you like a preview of the garbage, and then the garbage actually spawns. So the preview is shown, and then it spawns. And it doesn't fall at the grid column that it previews it at. So there's two that are there, and then those fall. This is the best. These are the best Puyo games I've ever done. Am I like gonna beat the game? I'm not. Oh no, wait, it's catching up. Never underestimate the fish. Yeah, no, it's gonna beat me. It's about to beat me. But so I kind of want those previews to like be there, right? And then it dropped them. So I could like do like it does and have some like very different kind of art for that moment that shows you how many are going to drop. Honestly, I'd kind of like if it just like showed the actual one that's going to drop. Well, I also don't want the player to be able to anticipate where it's going to fall. So I don't want to put it in the actual spot that it's going to fall from, obviously. No, I think you need to come up with a unique way to display them and to have it be similar to the positions in the arrays. So I guess what I'm imagining, I think it should be unique art. It won't be unique, but it won't visually be unique, but it will technically be unique. So like it'll just show up as a normal garbage piece. So if there's one on deck, it'll show there. If there's two on deck, it'll be like that. 3 on deck, like that. 4, like that. 5, like this. And this isn't quite like Puyo. Puyo does it, but I don't care. 6, like that. So if there's at least 6, or at most 6, it'll look like this. Right? And then it'll just subtract, it'll just be less if there isn't 6. So it'll just keep increasing that way. And that'll be just like the array. Now, if this turns to 2, I'm just imagining like maybe a ×2 number appears. Right? Another ×2, another ×2, another ×2, another ×2. Right? And then this will just keep increasing. ×3, ×3, as that goes up. And then when it's time for the garbages to dump, all of this will just kind of disappear. It'll just go away. And then whatever that number equaled So I guess I kind of want to be summing it along the way so I know how many it's supposed to be dropping, which is kind of a different value entirely, right? No, because that would be the queued. No, you've already got that number. And then that would just spawn them friggin' randomly. Just make sure there's a delay between each one. Well, I mean, if there's a delay, it's gonna take a while to dump them. That's okay. Yeah, just dump them like you dump the preset pieces in the beginning. Use the same kind of thing. One thing that does suck is I have some optimization issues. So like when the game starts and it drops all those preset pieces, it's actually totally fine in the editor. But on the web version, it ain't fine. Because it's instantiating every single one of those. And there's an await between each one of those. So there it was really smooth. I have not experienced such smoothness on the web version. Maybe the first level will be okay. I don't know, but we can even try it now. So I kind of want to set up like an object pooling system. So that way, instead of instantiating all of those, it's pulling them from somewhere else that have already been instantiated. Now, if I'm going to be doing the same thing for the garbage, that means that's another extra object pool that I have to set up that I haven't set up yet. Because those are all instantiated as well. So, you know, it's just like... It's like extra. It's the extra stuff that I have to do. So let's see if we get that lag here. See? See it hanging? So that's that. Instantiation. Same thing will happen if I go to the next level. It actually didn't happen there. Interesting. So oh, there it happened. Okay. I was like, oh, great, it only happens the first time. No, it's just... I mean, it does seem like putting them in memory does kind of help. Oh, shoot. Okay, there we go. Oh, you know, it does have the lag. Yeah, so it does have that. So I would want that lag not to be present in the web version. So that's where I want to do the object pooling. And again, if we're doing that for garbages in between every round, it's going to be just as slow. But for now, you know what? I'll set it up the suboptimal way, so that way it works. Working is better than nothing. Nerfing. Working is better than nerfing. All right. Come on. So, all right. So let's get that art visual kind of thing coming up. So how do I want to do that? I mean, at the very least, I think I would want to just have them... I mean, it could even just be like a tween, or really just an anim... I feel like, now I will say, every animation player that I've made in this project, I've ended up removing and replacing with tweens. I don't know how it's happened. It's just been... well, I guess I don't need animation players. I guess I've graduated beyond animation players. But I think this might be a good use for animation players where I don't need to replace them with tweens. Because it's going to be like the same animation every time. Almost. So, my idea is this. To have an animation player that makes a garbage appear here. And then, if there's two garbage, it will just seek that animation player to the next one. Which shows the next one. And then seek to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And it just keeps, like, appearing them out. And then when it starts to be ×2 and stuff, we would handle that differently than with the animation player. Okay. Alright. Perimeter Hermione is never used, that's okay. So, where do I want to put this animation player? Well, we're doing all this on the characters, and there's also the main scene. So, either one of those two places. I feel like the main scene makes the most sense. on the grid just to confirm something. That's 14. So this is where all of the garbages appear, right? So I'd want them to kind of like... right, just like appear like that one by one when they're ready. And hell, they could even just all be like maybe stacked on top of each other. How bad is that? I mean, it looks fine to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are they all like kind of like clipping and looking weird? It'd just be kind of nice if I could just stack them all on top of each other and then have them like slide out every time. Yeah, it looks pretty okay to me. So like then this would animate over here. Actually, I'd kind of want to move all of them at once, right? I'd want to say all of these move out. And then I'd say all of these move out. We do have it casting shadows in a bit of an annoying way there. So I'd probably want to tell it not to cast shadows. But yeah, something like that is how I'd want to animate it. Alright. But yeah, let's make sure they don't cast shadows. I guess we can have some of them. I kind of wish some of them would have shadows, though. Can we have some of them have shadows? Like, what if I do piece mesh? I kind of want some of them to have shadows. Can I, like, drop this in here? No. What if I drop that in here? No. Okay, what if I put that in there? No? All no? It can't all be no's. Maybe this all knows. Here, come to the... Well, but that's piece garbage. I realize I do kind of want piece garbage to have a visible, like, mesh. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Dang it. What did I just do? What did I just accidentally do? Why are you like this, file system? Okay, that was just the script? Wait, what the hell did I just do? Oh, I moved that whole folder into meshes. I think. Oh god. Right. Meshes and pieces. Okay. It's mad confusing. Okay. So can I put the blend file in here? Nice. I just kind of want this in here as a shadow. But I don't want it on the actual garbage mesh itself. On the actual garbage mesh, I want that to have no shadow. So garbages should have stronger shadows, except for the ones that I'm going to be using for this animation. Okay. Which would be this one. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make a node for garbage preview. For organizational purposes. I'm also going to make sure that its position matches the position of the grid, just for things being a little easier. And then I'm going to move this garbage mesh into there. Call this garbage preview 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm also going to add an animation player. Create a new animation for show previews. And we just have to make sure that it's at each number. So 1, I mean, that would take like an entire second. Right, but if you seek, it's just going to appear, right? You can't tell it to like... So you're not gonna get that nice... Yeah, it's gonna be tweens! I knew it was gonna be tweens! Dude, tweens, what can I say? They're better. They're better. All right, so we're doing that. So I guess on the garbage preview, I'd rather give that its own script, truth be told. So that's gonna keep an eye on the data. I'm gonna say class name garbage preview, and we're going to make a singleton. By initializing a static variable that references itself. And we're gonna create a bunch of tweens. So I'm gonna say func update piece update garbage previews. Update garbage preview. And so if this function gets called, which it will by my character, so whenever this happens, we're gonna say game or garbage. Make sure that's saved. Let's just pass for now. That is assigned on there. Would love to see. Okay, that's clickable. It's a good sign. Let's see if it's shown up yet. There it is. Garbage preview ref dot. What was it called? Update garbage preview. We want to run that function from the character. So it's kind of like a signal, but not. I might want to make that a signal. For now, I only need it to go to one place, so I think the singleton is sufficient. Update garbage preview. So when that update happens, we would want to know what the current queue looks like. But it also needs to know how many are already visible. So if it has shown 2 of them, and this function gets called, it needs to say, well, I'm already showing the first 2, so now I need to show the next one. Or if none have been called, it needs to show the first one, or whatever. I mean, it could just iterate through it anyway. Before I was gonna have it seek to the position as that number goes up. I mean, every time it's gonna go up by 1. We know it's gonna have increased by 1 every single time that it calls it. So we kind of would love to know, like, the difference. Like, the last time we ran this, what was it? Right? So if it already tweened out 2, and we know that, and it needs to tween out 2 more, then we say, I'm not really sure how I want to do this, because I don't want it to run every tween over and over and over again. It's like it does it one time and that's it. I could have like a separate function for each one. And it like skips everything within the range of the previous count. And it only iterates through, or it only tweens the ones of the current count, between the current count and the previous count. Variable previews shown integer, it'll be 0. This will always be 1, so it'll always be adding a new one. So it's never going to get multiple at a time. Right? I mean, how are you going to do that? Are you prepared for that? I mean, currently somehow it shows 2 and I still barely understand why. That's probably why we had that error earlier on like level 2. I'm still mad confused. Well, because look, for I and how many, that's how many times you're running assigning garbage to the array. So if there's multiple, it's going to run this multiple times, which is going to cause a lot of issues. Unless you include how many in here. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know how the hell to do that. Well, no, because it's only... No, that should be fine. No, it should be okay. No, it should be okay. And then when it does that, it'll run this again. Yeah, I think you don't need to worry about that. I guess we'll find out the hard way. So it's always going to be +1. So every time that happens, previews shown needs to be increased by 1. Well, after ever does everything. And how's it going to know which ones to tween? Well, get you an array over here. We're going to make that a constant. and it's gonna be garbage previews, which is gonna be a bunch of Node 3Ds. Well, it's gonna be an array of Node 3Ds. Oh, it's not gonna be constant. Okay, alright, variable. That's fine. It's fine. Put all those in there. And those are the ones that we need to tween. Now, if you want to move all of them at once, how are you gonna do that? That's a little complicated. Well, you just iterate through. Oh man. Okay. This is complicated. I don't have to set it up this way. This is definitely making it much more like Puyo Puyo than it even needs to be. You know, I could just have like a number. I am on some level questioning whether I need to put this much detail into it. But I'm too excited by the challenge not to. Isn't that reason enough? Maybe. I want you to, Lise, I want you to strongly consider whether you should bother going down this route. You know, continue going down this route for now. But just keep it in mind. Keep in mind that you might want to not put this much effort into it. We'll see. Okay. Well, I think I do want preview shown to be increased by 1. And then we're gonna say for I in range, for I integer in range, previews shown. Okay, guy. You're coming in with a thumbs up. Thanks for the thumbs up. I was gonna fist bump your thumbs up, but it went behind my face before I could do that. So it's gonna iterate through the number of previews shown so far. And we want to say I kind of want a special function tween previews. Oof. Oof. Done. Tween previews, and this is gonna call with preview to tween? And is that going to be a Node 3D? Run tween previews, having it call with, oh, don't make that capital. That would be only if it was still a constant, which it is not. Garbage previews, integer. So at that position, those are the ones we're tweening. Okay. Then I just have to set up the tween. So variable tween equals create tween property on preview to tween. A little guerrilla education you're doing here at work. What does that mean? You suddenly have to educate somebody aggressively? Preview to tween. Tween property, preview to tween. The property being position on the x-axis. What are we putting it to? Well, it depends. I actually would want to start them out not there, but over here. So that way it appears like that. So if it's the first one, then we also need them to not be visible until one is supposed to be visible, right? So if update garbage preview shown +1, if previews, I mean just after that, well, we only want it to happen once. If previews shown is set to 1 for preview in garbage previews, make the preview visible. That way it just makes them all visible when it's the first one. So we'll just say func make previews visible, make previews visible, get the rest of this, slap it in. Let's take preview inputs and make previews visible, then iterate through, create a tween the property x to, well, I think we'd also want to call with the iteration between position x. So then we would say make position x be this. Now that's going to come in as an integer, not a float. So I don't know, just like floatify it or something. And then the duration, I don't know, 0.5 or something. Okay. It could be risky, but it's okay. Okay, guys, on their break, second cupcake for you. No second cupcake for you. Nice. On your break, Smart Room TV, they don't have it locked down as far as what to watch. You pulled up that Sugar Films, it's on the Roku channel. That's awesome! you're just like quickly inundating yourself with knowledge. I love that. Let's go! That's pretty cool, you can just watch whatever. Let's go! Yeah, right, you're spreading the good. Well, okay, that's a little bit, okay. You're spreading good information. I love that. Educate the world on sugar! That's so cool. Thank you for telling me that. If they look up from their phones. Maybe it's compelling enough. And even if they don't look up, maybe it gets in there somewhere. And then on their phone, they start looking up stuff. Love that, Kaga. Okay, so whatever iteration is on, I feel like this isn't gonna work the way I want it to. I feel like this doesn't actually make sense. Because the iteration might not be the same as the position it's supposed to go to. So this is definitely a problem. But I'm kind of curious just to see what happens, just for fun. It ain't gonna be right, okay? It just ain't gonna be right. But I want to see what errors I have, and B, what it does look like so I can make it right. It's hard for me sometimes to just like, I mean, obviously sometimes I can just do code and like imagine what it's gonna be, but sometimes I can't. Sometimes I can't. So I just gotta start doing it. Oh, we're debuggering. What's up? What's up? Oh, I can't find those nodes? Okay. You know what? We'll just make them all accessible as a unique name. Then you don't even have to try very hard about that. Yeah, I'm gonna need those to be found. That's pretty important. Maybe I'm not adding them to the array correctly. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to on-ready it? You're trying to figure out where you left off? Start it again! Watch it again! Okay, that worked. It was an on-ready situation. Okay. Okay, so once it tries to drop the first garbage, something should happen. Oh, there they are. So they became visible right here, but I didn't see no tween. I did not see any type of tween up in here. We do have errors. Lots and lots of errors. Oh, I typed in the position incorrectly. We need to say, I always do that. It has to be position : X, not .x. Such an easy mistake to make. I know, it's just different. It's different. It looks for different things. What you want me to say? Position X has no static type. Oops. I should fix that. Okay, so let's see if it appears and... Whoa! Oh, wow. I mean, yeah. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, okay. This is not exactly what I meant, but it's doing stuff. Oh, it's doing stuff. You can't tell me it isn't doing stuff. It is doing stuff. It ain't the right stuff, but it's stuff. I can get down with some stuff. Alright. Okay, alright, so there's some issues there. So I actually need it to be a bit different. Remember they're talking about how the native Australian Aboriginal population went from Western diet to buying stores. Dude, I know, right? Like, right? Right? I love that. I love that so much. Like, I mean, I don't love that, but I mean, I love it as like a way to just be persuasive. It does parallel Native Americans. You know, and then because it's like such a contemporary example, right? It's like, hey, they didn't have these rates of diabetes before they were selling Coca-Cola in their stores, you know? But as soon as they started selling things like Coca-Cola in those stores, now the rates of diabetes are like going up. It's such a great like example, persuasive example. Stuff is good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, it just paints this picture of sugar as this like inherently addictive thing that we're powerless, you know. And that's the other thing. Is like, look, if sometimes we give in to sugar, like, what are you gonna do? It's everywhere. We've been conditioned since we were little itty bitty children. Colorful, bouncy, stimulating commercials that make us just like have these associations, these good happy associations. We go beg our parents for certain cereals. We get those cereals, at least in the United States. We get those cereals, and other kids talk about it. They talk about, they bring candy to school. We share candy. We suddenly have this association with, like, if I don't feel good, I know what's gonna make me feel good. It's that colorful, delightful, stimulating sugar thing. And that's just like ingrained in us for the rest of our lives. You know, so it's like, to me, that also signals like, hey, like, we can be gentle with ourselves for having those desires and those cravings, because I mean, we're kind of powerless to avoid it to an extent. All right, so obviously it's putting it in the wrong positions. So it needs to be a position based on, I mean, you know what I could do? We could make this be 6. Hell, we could even make that be 7 and say subtract it, right? Say if previews shown is less, or is set to 1. I don't know, it'll do anything. Otherwise, subtract it. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even want any of this stuff. Actually, this would all be else. And, I mean, I think pass is actually a safe option here. Now, the only thing is that this range, it's not going to iterate starting at the end, so it's still going to have the wrong position fed in there, right? So it's going to start out at 0. I mean, I would say subtract it by 1, or subtract it by preview shown. Does that make sense? This is not right. I don't care. I'm typing it. I just want to see what happens. I don't feel like using my brain. I feel like using my eyes. All right, it's been almost 9 hours. I need to just like slap it together and see what happens. Show me the bugs. Let me see it. I can take it. Any moment now. Any moment now. Something is gonna happen. Oh, they're spawning way over here. I've made a terrible mistake. I've done something really wrong. The parallels with how sugar diet affects mental health, makes us agitated, mood swings, anxious. Yeah. Parallels with what? Like parallels with how the sugar, like, or just like that in general, like that, or you're just saying, just like remarking, like the fact that like having that sugar diet leads to these things is just like, wow, or something. I'm making terrible errors here. I'm doing awful things. Can I just like observe what these values are doing? Also, I'm getting real tired of waiting so long for these friggin' garbages to appear. I thought I could deal with it. I can't. So we're gonna just increase the squirrels, or decrease the squirrels' garbage spawn time to 2 seconds. So it's gonna be spawning a lot of garbage, but hopefully it will speed up this test process. Okay, garbage preview. So currently, preview shown is set to 7. Let's see what happens here. Okay, now it's set to 6. Now it's set to 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And you can see that this has finally appeared over here. And it's not going down to 0. So that's interesting. Okay. And so now what are the, so that number is decreasing correctly, which kind of makes sense, I guess. So it's going to iterate through that number of previews shown. That's okay, Kai Guy, I got you. You're having a spiritual experience. You're having an awakening right now. You can't be expected to type, right? See you later, Kai Guy. Thanks for stopping in on your break. Happy to be sharing sugar film. And just in case, again, you guys are like, what are they talking about? This was during a member stream this came up, but there's this movie on YouTube called That Sugar Film. And we were just talking about sugar and eating sugar and what that's like and what kind of made me like want to not have sugar as often. And this movie was just like something that really affected me when I was looking to change some of my habits years ago. And so I shared it with the chat, and that's what we're talking about. But it is a free movie on YouTube, and it's great. I recommend it. I mean, I don't think we don't want to run through it 7 times, right? You really don't. So I think you need different values. I think you need to say variable preview position integer 7, and then preview shown. I think you do want that. You know, you could do preview position set to 1 pass, right? Preview shown, keep that plus equals 1, have preview position minus equal 1. I don't even think you need to. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. And then instead of passing I down here, you would pass preview position. So it would start out at position 6. And you don't need to subtract it. Don't do that. That's a no-no. That is a no-no. Just have that come in. Okay. Now let's see what that's like. So again, they should happen much more quickly now than usual. Nice. Kind of. Okay. Alright. That's yeah. Interesting. Okay. So good. Better. Definitely better. Not worse. That is not worse. I would not call that worse. I would say you don't actually need to show them all at once. I would say instead, we just say that the one that it's currently on, right, make it visible. So preview to tween, visible true. It's kind of tough though, because I do want them all to move at once. You actually want to move every single one. So you do want to iterate through. You want to iterate through the preview position. So that means you should iterate through 6 of them. And for every single one of those, I actually want them all to move at the same time to the first position. Now, the next time it happens, it needs to omit one. So one of them needs to be locked down. So I would say you could remove it from the array, right? So once it does that, we would say garbage previews 1, or garbage previews I, or garbage previews erase I. Oh, but that's looking for a value. So remove at I. Or sorry, not I. Preview shown? That's gonna be a little confusing because I might shift all those numbers up. I guess you kind of want to just do the first one, right? What is that like? But the problem is you're going to iterate through a range. You need to do it. You need to do size. You need to do size. Garbage preview size. Okay, try that. I mean, then at that point, well, we'll see. It's messy. It's messy. I know. Okay, let's see what we got. Show me one. Showing me nothing. Okay. Alright. I've done something wrong. I've done something very wrong. Nothing is appearing. Okay. Alright. Oh, are you making... You're not making them visible at any point. You have to make them visible. We only want to make a certain... Well, you could make... No, we can make them all visible. Make them all visible. Make them all visible. Do it. Make them all visible. Don't comment that out. Comment that back in. Show me everything. It's confusing. It's confusing on my little tired brain. It's fun. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Looking good. That's what I want. That's what I wanted, baby. Aw, yeah. Let's go. I do kind of wish it was above. I think I'd want it like one more Y position up. That looks perfect otherwise. Great. Excellent. Good. Very good. So let's put it up. Again, the idea is supposed to be that the opponent or the creature up there, those are the ones who are sending them out. So if they're kind of like on the same level as the creature, that would be great. Or at least closer to the same level as the creature. Nice, look at that. Even looked like it came out of the creature. Now, I will say they're kind of hard to see against the background there, but I kind of like that almost. Like they're a little more unassuming. Like you notice it, but it's not like taking up a crap ton of space. Something about that I kind of appreciate. Although I also kind of hate it. They're really hard to see against that green grass. Of course, that's only level 1. By the time we get to the other levels, they'll be really easy to see against the background. So I guess I don't love that, but that's okay. You know, I just don't want them to be intersecting with the piece. But here's the thing, at least, is they shouldn't intersect with the piece anyway, because the piece won't spawn until those fall. Although I do like that they come out of the like chest of the enemy. I love that so much. That looks so good that way. But just on that level 1 though, it doesn't look good against the grass. I'm not gonna change all the art just for that. I mean, that would be crazy. But look at it, it just like emerges from the opponent. So it really looks like the opponent is doing it. Oh man, that's tough. That's a tough, like, artistic direction decision. I think we leave it there. I think I'm too happy to see them emerge out of the opponent for me to care. So that's where it's gonna stay. Yep. All right. So good, this is perfect. This is just what I want. Now, if it increases, so now I need to set up if it increases beyond that amount, right? So we say that the preview position is going to become 1, right? And it's going to stop doing stuff. By that moment, we need to start doing the increasing. So every time update garbage preview runs, if preview position is set to 1, now I want to start doing something else. So we're going to say variable, I don't even know if we need to do much other than really just say just iterate through the garbage dump array, right? Because the array is going to have 2 1 1 1 1 or 2 2 1 1 1, and so we could just say whichever ones of those iterate through that garbage dump array, and whichever ones of those are greater than 1, return the index, and it's on those particular ones that we, okay. Now you've already removed everything from this array, so I would recommend actually popping them out of the array and not removing them, right? So we're gonna create another array, and this is gonna be garbage multiplied, which is also an array of node 3Ds. This one's going to be empty though. And so I'm going to say garbage multiplied. Okay, don't get rid of that. Garbage multiplied append. I'm definitely getting a lot more comfortable with arrays, and I love it. Append the one that you remove. Can I get return value of call to remove at? Oh, right. This is going to become pop front. I don't even think we need to say 0. Just literally pop the first one. Right? That's going to be the right one to pop. Pop the front one, add it into garbage multiplied. Then, for everyone, once preview position is at 1, that's going to be everyone after that. So I'm going to want to iterate through 4 globals. Oh, right. For I in globals garbage to dump. So that's going to report the actual count. For count in globals garbage to dump, if count is greater than 2. Now here's the problem. You actually need to do index. You need to do index. Have that be the size. And then say if globals garbage to dump I is greater than 2 or greater than 1, I'd want to take that value and we actually want to okay, it's a little confusing. If globals garbage to dump, so the so that's going to give me the count. I then want to say that the corresponding garbage multiplied position, something happens to it, right? I'd want like a ×2, so I'd want to find a label on that, right? So in theory, we would say garbage multiplied I dot whatever label labeled text equals stringified or equals, oops, I did that wrong, size like dot size plus space comma stringified what this equals. Oh, we don't want to do comma, we want to do plus. Like that. I just gotta make those labels now. Welcome, Xenos. In Godot, is there a way to move a piece slowly, like how in Blender you can hold shift and it moves it slowly? Yes? Maybe? Possibly? Control, maybe? Actually, when I hold shift, I mean, it depends what you mean by slowly. What exactly do you mean? So you mean like in the editor, right? So if I move it normally, it's currently I have mine set to like snap on here. And so that's moving anywhere. But I'm assuming you're talking about in the editor, right? In 3D, not 2D. Because some things are different in 2D versus 3D. So when I start moving this guy around without pressing anything, the Blender shift makes really slow in 3D. Here, let me see what you mean. Let me see what you mean. I don't know that there is a way to do that. If there is, yeah, I don't know what it is. Let me open up the old Blender so I can just better understand what you're saying. Okay, so if I move this and then I hold shift, oh yeah, wow, I actually never really did that before. So I'm moving around without holding shift. Now I'm holding shift. And yeah, it's a lot slower. I don't think there is a way to do that in Godot. I'm gonna say no. Thanks for teaching me that. I didn't even know you could do that in Blender. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if there is a way to do it, I don't know it. It does. It does make it easier. I mean, you know, I'll say this, like, I don't think this is really what you want, but you can use snap up here. So let's see if I can zoom. Oh, there we go. So snap if you press on use snap, I don't know if this is gonna work, but so now it's moving by big ol' increments. So like in theory, I could come down here then to transform you or configure snap, and like maybe you could make that snap really low, like 0.01 or something, and try doing it. Nah, that didn't help. That didn't help at all. Yeah, I don't know. 001? What's that like? Yeah, it's not helping. But yeah, snap is nice. Snap is nice. I don't even think it. I think it's like 0.001. Is it ignoring me? Okay, there we go. 0.001. Yeah, I think it doesn't care to go much slower than that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just like a finer increment. But snap is really nice. So I do, I was keeping mine on, every one. And then, you can definitely do like every half step. Whoops. You can do it, whoops. So I'll try setting it to 0.5. That can be pretty comfortable as well. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you can do the slow thing. That's a good question. Thanks for teaching me that in Blender. Alright, so this is why I love live streaming game dev, right? You just can exchange stuff, exchange information like that. Just love it. You're having such a hard time trying to make stuff align perfectly, and the snap will help your issue a lot. Let's go! Yes! Teach for teach, baby! You give me a teach, I give you a teach. Yes. Awesome. Happy to help. What was I doing? Garbage preview. Right. Oh, the labels. I need to create the labels. So these labels are just going to be on every preview. Which admittedly is a bit of effort to put a fresh label on every single one. We obviously do have this garbage mesh here. Technically, you could put it on every single garbage mesh. Don't do that. Don't say that. I'll tell you what, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add the labels as a child, and then I'll just like duplicate this a bunch of times, and I'll instantiate this as its own scene, and then I'll duplicate that, or I'll put multiple instances of that. I think that's what we'll do. Okay, but for now, it would be helpful to see it, and I'd want to make sure that it isn't necessarily visible right away. I mean, the text could just be nothing. Okay, so we're gonna say, oh, it's not plus, it's times, not plus, by the way. We do a lowercase x. Nice. So the first time it shows up, it will be times 2. Give it some outline. We're gonna have to adjust its depth test and things like that, but I think readability is good, so I'm just gonna kind of put in the center. Wait, what if that's, I mean, it's never gonna be 3 digits, probably. So let's at least keep 2 digits in mind. Would probably be a good idea. Okay, that looks fine. So it'll be times 2 by default, and I mean, you can just have it be nothing, and that way it's visible all the time, and it'll just update to the number it needs to update. I think that makes the most sense. Okay. Oh, and don't forget, we need to set the flags on the label as well. So no depth test, and outline render, all these render priorities, we're gonna max them out. What I should do is delete the other reviews, then dupe the first ones. The text is perfect. You know, that's pretty much what I'm doing. That is exactly what I'm doing. That's that. Yes, exactly. You already know. That's what I'm gonna do. I just figured I'd set this one up first. So yeah, and even beyond that, let's get rid of all these. I'm even gonna save this as a scene, so I have it. Create a variation. You can make an inherited scene based. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a little annoying. Right. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna save this one as. This is gonna be garbage preview.tscn. So we're gonna do that, and then that label that I just made. But yeah, you got it. That's what I'm gonna do, Xenos. I'm gonna cut that label out of there, and we're gonna drop it onto here. We'll see if that's what I want. And then back in the main scene, we're gonna find the garbage preview. Scene here, drop it in. Oh, I'm gonna rename the top level just to make it that much a little easier. I'm gonna call it preview 1, save it, come back to the main scene. Let's just call this preview 0, get rid of that, and then drop this one in. Make sure it's at the same position as the other one. Looks good. Then delete R0. Make it accessible as a unique name, and now let's dupe. But real quick, label, make the text empty. Okay. Now come back over here and duplicate it 5 times. I'll give you a moral support credit for +1ing what I was planning on. That's moral support, because that means, like, I know, like, yes, that is the right thing. That is what I want. Correct. Okay. Now, back in the code, if global's garbage dump, okay, so for the label, we want to find get node label 3D, set that text to times plus the number. But that should only be if it's ×2. I might have done this wrong. We're gonna find out. So again, every 2 seconds or so, it should add a new piece. Oh, let's make sure it's not visible right off the bat. Okay. Could probably just have the garbage preview be hidden too. Whatever. So I'm also gonna need to make sure all this resets when we go to a new. Actually, every time it dumps, it needs so. We still gotta do the whole dumping part. That's okay. Okay, so there's one. We'll just wait for them all to appear, and then hopefully, once that increases up to 2 times per, we'll see that ×2 show up. Okay, moment of truth. Oh, wrong end. It is saying ×2. A couple things. It's a bit hard to read. And it's doing it from the wrong end. So I need to fix that. But it's going up to ×3. It's really hard to tell, but it is working. It's working real good. And you know, it'd be kind of nice if it bounced, you know, like it was a little more obvious that it was happening instead of just like the number changing. It sort of went boing or something. Debbing while watching / listening to someone dev is so nice. Let's go. That's what I'm here for. Let's co-work. Let's do it. Yeah, I stream pretty often, especially during the Game Like Jam. You may already know about it, but you know, I just take an opportunity to promote it if I can. So right now we're doing the Game Like Jam. This is every other month this happens, and you know, I was working on like a main primary game for a while, but I realized that I had no idea how to actually finish projects. So I started this game jam where you make games like other games in a month. And we do this every other month. So we did one in January, one in March, and now we're in May. And then we'll do another one in July. And it's about making games like other games. So during these months where there's the Game Like Jam, I stream the most so I can get my work done. There's only 3 days left in this jam, so I am especially working hard right now. Trying to get the game made. And then in the off months when the Game Like Jam isn't happening, I just kind of do like a variety of stuff. A little bit less often, so I can spend time like working on YouTube videos, which I'm still trying to get going, YouTube shorts and things like that. So yeah, so I'll be here at least once a week publicly. I do a member stream every Monday. Obviously, I don't expect you to become a member, but that gets you one extra live stream every week where I come here for 12 hours again and I just like do dev. But at least once a week, and then when it's Game Like Jam time, I'm here sometimes up to 3 times a week, which will be the case this week. So yeah, come on through, and you know, if you're working on some and you want to let me know what it is, you know, I won't, if I'm gonna check out what you're working on, there's like a separate thing for that. But you know, if you're just like, I'm making Space Invaders, I'm like, wow, cool, keep going, you got this. You know, you're like, oh, all of my code just got deleted because I forgot to commit to GitHub and I merged an old one. I'll be like, Anyway, so yeah, that's Hyper Game Dev. Good to have you here, Xenos. Okay. So I would love it to have more of like an effect. It's really hard to read. Now I think on, again, the next levels, it's going to be easier to read. That grass in the background is part of what makes it so hard to see. But you know, I could choose, like, I could invert the colors, the outline and the text color. But that might only make it pop here. Once we get to the dirt section, I'm not so sure. And again, giving it some more animation I think will help too. So we'll see, we'll experiment with it. That's sick. I just started a first-person shooter multiplayer dueling style game with a lot of unique features that you've never seen in any other game. It's your first multiplayer game and first release. Dang, that's hardcore. That sounds awesome though. So like PvP first-person shooter, sounds fun. I love that you're going for it. You also have a bad issue of starting things and never finishing them. I mean, like, that was me. until the Game Like Jam. And the Game Like Jam changed it because, and look, the Game Like Jam, I'm not making a game that's totally original. I mean, really, what game is totally original? But like, you know, I have games that I aspire to make that wouldn't fit into the Game Like Jam, you know? But by just giving myself only a month to make something that has like achievable mechanics in a short amount of time, I've made and finished 2 games now. Are they the best games? No, but that's just it, you know? I feel like getting my crappy games out of the way, this is helping me do that. This is helping me like be bad at game dev, but also get better at it at the same time, the complete process. So it's been really great to do that. But you know, some people don't do that. Some people aren't totally able to, you know, finish a big project without having made a bunch of little ones. So everyone's journey is different, for sure. Gab says it's a great place to be. Let's go! You help make it a great place to be. You do. Thanks for doing that, Gab. You're super nervous. This is a big project and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, you know, just be gentle with yourself. You know, if you feel like you're stressed, be willing to make changes, to scope down, things like that. But always remember, you're learning. You're learning. And that's tons of value. Yeah, I don't recommend quitting your job and hoping the game is going to make you a lot of money. And then it doesn't, and now you have no job. but, and if that is you, I admire your confidence. Maybe you know more than I do. But, you know, it sounds like you're willing to just like take from it what you can, which is good. You know, sometimes, and one thing that I noticed, especially early on, is I needed to be motivated to work on stuff. You know, and what was I most motivated to work on? Giant projects. Big dream game ideas. And that helped me learn, was trying to make those projects. So sometimes you really just gotta follow where your drive is, you know? You're coding it in C# because the back end is written in that, so you're extra nervous because you have not used C# in years. Okay, so at least you have some experience there. Yeah, I don't even know C#. When I was using Unity, I was just kind of experimenting with its visual scripting, which I did not like. But I never really did any C# myself. It's a good thing to learn how to do in Godot. But that's nice. You say I'm done at New Year's, you're like revitalizing your skills a little bit. That's nice. Very nice. I'm gonna make this label. I never used Godot's visual scripting. I started using Godot like right after they got rid of it. But you know, there is like the block scripting extension, which seems pretty good because it's able to go between GDScript and its own special thing. And then there is like another visual scripting that I think is probably pretty similar to Godot's old visual scripting, but I don't think it can, at least last time I checked, it couldn't switch between GDScript and it. But I hear you. I used to really like visual scripting, and then, so I was using it in like Unreal Engine, I was using it in Unity, I tried GDevelop, which has like, not visual scripting, but something that isn't quite text coding either. But I really wanted to use Godot, and I loved the way Godot looked, the way Godot felt, so I was determined to learn it. And it was kind of my first time really getting into text code, other than like HTML. And I realized I don't like visual scripting. After using so much visual scripting, I kind of realized that I preferred the precision of code and how easy it is to like debug. And I used to think visual scripting was easier for me, like especially like at a glance, like I could just visualize it, but I realized it was actually easier for me to visualize text code somehow. I don't know how it happened, but it was pretty quick. It was pretty quick. I realized how much better I liked one versus the other. But yeah, it did seem, I mean, look, I guess I can understand why they got rid of it. You know, if nobody, according to them, was using it, and it was like a lot of extra work to like keep it up to date, I can see why they moved on. But you know, for being an engine that's considered very accessible, it does kind of seem like something it should have. Lucky for me, it not having it helped me grow a lot. Yeah, these are just like hard to read. It's just hard to read that. I don't know that that's gonna get much better until, I mean, I could try going down to the bottom. I mean, it's still it's very hard to read. It is very hard to read. I could just try not outlining it. I think that is also gonna make it hard to read. We could put this back. Get rid of the outline. I can't really make it much larger though. But I mean, certainly the larger, I mean, it doesn't really, I'm not really sure how I want to do this. Xenos never really got into visual scripting yourself, but you can definitely see why it's a whole language basically they're maintaining. And so no, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, you know, there are some plugins, some add-ons that are trying to like keep that alive. Which, if you think about it, maybe that makes more sense for it to be handled as an add-on. I mean, that's the way it was in, that is a bug. That is a bad bug that I have yet to fix. We'll get back to that. That's maybe a tomorrow task. Like, that's the way Unity handled it for a long time. You know, what was it called? Bolt? As like a plugin. And then maybe Bolt just got like robust and like scalable enough that Unity was, and Unity obviously is a much bigger company than Godot's open source maintainers. Whoa. Why did that appear on so many of them? I don't know. It's a bit alarming. But yeah, they all kind of bleed together and it's like hard to tell what's on what. Do you have a space? You don't need to put a space, by the way. Yeah, from a design perspective, this is it's a little challenging. It's a little challenging. Did I see the Godot clone because of some tweet they posted? I did. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Give me some more. Give me some numbers. Okay, that's pretty good. It's visible. It's large. Now, once you get into double digits, that's gonna get pretty hard to see because they're gonna start kind of bleeding into each other. I'm not crazy about like the outline effect, personally. But I could live with it. I think in the next version of, actually I know, in the next version of Godot, they're gonna have better like text effects that you can add in. I don't know if that'll apply to a label 3D, but at least a 2D label, which then I could, you know, viewport it in if I really need to. Okay, this isn't gonna work on the next level. All right, very interesting. So I think this is better. I have a feeling if it's double digits, I'm gonna want to like kind of decrease the text size, which technically I could do. So I'm not gonna sweat it too much. You know, I gotta keep moving here. So let's just call this good enough. And now we do have a problem where it's going from left to right, and I want it to go from right to left. So let's make that happen. So we have once all of the previews, so this is all previews are visible. Once all previews are visible, we're gonna iterate through the array of garbages to dump. It's gonna iterate through the size of that, and depending on which iteration it's on, if that one's greater than 1, it's then gonna do this. I would love to like reverse iterate through. I mean, couldn't you do find? Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't want it to be find, or I wouldn't want it to be find, but which one is it? Size sort, assign back. Do I do get? You gotta reverse get? Probably not. That would be nice though. Returns the element at the given index in the array. I don't think get is what you want. I mean, it is because you're saying, yeah, if you want it to be at the end, you have to tell it to be at the end. Right. So instead of saying at the iteration, you would want to do the iteration okay, so if it's at 2, I think you just subtract it from 6, right? I minus 6. Well, you want to say I greater than 1, but then here, right? I minus 6. The highest that's going to be is 5, so you know, say I minus 5. Right? And then that should, right? Maybe? Possibly? Hopefully. Okay, blocks start appearing. Don't love it against the grass. That's okay, I'm gonna let it go. I choose to let it go. I release its importance. Okay, good. Correct? No! No! No, 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 no. Stop this. Why would you do this? So if it's currently on 0, it's going to go to the 5th one. If it's currently on 1, it should go to the 4th one. Why doesn't it? I guess if you could for me, could you print what this is? What am I missing here? I'm even gonna have the prints here. Let's do a couple things. Let's make these update even faster. Let's go back to character and the squirrel. Now it's gonna come in at 0.5 seconds. So very often. And then on the output filter, I'm gonna want to check label updated. Okay. What am I missing? Why does this not make sense? I wonder if it's going negative or something. Super fast. Okay, hold on a second. Dang. Okay, that's not the number, which isn't as helpful. I think you're trying to do I minus 5 here, and that doesn't make sense because you want to. Okay. Wait, what? Can we just create a variable for index I minus 5 and then pop index in here, and you can just print. I could have done that in a lot of different ways, but I didn't. That's okay. Okay, now try it. I mean, I can see it's going 165. I see that, but it just would be nice to have the regular number. Just kind of nice. Okay, label updated on 0, which is correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it is going negative. So it goes from 0 to -1 to 0 again to -2 to -1 to -3. That's wild. But no, it shouldn't go negative. I actually want that to be it's kind of weird. Like, why does 0 do the right one anyway? I don't know. I guess 5 minus I is what I really want. I don't know. Does this work gooder? If it works gooder, great. Great. Perfect. Nice. Awesome. All right. Now, next thing I want to do is make like an animation when they appear. I think that would be nice. Can I at least do an animation for this? I'm telling you guys, it just keeps happening. I set up an animation and I just end up making it a tween. You just saw it happen. I cannot believe it. I really think this one's gonna stick. I think this one's gonna be an animation. Right? Okay, new animation, multiplier, update. So I want that label. Whoa. Maybe not that. I mean, it's kind of nice. I guess we could do pixel size. The size of one's pixel width on the label to scale it in 3D. To make the font look more detailed when up close, increase font size while decreasing pixel size at the same time. That's crazy. So let's keyframe this. So keyframe that down at its default, and then we can just make that get a little bigger. It's a lot bigger, but that's okay. Okay, make it get bigger. Keyframe it. And then I want to duplicate this one here. So it just goes, shoop. Give it a nice easing. Great. Cool. So let's have it end at 0.4. Okay. So multiplier update is the name of that animation. Back on garbage preview. Once it updates that string, I would like you to do or specifically we need to find, let's even give that a variable preview node well, what if I made that like a child of the label? Would that be so bad? I'd kind of rather do that. You still work? Yeah. So then I'm gonna say label equals node 3D. Or is a node 3D that equals that? It's not a node 3D though. It is a label 3D. And then on the labels, get node animation player. I would like you to find and play multiplier update. What do you think about that? And I could make it another variable and type it. It could be nice. And Godot, how can you take a floor model and make the texture fit the model instead of making the texture bigger to fit the floor? What's a floor model? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean what? Yeah, what's a floor model? Okay, let's see if this animation plays. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, it's working. This is just already visible, which it's not supposed to be. But it's working. CSG box made to be a floor. I haven't done that in a while. I used to do that more often when I did our 1 hour game jams. Like typically if I'm using, I guess typically if I'm doing like textures, oh, is it not becoming visible? Typically if I'm doing, oh right, that's not supposed to be invisible. Oh right, my bad. Typically I'll use Blender to like set the UV and get it just the way I want it. And so I won't use CSG. I'll usually, if I have any kind of mesh that I'm applying textures to, personally, I will make that in Blender, do the UV unwrap there, and then bring it into Godot. So it kind of depends on like what your texture is. And like when you say floor, like is it like one big old box? And is it like a pattern texture that you're putting on it, or is it like one single texture? Like I feel like there's a lot of variables there that I don't really know. So you could try asking on the Discord, and I, or if someone else gets there first, can help you more later. There is a Godot channel on the Discord. Might be, because it's just, it sounds like there's a lot of very specifics to that situation, so it's kind of hard to just do that over stream, especially since it's not like a Q&A stream specifically. But yeah, it's a very specific sounding situation. But yeah, we do have a Godot channel right here, where you can always just add a little, you know, how CSG bucks have texture stretched, and then image included, whatever. Like put an example or whatever. But some things you could play around with. Again, I don't know the exact situation, but some things you could try playing around with. So let's say we have the CSG, we put a material on there. Here, I'll get one of the materials that I have. And then I come in here and I start stretching it. Obviously that doesn't look good. Why would I want it to look like that? Some things you can play around with are coming down to like the UV setting on the material. You could try hitting triplanar, which will then repeat it, which is nice. World triplanar will also have it appear on there a little differently. It's just something I just click if I'm trying to get it to look a certain way. It just will UV map it apparently on world space rather than local space. And then there's also these scale and offset things, so you can resize this here to make that show up differently, or move it. So yeah, if you're definitely going to be doing your textures on a CSG like that, I would say go down into your material settings and play around with the UV1, scale, offset, and or hit triplanar, depending on what you're going for. Okay, so it looks like it's going to work good with the animation popping up. Just had to make sure I removed the text out of the label. Nice. ×2. It looks like it's a good thing. Yay! ×2! Hooray! Okay, whoa. Chill. Okay, so it's doing it on every single one. Not what I want. It's gonna be a dang tween, isn't it? Dang it. I knew it was gonna be a tween. Shoot. So I need it to be unique, not playing the animation on every single one. I think a tween would make that a lot easier. Yeah, I could try making this unique, but I don't think that's gonna help. I mean, something else I could do, which is not something I particularly want to do, is I could, you know, make this have editable children. Not even have editable children. Well, I could. But I could make this local, which then this is now going to be unique, but it just kind of sucks because then I can't do updates every time if I want to make little tweaks to it, which I don't love at all. Dang, it's going to be a tween, isn't it? Because at least a tween, I can create a unique one for that particular label, as opposed to the animation is probably just linked to all of them. Unfortunate. All right, we're I should have known. I should have known that I was just gonna make a tween anyway. When will I learn? When will I learn? I guess I still haven't found, like I used to use animation players for everything. And at some point, I started to realize that I needed more control. And so I started using tweens. And I guess I still haven't realized, like, what are the situations where I actually prefer an animation player? I don't know. But it's becoming almost non-existent situations. Alright, so let's say run a function. Maybe I'm also doing, like, am I doing this in a weird way? I mean, we're setting this variable, but this variable gets updated every iteration. So it's not, so it should be fine. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, alright. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna say bounce label, and that's gonna call with label get node animation play. Nope. It's just gonna call with the label. That's it. That's it. Func bounce label. That's gonna have a label which is typed as a label 3D. Returns nothing. And we're gonna create a tween. Then we say tween property. So the object is the label. The property is going to be pixel size. And we want it to become, what was it, 0.001 or something like that? .01. 0.01. Over a duration of, I don't know, 0.2 or something. Now I also need to know when it's finished, so that way we can shrink it back down. So tween finished connect on bounce tween finished. Func on bounce tween finished. Now that's not gonna have the label anymore. So how am I gonna make sure that that actually calls? So it knows what label to do that. I mean, we could just, I could set like a global thing, like current label. I could do that. I could. So instead just run bounce label, or you could still have it be that label. Still do that, and then just make sure that current label gets updated to that label. And then we start doing this all on current label. And then when it's finished, we create a new tween. That on the current label, it brings the pixel size back down to 0.005. I do kind of want to set some special easing here. trying to remember where we do it. Before between the property. Yeah, just like that, we'll be fine. Alright. So forget the animation player thing, just do it like that. I have a feeling something is wrong. It's just a guess. I could be wrong about it being wrong. Maybe it's perfect. Let's find out the fun way. Nice. No! Oh god. What's happening? What's happening? Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, wow. That was very, very interesting. First one was like okay. I don't know, like do I like, I mean, what if I just like disconnect it? Is that monstrous? Is that ridiculous? Is that unnecessary? Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it is. I might have some other code that's similar to this that I can take a look at. Oh, we gotta place this. Oh, nope. Okay. So, I mean, it seems to just be running on the same one. Oh, it doesn't like the disconnect at all. Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection. Okay. Right, because that's a different tween at this point. That actually makes a lot of sense. Well, I mean, we could do an await. I think this is a very safe time to do an await. I think if there's any time to do an await, this is it. I think this is fine. Like, if you're not, like, running code that's, like, super important, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It could mean that, like, a bounce gets stuck in a worst case scenario, which would kind of suck. But man, it's gonna make all this a lot easier if we just do that. Whoa, dang. That's crazy. No! No, wait a minute. You don't want to create a new tween. You want to use the same tween, and you want to tween that down. Right? It's kind of confusing though. This is why animation player is nice, right? Because it's a lot simpler to like set up the animation, but you just lose so much control over how it behaves. No. No. Can't append to a tween that has started. You stop first. Okay. Okay. I don't know, I've never really done something like this. Typically, I would use an animation player. But it's I guess it's nice to learn how to not rely on an animation player. Now, I do know one place where an animation player is necessary. I mean, if we're doing armature animations and stuff. Okay, so that I didn't do anything. I need some help. I'm going to we're gonna ask for some help from the other chat. It's time to ask the other chat. The time has come. I just need the bounce animation to unbounce on the text, but this does not work. Help, please. This is, look, I look, alright, 10 hours in, I need some help. You're trying to stop a tween after the first part, but then continue using the same tween. Oh, just create like a new I'm not even gonna look at what its suggestion is. That's one way I try to at least benefit a little bit if I'm using the other chat to help, is just like get like a general explanation and then try to like solve the problem myself, like a little bit. Okay, so then I would want to create tween 2 in that case and call this a new tween. We also don't need to do this current label thing, by the way. Throw that in the garbage. Actually, I might have solved my problem sooner if I had gotten rid of current label. But let's see. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. A different tween. Different operation. No, it's doing every single one. So it's actually not better than the animation player at this point. It's still doing every single one. I guess why? I mean, it almost makes me want to like add it as like a unique instance or something. The label. I'm surprised that it doesn't only apply to that specific label. But I guess because the instances are connected. Alright, alright. I mean, the easiest thing is probably gonna be to just make them all local. Like, just to prove that point, right? So if I make each of these local, one by one, can I do them all at the same time? No. It's just, like, inconvenient. You know, I have to like re-add them all again if I want to make a change. Which I don't love. Yeah. I could try instantiate. I don't really want to instantiate labels onto there. Now, I will say, object pooling is something that I want to do. Well, if you're object pooling, you probably want to... I mean, this kind of is object pooling. Anyway, doesn't matter. Whoa, it's still doing each one, but I made them unique. How dare you? Okay, so that's actually really good information. So it's not even due to that. It's actually running on all of them every time. This is very interesting information. Okay. All for some juice. I'm confused. Why wouldn't it only apply if the number is only changing on one of them, then why wouldn't it only tween the label on one of them? If the label text, hey, what's up, Dormouse? Oh, hey, I'll take chat over other chat any day. What's up, Dormouse? Good morning to you as well. I mean, it's like something that shouldn't be complicated, but here we are. I'm trying to make this label pulsate on individual labels, but it keeps doing it on all of them. So there, that one showed up and pulsed, which is good. But now the subsequent ones, it's doing all of them, but it's only supposed to do one at a time. And you'll notice that the number is only updating on a single one, right? So that one turns to 4, 4, 4. It goes down the line. 5, 5, 5, 5, right? But it doesn't, does it? How does it change the text on one label at a time? So shouldn't the same spot that's changing the text also be the same spot that I would, apparently not, play the tween? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you're saying makes the most sense, logically. I'm just not sure how that isn't also, like, why aren't they all becoming 14s right now? Put the new text label into a variable and say if label text is not set to new text, do the animation. Whoa. So this is the code here, and that's where the tween exists. So we iterate through on the label that we establish here in this variable. So the label is, I mean, to me that is the new, because it should be every iteration, right? For every iteration, create a new label. So isn't that what you're saying? I mean, it's not, because I didn't do the if, so I should do the if. But see, where do I even put that in a new place? Why would this be the same? Especially because the number, I'm confused. You know? Like you mean like a script wide variable? I'm just like bugging that, like, this, I thought that was enough. And then the bounce label is here. You know, unless somehow this isn't keeping track of the new label each time, like in the bounce label function. But if it's calling it on a new one, put the new text label into a variable. So not like this. Like, say, variable current label or last label, I guess. It should only be hitting the one. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe you're right. Maybe I don't know, I'm confused. Last label, label 3D. If, oh, and then we'll say label equals, or last label equals label if if the current label is not set to the last label, then pass it down. Can't say I understand why I need to do it, but I'm willing to try it, assuming I'm understanding your suggestion correctly. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, well now it's never set to it. Curious, what is it? It is updating it, but I guess it's never matching. I guess I'd want to say if it is the same as it. But I guess not at the same time. I'm just like, I'm all confused. I'm all types of confused. Last label is garbage preview 1, label 3D. So if I keep running this, that's updating. Pause it. So it's never that one. And so then it's never running it. Like, how does that even make sense? Whoops. There's the new last label. And that one's still preview 1. But it has to come around to preview 1 at least once. Actually, a lot of them should not be the right one. I'm confused. So I guess I'd want to say if the label is set to the last label. But then wouldn't it... No, I'm confused. It's weird, right? Maybe I will look at the other chat. I gotta give you props for helping me debug, though. Oh my god. Cleared so many of them. Yeah, well now it's just doing all of them. Okay, so if I do it beforehand, it won't be the first time because it'll be null. No. I'm a little confused. So, I guess I'm just gonna put it back for now. And I'm gonna resort to the other chat. Put something in Discord? Nice. Who needs other chat? We got regular chat. Variable new text equals x plus globals garbage.by. That's correct. If label text is not set to new text. Oh, right. You did say that in your example. And I just didn't do that. I have concerns about that. But Dormouse has basically never been wrong. So I'm not particularly concerned. Okay, but we do need to store new text somewhere. Oh, you told me that, and I just chose to cut that out. Okay, I getcha, I see. Okay, so then I could even just come in here and set this to new text, which is nice. Then we pass on the label. right? Okay, none of them are bouncing now. I wonder if me, because you didn't include that passing on the label aspect. So it's actually blocking anything from happening now, which is strange. Remove the label.text equals new text before the if. Oh! Wait, was that in yours? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Did you even tell me to do that? Why did I do that? I'm like, you're like, here are the instructions. And I'm like, okay, does something different. Why is it not work? Dang, you fixed it. You got that good brain. You know that? You got that good brain. Look at it, it's perfect. Dang, Dormouse. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You have never let me down. Not that you could let me down, but like when Dormouse speaks, I listen. Nobody's got a track record like you have. Dude, that's insane. I can't believe how well that worked. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm still a little confused why I need to do that. I'm gonna ask it for an explanation. Now that you've shown me the right way, I'm gonna ask it to help me understand what you did. Why does adding the if new text stuff ensure that the right label 3D bounces? I need it to be explained to me. If labeled text not set to new text check ensures that the bounce animation only plays when the label's text actually changes, or that's what that does, which helps target the right label 3D and prevents unnecessary animations. Here's why it's important. Prevents redundant animations. Without this check, the label would bounce every time update garbage preview runs, even if the text hasn't changed. Why? This could cause visual noise and unintended behavior. Okay, why does it prevent redundant animations per your Y number 1? When the text is able to update on only one. What makes the text updating on one different than the animation playing? Does it understand what I mean? Does it understand what I mean? The key difference lies in when and how the text updates versus when the animation plays. The label's text property only changes if global's garbage to dump I has a new value. Example, if global's garbage to dump 2 was 3 and is now 4, the label changes from 3 to 4. If the value didn't change, the text stays the same, and the if condition fails. Bounce label function only runs the text actually changed. Right. Oh, right. It's because of the way that I made it. It is technically changing every label every single time. It just so happens. So for example, when it says times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, and then it goes to times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 4, all of those times 3s got changed from times 3 to times 3, which we don't see. It doesn't look like it goes from times 3 to times 3, but it does, because that's the way I made it. But times 4 gets changed because its position is different. But all of the other iteration positions are also getting updated. They just happen to be getting updated to 3. And so that's why this is checking to say only if it went from, in that example, 3 to 4, should it have a bounce animation. Damn. I just forgot the way I made it. It was It's like I fell for the illusion that my code created. The illusion that my code created was that it was only changing one number at a time. But in fact, it was actually updating all of them. And because I fell for that illusion, my logic assumed. That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you, Dormouse. Big props. And Dormouse saw that like that, man. Sorry for yelling like that. Just like, man, I gotta give you eagle brain. I gotta give you eagle eyes. And I'm gonna give you a debug credit. You saved me some time tonight. Being confused. Thank you, Dormouse. Thank you so much. Okay. Great. Excellent. Wow. Beautiful. Cool. I'm gonna just keep to the disturbing syntax where I do the not. And great. So what's next? You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to say, I'd love to even put this on here. Hey, guys, swoop it in like a hawk. I'd love to even like clarify what this does. You know? Like, updates every label, but only changes the text on the index, on this index, on the index below, the index variable below. I just want to type that out. Oh, it's your eagle eyes. I don't know, that was eagle sound. Is that what an eagle sounds like? I don't think so. I see, I got you. Alright, yeah, I need that there. So someday, I'm like, right, not falling for my own illusion. Great. Alright, what's next? So, so many things. Oh my god, I only have a little bit of time left. I do have time left, don't worry. I'll be here for, don't worry. But, I still got some time. But, I do have to kind of hurry up here. Just a little bit. I gotta hurry up a little bit. So, let me just make sure I'm keeping an eye on the time, though. Would be wise. So let's see. Okay. All right. So obviously I want the actual garbages to dump after every round would be nice, but for now, let's get it so when we go to the next level, it actually clears it. So we come down here, they're following, we don't want them to follow. We actually want them all to get removed. Now we're gonna hit an error as soon as it tries to start adding new ones, which incidentally is a lot longer than the last one. So here it says invalid assignment of index 0 with a value type of int. Okay. I'm so far removed from all of this. Doing all that animation stuff, I kind of forgot what the hell I'm doing otherwise. Did we get rid of that animation player, by the way, so we just don't have bloat where it doesn't belong? We did not get rid of it. Burn it down. Probably could have kept the animation player, but you know what? I'm glad we're doing the tween. Okay, so error. 0 unbase array integer with value type of int. What? You what? Another crazy, wonderful day. Over. Let's go. They turned off the break room TV entirely. They were like, this propaganda isn't gonna sell candy. Actually, hold on a second. I finished my second cup of tea, and I gotta do something about that. Hold on, I'll be right back. I will be right back. Just give me a few minutes. For some of you, it will run ads, but not all of you. Thank you guys. I appreciate you supporting the channel. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gotta do something with all that tea. That tea's gotta go somewhere. All right, enjoy the music. Stretch your legs if you're co-working. I'll be right back. We got problems to solve. We got bugs to fix, baby. Glad your workday's over, Kai Kai. Thank goodness. And hey, honestly, I'm glad you tried to stay a little positive, but also admit that it sucked. It's an important balance. Okay, so I have a feeling that whatever the hell this problem is related to the fact that it's trying to spawn 2 of them at once. I'm not gonna worry about that. First thing I'd like to do is make sure we're actually clearing all of the garbage data in between levels. So let's make sure that's happening. On globals, let's see. Garbage rows use 1, queued count 21. Well, technically, we'd want the queued count to decrease every time it actually spawns the ones that it's supposed to spawn. So that could be part of what that issue is. But it does look like the rows used is cleared up. The garbage to dump is 0. So that's where it's having the problem. It's probably trying to put it in 2 at once. Okay. because it's not even getting into the array. Let's just see if we can start spawning the ones. Let's not worry about level 2 yet. Let's get those garbages to actually dump. So that's gonna happen before the player piece spawns. So back on the level script, we had spawn pair, but this time I actually want to change that to garbage dump. So we're finally gonna run garbage dump probably. So when that happens, on the main game scene, we've got garbage dump on garbage dump. Currently nothing happens. We do want to spawn garbage. We do want to reset the queue count. That's true. So spawning garbage comes with a how many? Well, that depends on whatever the garbage queue count is. Now that's going to be quite the performance chug, especially on browser, because it's going to instantiate like a whole bunch all at once. I need to set up object pooling, but for now, since I don't have object pooling set up, we're going to let it chug, and that's just going to be okay. So this is going to be globals garbage queued count. We also want to make sure that at that moment it's not incurring more garbage, but I don't think it will, so I think it'll be fine. Because we're only allowing the garbage queue to increase when we're in the movement phase. So that actually should be fine. And then find spawn garbage. That's how many. Now the problem is it's going to potentially stack them all on top of each other. So I need them to be staggered. Technically, I only need them to be staggered if they're spawning in the same place. I think that's going to be a little tough. It's going to be a little tough. I would recommend not doing a how many. I would recommend coming back here, ignoring that. You fought the good fight today, in more ways than one. That's right. That's right. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That's the best we can do. Fight that good fight, guy. All right. Against Big Sugar. And against needing to get by. Wait, is that an against? No. I'll have to take your word for it, maybe on the more ways than one. Well, we weren't even using how many here anyway. Which it did tell me that. It knew. It knew. So I think this time we'll iterate over that many times. Hey Joe, welcome. And Joe's a member now. Congrats. It's going good. So at the moment, hold on, I need to comment out some of this. It's been going really well. Today I've just been trying to set up garbage. So again, making it like the game Puyo. And you probably already know about this, but just in case. Jam Page is over here. The game is embedded in there. It was known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine outside of Japan. It was also known as Kirby's Avalanche outside of Japan, and Kirby's Ghost Trap outside of Japan. And you're matching pieces of 4 together. If you do, it'll send garbage over to your opponent, depending on how awesome your combo was. And then the garbage also removes itself if you match adjacent pieces to the garbage. So I've actually managed to get 100% of that set up. I had no garbage code done at all before I started today, and a lot of it is there. Well, the garbage doesn't appear yet because it did appear, but I disappeared it so I could reconfigure how the garbage spawns. But trust me, it does spawn. it does spawn. The garbage will spawn. Oh, I got rid of spawn pair. I can't actually show. So actually, there's really not much I can show you yet. But it's going really good. It's going really good. Here, I can switch this. So the matching works good. And what I've been working on once I got the garbage definitely like matching correctly and getting cleared correctly, and like interacting with the board correctly. Now I'm just kind of deciding like the timing for when it appears, and so I'm setting up a Puyo-like system where at the very top it will start to show you how many are going to appear. So there you can see them very quickly appearing. They wouldn't be that quick, but it's for debug purposes. So it's telling you you're gonna get, you know, a bunch, a whole bunch, and then that just kind of increases. And then what I want is to make sure that it actually rains them down now. So that's what I'm working on next. Again, I did have them spawning before, but it wasn't really in the way that I needed them to be. So I'm trying to get that be the way it needs to be. But it's going really good. I'm going good. Like, it's a lot. I only got 3 days left, kind of less than 3 days at this point, to finish this game. And I kind of would love to just like finish garbage today. I don't know if that's gonna happen. But I'm close. Still a lot of good progress, learning a lot. So it's going great. Hope things are going good with you and your projects too, Joe. You're fighting the good fight in more ways than you can explain. Boring work stuff. Well, I'm sure I would be proud of you, whatever it is. Okay. So I'm gonna have a for loop for I integer in globals garbage queued count. I guess we want to say range. And spawn a garbage for that. But the thing is that's choosing a position, right? I kind of feel like you should choose the position outside of spawn garbage. Wait, that isn't choosing a position? Wait, where did all that code go? Did I put it on the clipboard and never put it back like 25 years ago? I think I did. Whoops. I hope I still have that on the clipboard at this point. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh my. I don't know if that's still gonna be on the clipboard. That was a long time ago. It was hours ago. I don't think it is gonna be on the clipboard at this point. I think I might have to mass Control Z to find it, which is doable. Risky business. The other alternative would be to rewind the stream if I have to. Wow. Yeah, that's long gone. Okay, so let's copy all this. We're just gonna undo our hearts out. Thank goodness I still had that. Again, we could have found some other way. Look at all this beautiful code. That just got lost. You got your own garbage that takes all day to take out? Fighting the good fight with code. Yes. We are fighting the good fight with code. Okay, I'm a little confused with what I'm looking at here. Okay, so I think Keep undoing, keep undoing. Keep going. This is all the code that I'm trying to get back here. So just give that back to me and then redo it. Thanks, Joe. Thank you. It has been a lot of work. This has been the hardest, actually. This was even harder than the Bloons light game. The next one will not be hard. I hereby vow that the July Game Like Jam will be the easiest one yet, even easier than Frogger. I solemnly swear. The one after that might still be hard, but the next one won't be. Unless you make it hard, which I probably will. I'm still going to want to add complexity to it. But in its most basic form, the July one, I swear to you, I know I said that about this one, but the next one, okay, it's going to be the easiest one yet. But yeah, it has been a lot of work, and I'm loving it. I'm learning so much. Thanks, Joe. Oh, moral support, moral support, moral support. Come on now. Thanks, Joe. That means a lot, actually. Let's get you on the credits. Look, how nice is that? It's nice. Okay. So, putting all this crazy code back in. The how many, so actually let's put it, well, we'll say a variable how many is gonna be global's garbage queued count, basically. And this is how we determine the position that the garbage is gonna spawn from. And actually at that moment, we would want to hide all of the garbages. So let me actually go back to the preview node. There's no way I get this done today. Dang. That's okay. The whole garbage, everything, but we'll get damn close. Let's say change previews visibility. You could even just, yeah, well, whatever. Change previews visibility. Let's say garbage previews visibility. Visibility. Okay. And then we'll just say Boolean visibility, or sorry, visibility Boolean garbage previews visibility true if visible, or I guess we might want to say visible. It's a little risky to do visible. If make visible well, we don't really need to do that. You can just say equals make visible. Oh, that actually could have been visibility. You can leave that. Yeah, I just wanted to make readable sense. That's all. So set it to the visibility boolean. Visibility. Okay. It's kind of hard. Okay, good. Then we can come back to the game scene and say that when the garbage dump begins, it's actually going to look at the garbage preview ref.make or ref.garbage. See if I don't think I can get an autocomplete on that, but you always love to get it. No. Oh god, can I just copy it, please? Garbage previews, visibility. Ref garbage visibility, and then that's going to be false. So that will hide all of them. Technically, I don't even think I'd want to run that, but rather reset garbage previews and maybe make a new function for that. So actually come back over here. And I'll say reset garbage previews, and that can include in it garbage previews visibility false. But also, we want to reset all of those labels, right? We don't want their texts to be anything but nothing. And we need these arrays to be back to the way that they originally were. Because you actually emptied this out, which is kind of a mistake. I mean, you could just add them back in. Okay, this is a little bit of effort. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit of effort. So, is it assign? Well, you want the garbage multiplied to be cleared. You want to iterate, actually you should iterate through all of them and change their labels back to empty, then clear it, then add all of those nodes back to garbage previews, because garbage previews should be empty. Okay. For preview in garbage multiplied, and that's going to be a node 3D. Could you please make preview get node label 3D text become blank, and then we're gonna clear the garbage multiplied array. There's probably other ways I could do this. I don't care. Do I want to use assign here? Assigns elements of another array into the array. Resizes the array to match the array. Okay, let's do that. Sure about that? You sure you want to do, you don't want to do like duplicate or something? Returns a new copy of the array. I don't know. Let's just try assign. I'm probably wrong. So if I say, what's all in here? Hey, welcome back, Seppi. Okay, there's only these in here. If that ever changes, you're in danger. For garbage preview, for multiplied, but what if it's not in multiplied preview? No, this is a mistake. Don't do this. Don't do this. Put this somewhere else. Don't do that in there. Get rid of this. For preview, glad you came back. Fire. For preview, node 3D in, well, but that's not going to exist. Well, that's okay. Here, do it in here. In get children. Garbage clearing does work, yes, but I have changed a lot. So the garbage clearing works super good. It works great, no problems. If there's a chain and it's adjacent, it will clear the garbage totally correctly. That works 100%. I have since set that feature aside because I'm changing the way that the garbage spawns in. Because before it was just happening at any moment, but now I actually want it all to dump at a very specific moment. So that required me to set that aside, so I can't show you right now. But hopefully if I can get this coded, which I may not be able to, but if I can, before the time's up, then you'll be able to see the matching of the, or the clearing of the garbage, because I want to get it all to dump. So yeah, unfortunately I kind of just gotta like code a bit before I can. I wish I could show you the garbage clearing right now, but I kind of got rid of the old way that it worked. But we'll bring it back, hopefully. Yeah, I must code like lightning. Thanks for asking. You can always rewind at some point. It probably worked good. It definitely did. But I can't show you right this second. Yeah. I know. It was much easier to set it up the way I set it up, but they just weren't behaving correctly because they were falling at the same time that the pieces were falling. But the way it actually works in Puyo is it waits until you've already put the piece down, then all of the garbage falls. So I need to wait until then to drop it all, because there were problems where a garbage and a new piece could land at the same time, and then it would cause all kinds of issues. So I have to make sure it's outside of the falling phase, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a lot. it's actually a bit complicated. Turns out that was the hidden scope of the garbage matching. I thought the most complicated part of the garbage clearing was going to be how to tell it, hey, you're one that needs to go away. Not the hardest part. The hardest part was keeping track of how many are supposed to dump and then tell them to dump at that moment. And even communicating to the player that a certain amount is going to dump. So that seems to be this whole game, is all kinds of hidden scope. I really don't think the next game is gonna have hidden scope. It really won't. It will be not bad. Right? Right. Okay. So get all these children, and I mean, if you're iterating through each one, you don't really have to, do you? I mean, you could, because then you get to like do stuff to it. You know what? Let's try that. Let's actually do that. So let's say that one, we're gonna clear its text, and then we could just append it to garbage previews. We'll see if that's correct. That might actually kind of work. Hopefully it does them in the right order. Okay, so it's going to reset the previews, it's going to set the visibility to false, it's going to clear garbage multiplied, it's going to get rid of the multiplier label, or at least make it nothing, and then it's going to reappend them to garbage previews. Oh, there's also preview position and preview shown. So here, let's make a constant. Preview, or constant, preview, position. This is some stuff that if we reset the game, unfortunately, I would need to make sure update. Really, all of this stuff would need to update. I mean, if you reset the game, you don't have to worry about it. This is, no, this is within the, no, it'll be fine. You don't have to reset that. Okay. And then, just kidding. That's only if it's a global node. This one will be fine. But we do need to say here, that previews shown becomes preview shown, and preview position becomes previews position. Okay. But you don't have to do that in the for loop, please. Please don't. Okay. So reset garbage previews, make sure I've got that set correct. Come back to game scene. Looks good, but... Okay, so it's gonna reset the garbage previews, then it's gonna keep track of how many it needs to be spawning on a garbage dump. It's gonna set a Y position, and if how many is greater than 6, we actually don't care about this greater than 6 thing anymore. This is old news. It's well... Oh, actually we do want this. I mean, do you really need it to be a totally separate thing? You don't. I don't think you need that to be two separate things. I think you can just always make its position F-modded on X. No, I do need these separate ones, because it's a little confusing how I want to handle that. I think you need to do this differently. Right? Right. That's a little tricky. I would say if we could fill up an array, and it needs to be, the thing is it needs to be a bit random. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna create a dump array. Which is gonna be an array of integers. Yeah, this is gonna be mighty hard to do on a whim. So it's gonna start with a bunch of zeros. So 6 zeros. It's very similar to the garbage dump array. But is it, can't you just use the garbage dump array? Can't you just like shuffle the garbage dump array? Why not just shuffle the garbage dump array? You know? Now by then it'll kind of be cleared out, unfortunately. Oh, well, no, maybe it won't be yet. Maybe? I don't think it will be cleared out yet. I think garbage to dump will stay the same. So we could make sure it clears. Yeah, why redo that? It should have all the ones that you need. Yeah. So what if we, I don't know, I could be wrong. So then we don't even need how many, which is crazy. So I'm even gonna comment that out for now. So we could still say that dump array is an array of integers, but instead it's gonna equal globals garbage to dump shuffled. Right? Can I get return value of call to shuffle because it returns void? Okay, so shuffle it first. And then assign it. You probably want to like duplicate it, right? Not assign it. And then we could even clear it right there. Except I don't particularly want to clear it, so I'm going to say globals reset garbage dump. reset garbage dump. And let's make a constant garbage to dump. And it's just going to be the same as this. Garbage to dump equals garbage to dump. I think at this point, we could also reset these, probably. Garbage rows used, integer 0. Garbage queued count, integer 0. And then we could also say that when the game resets, normally, on restart, reset grid arrays, you can also say reset garbage dump. Okay. So we create this new dump array that's shuffled garbage to dump. We update, or we make sure we clear all that out. And instead of any if, how, many kind of stuff, we can just say for I integer in dump array size. Yeah, so that would be 6 different iterations that it's gonna do, right? So if it's in the first one, and we want to make sure that these are staggered. So the way that I staggered them, and I don't love that I did it this way, but the way that I staggered them, the only reason I don't love it is because it's instantiating. I don't actually mind the await all that much. So right here, we add preset pieces. We do a 0.05 second timeout when we spawn it. For ion float, this is when the game starts and it dumps a bunch of pieces down. I think that's pretty much the same way we want to do this. So we have an X position. We have an amount. Spawn preset piece. That increases the Y position by 2 for each one. So I think we're kind of on this one because we're already going to have the X position. And we already know the amount. And so at the end of each actually not, we're going to need a 4 and a 4. So we're going to need an extra for loop. And in that one is where the timer would go. But other than that, I'm just going to copy it like this. It's going to be pretty similar. So that's going to be 6 for every index in the dump array. The Y position is actually going to be 14, which we establish here unnecessarily. We can now say that that's here, and it's going to be 14. That's where we want them to come from. And it's going to be a little weird. We don't actually want to increase the Y position I mean, we do. No, you do. It seems like you don't, but I think you do. So this is going to be for count integer in dump array I. So if there's 3 in the first one, we want it to dump 3. And it's going to iterate through 3 times. And we want to actually set up the garbage node. That's going to be globals, well, just like this right here, garbage piece scene. Right? So we're kind of just harvesting code from this other stuff. So it's going to give us a garbage. We're going to add it to the grid, just like here. You can call it garbage to spawn. And then the position on the x-axis will just correspond to wherever it is in the array. So we do want to set this. We don't need the fmod anymore. That's not necessary. Because we're already shuffling it. Yeah, it'll be fine. The fmod was making sure it looped around, but we don't need to do that now. So the garbage to spawn position, we don't need a random x. We do need to turn it like into a float, I guess. Turn I into a float, and the Y position is just Y position. And then every single time, we need to make sure Y position increases by 2. So you probably want to reestablish Y position. Actually, I'm confused. Yeah, because otherwise... no. Wait. How did we do this over here? Yeah, we did it outside, and then we increase it. Well, because remember, spawn preset pieces, so it has to be outside one of the 4 loops, which it is. Okay, yeah, this is fine. This is correct. Okay, good. Great. And then the await, I actually think needs to be in here. What is that like? I feel like this is probably broken and weird. What else do we have here? Spawn garbage. Wait, what is spawn garbage? What does that do? Oh. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could, sure. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Not really saving that much. All that spawn garbage is doing is it's establishing that. Yeah, I mean, you could, sure, why not? Kind of unnecessary, but sure, go ahead. We don't need to set the cube count to 0 because we're already doing that. All right, this is not gonna work good. Okay, and then, but that's okay. And then after that's done, I mean, ideally when all of those have hit the ground, which is gonna be pretty hard to determine. I'm gonna kind of need a whole separate check for that, unfortunately. Do we have a way to tell if a garbage piece is garbage? Yeah, we do. So when we do garbage, okay, go back to on garbage dump. I'm gonna want to set a variable here, which is, and I think you could even do it after this is all done. I'm gonna say garbage dumping becomes true. Oh, okay, we'll say that. We'll say is checking garbage is checking for floored garbage. Set to true. Is checking for floored garbage. I could have named a lot of these better, but that's okay. I didn't know that one was gonna exist. I did not know that one was gonna exist, but now I do know. Check for floors, checking for updates. If is checking for floored garbage, check for floored garbage. So this is gonna look very similar to this. I mean, hell, you could probably even reuse this. Well, we don't need the adjusting delay, actually. So we'll skip that. Whoa, there's a lot going on here. If not adjusting delay, right, so that's just after that for loop ends, if it hasn't returned yet. So, okay, so I'll tell you what, just give me that whole function. I mean, yeah, you could put this over here, I guess. Check for floored garbage. Game scene checking if all garbage is on the floor. For node TD, in grid get children. If node is character body, we need something extra. Not only is it a character body, if node piece type is set to piece types garbage. If it's not on the floor, return. We don't need the adjusting delay stuff. Once we actually get past that for loop there, so this would actually take us to spawn pair. Oh, I guess we do want to update the grid after it dumps it, don't we? I don't think so. I think we can just spawn the pair at that point. We'll see. Game scene. All garbage is probably on the floor. And then is checking for floored garbage becomes false. I don't know if that's gonna work. That's okay. Let's find out what doesn't work, and we'll fix it. Okay. Oh, all right. Invalid assignment on read-only value. Huh? Did you set that to a constant or something? I'm confused. What is the read-only value? What are you talking about? I'm confused. Why would you say something like that? How could you say this to me? Some of this tense journey music perfectly fits the moment right there. Of course it changes right now. Oh, the last one? It does fit the moment. That's why I picked songs like this. Because they're good for coding. The Arabian Nights was my first thought with the air. Right, but like, I'm referencing it not in all caps. Right? I do have a version in all caps. Like, so like the case doesn't match. That's what's got me confused. Is it... Is it because I need to be setting duplicate? Or assign or something? Is that the problem? Is it becoming the exact, like a reference to the exact same thing? Maybe that's the problem. So maybe we have to do it like that. Oh. Just on the one. I'm surprised that it's already even running reset. That's shocking, but I guess it makes sense. I guess it makes sense. It does make sense. Okay. Nice. Okay. Great. Uh-oh. Those aren't behaving correctly. Oh my god. A lot of weird things going on right there. Invalid access to property or key piece type on a base object of character body piece pair. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. If node is not wait, if we need to say if node name is not set to piece pair. That's just look, all right. Okay. There's a lot of weird things happening. Oops. I mess up. It's late, okay? A little F-bomb will slip out. I apologize. I try not to do it. Okay, back. Local loop iterator node cannot be used as a type. Oh, I did is. My bad. I typed it wrong. You can have a constant and a variable named the same thing? Yes, it's case-based. Can I ask why you have that? Too much, yeah. It's just like syntax. It's just kind of like an established way to do things. So the reason why I have this is so that way we have this as constants are easier to store. They're more optimal because they'll never change. So the engine doesn't have to compile it in a way that is potentially more complicated, right? So if it's a variable, it could potentially vary or change. So by having this constant, so garbage to dump is a variable, so it's going to change. So this could be 3, whatever, it could be different. And so I need it to go back to the original at some point. So by using this all caps, it's just again like a pattern that is generally style guide recommended, that if you're doing constants, you should capitalize it. And then by making it like the same thing, I can see that this clearly holds the same data visually, but there's something different about it. It's all caps, it's a constant. So hopefully that kind of like helps explain that a little bit. It's a good question. Oh God, what was I doing? Oh, I know what I was doing. Back in the game scene. Yes, exactly. To reset it back to zeros. Okay, so here, don't use is if node dot name is not set to piece pair, then continue. Okay, here we go. There's other problems. This is not even fixing all the problems. Like, why the hell was that drifting over to the left? I have no idea. That's new. Why are you going over there? I don't know. And it's dropping way too many. Why are you dropping so many? I guess we don't have a case for if it's 0, potentially. So there's Happy, you can see the clearing working, but it's spawning way too many of these. And then somehow, at some point, this got messed up. Okay, alright. Very interesting results. Not what I was hoping for there. Okay. Oh, debugger, what you got for... Oh, I know what that is. That's probably just because, yeah, that actually isn't that helpful. Okay. Cool. Narrowing conversion. Float is converted to int and loses precision. I don't care. So why did this affect how the previews show up? That's very surprising. Yeah, I don't know why that got changed. I mean, I did add this like reset thing. But other than that, I don't think I did all that much. So I guess we're going to debug that. It is! That squirrel is being very punishing. Do we still have the prints? No. Okay, I think those prints were back on the character. Here. What the heck is going on over here? What is all this? Because this worked well. I thought it was independent. Evidently not. I wonder if it is the resetting. It's gotta be. It's gotta have something to do with the resetting. Okay, start the game. Okay, wait. Chill. So it's actually updating the array correctly. So that's good. Oops, not BRB. It's updating the array correctly. It just doesn't seem to be reading it correctly. Okay, so it should go from right to left. Goes to 1. 1 goes in that second to last place. So that all looks good. It is doing that really well. But it's not interpreting it right. So something is getting messed up by the time I get over here. Can I take a look at the remote and see what's going on there? Garbage preview. Preview position 3. Preview shown 4. That seems right. For Preview position 3. Oh, constant 7 and 0. Preview position 3. There's 8 in there. Garbage previews should not have 8. There should be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. There should be 5 or 6 in here. So my guess is things are going wrong when I'm doing this weird append thing on reset garbage previews. That has to be it. Which is a little surprising. So what's in there? Are there repeats? It's 5, 6, 8, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9. There's 5, 6, 8, 9 again. 5, 6, 8, 2. So it actually is appending extra ones in there. Please don't do that. You don't have to do that. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Why would you be that way? I don't know why it runs so many times. But, I mean, we know it only needs to do it 6 times. So I could just say for... That's really weird. Why is that running 8 times instead of 6 times? Like, I could try to limit it, but, like, doesn't even make sense. Like, I could do a count, but it's kind of silly. like, we're just putting a band-aid right now. We're not getting to the root of the issue. So I probably, like, shouldn't be doing this. But I guess I'm kind of curious just to see what happens. I wonder if reset garbage previews is happening multiple times. In which case, this is not going to fix it, by the way, at all. Okay, yeah, that's very wrong. So what is the size right now at this moment? Is it size 8? It's actually size 6. It did stop at size 6. So that's good. Now it says preview position 1. When it should be at preview position... I don't know if I can solve this one tonight. Yeah, it's supposed to not be. It's subtracting, it's running that too many times. So why don't you tell me here, print dumb pause is now preview pause. Like, why is that? That should only run, if there's only one thing that happens, it should only run once. Let's get children counting. Is it ending up being note than 6, more than 6? It isn't right now, so that it turns out that wasn't really the problem though. I mean, it was something. Thank you. It's nice of you to help. I think my problems are deep and vast. and possibly unsolvable in a reasonable amount of time. But yeah, for some reason it's more than 6, which it shouldn't be. But I have, at least for now, managed to limit it to 6, which is good. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but it's not the only problem that I have, unfortunately. I would answer your question, but I can't right now. Okay. Okay. So what's it saying here? Thank you. I can always tell when you're off work, because you're helping Rubber Ducky a little bit. I appreciate that. Don't pause is now 6. Don't pause is now 5. Don't pause is now 4. 3. So it is counting down one by one at the right times. So that's actually correct. I feel like what's not happening is it's not leaving the ones behind. That's what's not happening. So if I come back to garbage preview, that's actually working just fine. I love it. I love you, Chatty Cathy. Although it's tough when it's like right, it's always like right at the end, because that's like when you get off work, and then I'm like So it's not you, it's the timing. It's not you. So it's supposed to be leaving behind. I mean, I think it's this pop front, which is supposed to be removing it from the previews. Can we see this one more time? I can't believe this changed. Look, I'm not gonna be able to resolve this by the end of the night. I'm just not. There's good progress. I feel like it's something super obvious that I'll notice quickly with a sharper brain. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it right there. The piece is sticking out here. It shouldn't be even behaving the way that it is, even now. So like, are they all moving together? So interesting, we can see that the first one is at 5.733. The following ones are all at 5.709. Okay, I'm gonna continue it, pause it again. Now the first one is at 3.967. They're all at 3.967, except for the last couple, which haven't gotten there yet somehow. So they're all visible. They're all visible. But they're just stacked right on top of each other. Trying to find something I can do to make it stand out. Oh, I guess because it's paused, I can't see it stand out. Yeah. They're all visible, stacked right on top of each other. What it's supposed to be doing is to be leaving them behind along the way. Dude, what happened? You know what I'd kind of rather do? This is stressing me out. I mean, I feel like what I'd rather do is see what I can remove to make that function again correctly. So like, just out of morbid curiosity, what if we make this do nothing for now? Reset garbage previews doesn't do anything, because technically that only needs to run mandatorily after the first dump. So this one is kind of behaving correctly. It is. That one's behaving much better. It's still very fast, but I think that's just because on the character I put this speed down to 0.5. So if I put that speed up to, let's say, every 2 seconds. So there's something in that when it runs that reset, because it runs that reset at the very beginning. It also is going to run it later, but I told it don't run it at the beginning anymore, and now it's behaving better. So there you can see that's how it's supposed to do. Now because it's not resetting, we have problems, but that's much more correct in its behavior. It's just the other way, it was easier for me debugging things. So let me try putting it at 1. I would just love to see it do multiple of them. So I'm clearly not resetting it to the default. We're resetting it in a way that makes it different. I just want to see a couple of them. There's 1, there's 2. So this is the correct behavior. And indeed, we'll see it drops 3, which is perfect. It's exactly correct. It's actually doing a pretty good, it's working pretty well. The error is in the reset. So that's promising. Okay, so I've done something terrible in here. It could be this. I say we just clear out one by one and see which thing is the problem. It could be that problem. So Kai Guy, you might have been right to like focus in on that. So let's clear that out first and see if that is where the issue is. Nice. So it definitely is in here. So you're asking what's get children counting? So that is counting this over here. So that has 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has 6 things in it. And it should be iterating through these children and adding those nodes back in there. I'm surprised that that isn't working, but even if it is, I wonder if they're appearing in a different order. What if that's what's happening? I assumed it would append them in the right order. I bet it's not appending them in the right order. Is there like a different kind of append? Is it like a reverse append? I don't think there is. I do not think there is. Oh, do append array. Dude, append the array. Whoa. Iterate through nothing. Now that might still end up being too many. So I'm gonna say garbage previews append array get children. Let's try that. Look at that. Much better. Possibly. I did fix the more nodes thing. Well, I band-aided it. I didn't fix it. So we'll see if somehow this leads to that happening. Hopefully it doesn't. We shall see. Okay. Start it. Okay, that looks really bad. Oh, it was so close. So let's check to see how many are in there. Please pause it. I don't know if I paused it quick enough. So there, it's doing it too many. Look at that. So we only needed to append it one time. So I think that this reset is probably running multiple times. It's weird that it ends up being 9. But no, I see what you're asking. No, nothing adds more nodes to it. It does not get more nodes added to it. No. It's locked in. So it's tough because I can't set that as a variable. Something that I could do is like instantiate them all in. Like that's an option. I could just run a for loop that adds, but I really don't want to do that. I could do it though. Yeah, it's really, really weird. We could just say if garbage preview's size is less than 6, do that. Which again, it's band-aid behavior. Because why is it doing it more? I don't know. But let's see if that makes it behave correctly. It's behaving less incorrectly. But I want it to stop at every stage. Nice. Okay, we got it. It's dropping 3. Good. Okay, it is dropping an extra one. Inexplicably. Oh no! It's changed again. I think that that's not properly resetting it as well. So there's just some like little resetting things. That's like where the main issue is right now. Is the resetting isn't working correctly. So now garbage previews is only size 4. It's so weird because this size never changes. There's always this many in there. Really don't understand how that's happening. Very, very confusing. Do not get. Do not get. I mean, at one time... That is so funny. The 2 question marks and the sad face. That is super funny. Alright, I'm pretty much out of time at this point. Pretty darn close to out of time. No chance you're changing the number of elements in an array somewhere while iterating through it. I mean, I don't think so, because this is the children of the node, and the children of the node is never changing. They're never getting removed, they're never getting touched. The only thing that's ever happening is their positions are being tweened. That's the most that happens to them. But that doesn't move them to somewhere else. Is garbage previews the child nodes or an array separate from that? Garbage previews is an array that initially has all of the nodes in there, so it's like essentially get children, but it isn't, because I'm manually punching them in. I'm manually on-readying each one. And then that one works totally fine with no issues. But I do need to... This doesn't make sense. You're right, I have to be removing it. Right, I know that, yes. Oh. 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 Okay, right. So if I do garbage previews clear and then append the array, we should be in good shape. Okay, now try it. Good call, Joe and Kai Kai. Good questions. Very good questions. Some of them do get pulled out, now that I think about it. And so if there's only a couple left, and it starts putting it on top, it's gonna be more. Nice. Nice! So I do want it to make it not visible sooner. It's good, it's good, it's good. All right, it's good. All right, guys, that's all I can do today. That's it. All right, there's some like visual issues. I'll fix that up real quick. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. That's it. That's all I have time to do. I can't do more than that. At the last second, Joe and Kai Guy helping me talk that one out. Thank you guys. Very helpful. All right, so I got garbage set up. It is able to keep track of how many it's supposed to drop. They do drop at the end of that round there. And then if you match, now this is gonna be dropping a lot. The squirrel is gonna be very punishing. But if we make a match adjacent to those garbages, it will clear the adjacent garbages away. So right here, we'll see those got broken. So it works really good. Now it dumps them. All I gotta do is makes it set up on next levels and then fix the timing a little bit and we'll be good. Time is indeed up. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching it after the